Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the September 7th meeting of the City Council to order. It's 9 o'clock. We are going to always start right on time. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box can view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. The council meeting as well as all other KCLV programming can be viewed on the internet www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV and the web Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using exits. Once outside, assemble on the Las Vegas Boulevard side of the property. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to the items on the agenda, citizen participation in public hearing items, we have, available a speaker card which you can complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the front of the chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Pastor Cause Alici, Evangelical Friends Church, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, City Council members. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Father, with your infinite wisdom, you gathered us from every nation's colors and races in this land with longing to pursue happiness and to breathe free. Father, forgive our trespasses and restore our economic prosperity back to us again and deliver us from evil, which is the enemy of freedom and justice. Holy Spirit, we ask that you be present in this City Council meeting today and fill our heart with love, forgiveness, and compassion for one another. Bless our Mayor and City Council members with discerning heart and wisdom to deal with agendas and issues that you have set before them this day. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' holy name, amen.
Thank you, Pastor. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will now proceed with the ceremonial items. This is the ceremonial portion of the agenda. We're going to skip ahead to item number 7 on your program because I know that some of you as our guests have a very tight schedule today. So I'm going to turn the microphone over to Mayor Pro Tem Stavros Anthony for an item about the upcoming anniversary of September 11th. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning, everyone. This Sunday marks the 10th anniversary of a very tragic event, September 11th, also known as 9/11, and all of you know what happened that day. The World Trade Center was attacked, the Pentagon was attacked, and a plane fell down from the sky in Pennsylvania, killing thousands of individuals. And this is it's an important date because it is the 10th anniversary, but it's really a time to remember those innocent men, women, and children that died that day for no reason, and what happened to their families after that. It's a time to remember the police officers and firefighters that day who ran to the World Trade Center in order to evacuate people out of that building in order to save lives, and many of those police officers and firefighters died in the line of duty doing so. It's a time to remember those individuals and recognize who they are. I'm sure every single person in this room remembers 10 years ago exactly where they were when they heard about the attacks on that day. I remember very vividly. I was driving my daughter to school that morning and started to hear bits and pieces of what occurred, didn't know what happened. And as I drove into work, at that time I was a captain with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and when I finally got to work, we finally figured out what was going on. We were being attacked, and it was great to see our department mobilize that day in order to deal with any attack that occurred in our city. Luckily it didn't, but we did mobilize to make sure that this city was kept safe. And I remember also going to McCarran Airport the next day. I was the part of being a captain. I was responsible for the police officers at McCarran Airport. And I was in McCarran the next day, and there was nobody around but police officers and security officers. It was really weird not seeing anybody in that particular building, and it's because of what happened. So it's an important weekend. It's an important day that we remember these individuals. And what I'd like to do is I would like to invite Doug Gillespie, the sheriff of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, to come down here representing our police officers, and Mike Myers, the chief of the Las Vegas Fire Department, to come down here representing our police officers and be recognized and say a few words about their men and women and some of the activities that are occurring this weekend. So if you could come down, please, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council as well. Mayor, good morning. You know, as Stavros says, 10 years ago, and there has already been a number of newspaper articles, a number of accounts on TV in regards to those events. They're all vivid and very clear in our mind. But I'm very proud of the fact over the last 10 years, Las Vegas, Clark County, all first responders, including our community, have not forgotten. Each and every year, we've had a memorial to bring a reminder to us all and also pay our respects to those that made the ultimate sacrifice. And as we embark on this 10th year, I think it's even more important that we put an exclamation point on that memorial. So we keep very clear in our minds what took place that day, and we have to be even more vigilant today than we ever have been in continuing to keep our community safe, prevent an act from occurring, and God forbid if one would occur, that we can respond and mitigate it in a timely manner. And I believe we're better prepared today than we ever have been to deal with those facets, the prevention as well as the response and mitigation. I believe there will be some comments about a number of events that are going to be occurring over the next few days, over this weekend. But I want to bring one in particular to your mind. Sunday morning at 11:11 at Police Memorial Park, myself, as well as all first responders, police and fire, will be holding our memorial event up at Police Memorial Park on West Cheyenne. There's ample parking and there's plenty of space. I realize it might be a little warm at 11:11, but because of some events that are occurring in the morning, we did not want to interfere with those. And we're hoping that Mother Nature will cooperate, as she normally does. I hope I'm not jinxing myself. Sunday morning, that it not be too hot, and if you all could be there. I know many of you are watching this on the city channel. Please carve out some time, come out there and participate. You know, many family members feel a sense of comfort that have lost a loved one in a situation like 9/11 at these memorials. I can tell you from interacting with police officers' families that have lost someone in the line of duty what these types of events mean to them. And whether they're here seeing it personally or on TV from afar away, it brings a level of comfort to them in regards to their loved ones lost was not in vain. So please come out, and a number of people there would be very beneficial to all of us. I believe next up to speak is the chief of the City Fire Department. And before I pass the microphone to him, I just want to say there is no better collaboration of public safety across America than you see here in Clark County, City of Las Vegas, and in southern Nevada. If there is one consistent theme that has come across in all the articles that have been written, as well as the TV accounts in regards to 9/11 and what's been done since then, you will hear people that used to work for the FBI, that used to be the sheriff of Clark County, a number of people that used to work in public safety at a variety of levels and currently. And the consistent theme is we work together. We work together to keep this community safe, and we work together to respond when acts like this do occur. So it's my honor and my privilege to turn the mic over to my colleague and my friend at Las Vegas City Fire and Rescue, Chief Mike Myers. Chief?
Just quickly, there are a lot of events taking place the weekend. We would love to see all of you out there. Please bring your family and your children out to these events, and there'll be firefighters, police there at the same time you are remembering the events that happened on 9/11. Starting on Friday the 9th, we have the One Life, One Engine car show out at Fremont Street Experience. Later that afternoon, there's an opening ceremony out there on Fremont Experience about 8:30 that evening. Sunday on the 10th, we have a couple of interesting events, athletic events. We have the 9.1K run and a 91.1K bicycle ride that kicks off about 6 a.m. and 8 a.m. respectively. Additionally, there's some motorcycle runs that take place out of some of the Harley-Davidson locations around the community. We have an event out at the Horseman's Park Family Equestrian place at 10 a.m. through 7 p.m. It's an all-day affair. A lot of concerts going on downtown Las Vegas, benefit concerts. They start at noon on Saturday, run till 11 p.m. Sunday, I know it's early, but to match the time of the event that happened in New York City, we have our parade, Heroes Parade. It's a remembrance parade that kicks off at 5:46 in the morning downtown Las Vegas. We have a normal thing that we do every year at Fire Station number 5, where we have some memorial items there from the World Trade Center, including a flag that flew over the grounds. We'll be raising that flag and tolling the bells at 6:56 that morning at Station 5. We have the tower climb of the Stratosphere at 9 o'clock. And then we have the event that the sheriff mentioned, which I think is absolutely imperative that the community comes out and joins with us that day in some remembrance of the events at 11:11 in the morning at Police Memorial Park. Throughout that weekend, there'll be a lot of other events. I know we have a large piece of steel from the World Trade Center on display at the Golden Nugget that afternoon, and some other opportunities for you to see some things. So please join us where you can. I wanted to read a quick comments that I had. And Helen Keller was born in 1880. She lost her hearing and vision when she was just 19 months old. She fought against overwhelming odds and became an activist, a scholar, and a writer. Keller is often remembered for her bold statement, "Life is either a daring adventure or nothing at all." That quote captures the spirit of the first responders and military members who risked and lost their lives during the September 11 attacks. They chose a life of daring adventure and service to others, and we draw inspiration from the heroic acts on this important anniversary. As we memorialize these selfless men and women, I believe they would want us to memorialize the community spirit, the patriotism, the love for our neighbors that existed in our communities during those uncertain days. Think back. While grocery shopping or filling your gas tanks, we looked strangers in the eyes and warmly communicated without saying a word. We were all a little more willing to hold the door open. We called our friends and loved ones. We gave an extra glance to the American flags flying at half-staff. The human bond was powerful. It was in the air. It brought all of us together. It was the silver lining in a series of horrific events. So today and on 9/11, as we reflect on that date, let's embark on the daring adventure of rededicating ourselves to each other, our communities, and our country. Let's reignite that powerful human spirit that comforted us a decade ago. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for coming down, and I have a certificate of appreciation for each of you representing both the police officers and firefighters, the men and women that you represent. So thank you for coming down, both well said, and get back to work. Yes, sir. That's an excellent. Okay, I'd like to also recognize one other group of individuals. There's some people that came together, some regular folks, some volunteers that decided that this was going to be a special September 11th recognition, a special way to remember the men and women who lost their lives, the police officers, and including the military that has kept this country safe for the last 10 years. And they came together some months back. They call themselves the 9/11 Remembrance Las Vegas Committee. One of those individuals is Esther Carter, one of our city employees, and they have done a phenomenal job of putting some events together this weekend that are going to make this a very special remembrance of these individuals. So I'd like Esther to come up, and I'd like the entire committee to, why don't you all come up here and be recognized? And Esther's going to talk a little bit about you. Come on up.
Thanks, and good morning, everybody, council, mayor. It's hard to believe that after months of working on this event that the weekend is finally here, and thanks to the sheriff and our chief for going over the event weekend. What I want everybody to really realize is the theme this weekend is igniting the spirit of unity. It's what we've lived and breathed since September 11th, 2001. It's what our whole event is about this coming weekend. Starting tomorrow, as the chief said, we've got a piece of a 2,500 pound piece of steel that was from the World Trade Center. That's going to be on display in front of the Golden Nugget, and it's really something to see when you realize the symbolic meaning of that piece of steel, and to be able to look at it and feel it and touch it and know what it means to us. Behind me is a group of incredible people that I've had the opportunity to work with over the past several months. Most of them have regular names, but most of them have Skipper, Bubba, Greeter, Spider-Man. They are the Marine Riders of Las Vegas, and they have put their heart and soul into making sure these events happen for you. So we really want you to come out and support the events this weekend. Friday again is the car show at Fremont Street Experience from noon to 5 p.m. We're lighting the lights on top of the garage at 8:30 Friday night. Saturday, I want to talk a little bit more about the run. Everybody that registers for this run, and it's just short of 6 miles, you will be running in honor of somebody that died that day on September 11th. We have names of everybody that lost their lives that will go on the race bib, so you'll run in honor of that person. And that makes me emotional just talking about it and thinking about it. Walkers, the same thing. Everybody can walk a mile. So come out and support these events. show your spirit of unity. Sunday is the parade, and it is early, but we're timing everything on the time that first plane hit New York. There's a meaning behind all of this. Go to the website. It's 911unity.org. It has all of the details on it, and I hope to see everybody out there.
Great job, Esther. And on behalf of the mayor and the entire city council, I have a certificate of appreciation for the entire committee for everything you've done, and God bless all of you. There you go. Good job. Appreciate what you did.
Thank you. Appreciate that, sir.
I will be there bright and early. You know, it is, thank you, Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem, and everyone, our sheriff and chief. It's just, you know, when you think of the individuality of the 3,000 plus that lost their lives, much like each of us here, who've gone to work on a normal day, never believing that anything like what happened could possibly occur. And so as all these events are being held, to think of that person could be you or someone you love, a child, a mother, someone just innocently in the building at the top of the tower. And of course, we've lost one of our own from one of our wonderful teachers out of Palo Verde. So it really has taken on, not only for us and future generations. I think back and was alive, but not a thinking human being, in the attack on Pearl Harbor. Innocent, nation on nation. This was not nation on nation. 29 people out of the billions. 29 people did this to innocent people. And so it really is up to each one of us every day, all the time, to be alert and be responsible for what's going on around us. Not that anybody probably could have prevented any of this from happening, but knowing they were trained, some of them trained in Florida, some were out here in Las Vegas, I always wonder, was there something somebody missed that could have helped prevent this? So I am a big believer, and it's us together. We pay the taxes. This is our city. This is our country. And it's for each one of us to be responsible every day of our surroundings, to make sure it's better to make the right phone call than to not have made a phone call at all. So I know this is a very sensitive time for the families to look at those children who now are 10 years old or a little bit younger. So it's a very, very meaningful time, and I hope you will participate. I know our sheriff and chief of the fire department definitely would like you out there. In moving on with this morning, and before we continue on with the agenda, I did notice in the newspaper on August 31st that Leroy Spotted Eagle, who had been so much a part of invocations here at City Council over the past years, he passed away at the age of 61, August 31st. He served our country in the United States Marine Corps in Vietnam after graduating from Rancho High School here in Las Vegas. He was very active, of course, in the Native American community and a proud member of the Paiute Nation. We came to know him here, and I include myself in that, having watched City Council for 12 years, not religiously, but often. As a spiritual leader, as he gave invocations to City Council, sharing with us all of his great dignity and pride in his heritage. Our comfort and prayers are extended to his wife of 40 years, Lucy, their 2 sons, grandchildren, and family, and I know you join with me in extending those sympathies and prayers to the family. He will be missed. For our next item, Councilman Barlow is going to recognize the September Citizen of the Month. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. We as council members have the privilege to recognize citizens for outstanding acts of kindness, individuals that help change the lives of others. With the fall semester just beginning, I want to focus on the importance of involvement with our children in education. Currently, our school district is struggling to keep special programs in operation for our students, and there are many changes occurring for schools all across the valley. For that reason and many others, we must do our part to be active with our students and educators alike. It is our duty to take the extra time to read with and to our youngsters, to review and discuss homework, and to offer our time to enrich your child's experience this school year. I am pleased to announce the Ward 5 Citizen of the Month is Beatrice Rubio. So Beatrice, if you would please come forward. Come forward. She's a little bit surprised. Please come forward, Beatrice. And I know you're a little bit surprised, but if you please come and stand with me. If you please stand with me just for a moment so I can just read some wonderful things that you've been doing for the Clark County School District. You nervous? Yes. Okay. Also, to help me congratulate Beatrice is the wonderful principal at Ronzoni Elementary School, Mr. Booth. Would you please come forward? And also the teacher, Ms. Zick, who was a kindergarten teacher. Now I understand you're teaching 5th grade? Okay, if you all please come forward as well. All right. Beatrice Rubio approached Ms. Zick to offer her time for extra help around the classroom. After 3 weeks of coming to assist in the kinder class Monday through Friday, Ms. Rubio changed to Miss Betty, as the students and teachers would call her, Miss Betty. She was staying to help. She began in September of 2010 and stayed until her son graduated in June. From helping to make copies to help with the reading groups, there was nothing that Miss Betty wouldn't do. She was even considerate enough to show up with coffee in the morning and sometimes lunch too. From mom to classroom helper, Miss Betty, as she is called, became the true definition of a volunteer. She gave her time and everything that she had in every single day to the school year and never expected anything in return. The kinder class grew to love everything about Miss Betty. While she was enjoying her time as a volunteer, Miss Betty had a vision for Bertha Ronzoni Elementary School. She believes that parents need to be actively involved in their children's educational experience. At that time, Bertha Ronzoni did not have an active PTA. Miss Betty began signing up new members in January, and for the first time in years, Bertha Ronzoni Elementary School is going to have an active PTA. And I applaud you for that. All right? This is a huge undertaking, and Miss Betty couldn't be more appreciative. Miss Betty has attended the classes all summer to prepare for her undertaking and the amazing idea of a PTA. She is one woman who dreams big and doesn't stop until she achieves her goal. She is the perfect example of a community member that gets involved with an educator. Anything is possible when the school and the community have an open door policy. Thank you, Mayor. So at this time, Ms. Betty, I'm going to give you a few more moments to gather yourself, and I would like to pass the microphone to Mr. Brett Booth, who is the principal at Bertha Ronzoni, to really share with us the importance of having parent involvement within the Clark County School District, and in particular, your school.
Councilman Barlow, we'd like to thank you for having us here this morning, Mayor, council members. Everybody needs a Miss Betty in their, whether it's their corporation or their school or what have you. It's true. Many of you that know anything about education know that what really makes the education world go around is the parents. And because they give us their greatest treasure. And when they also donate of themselves and their own time, that machine really becomes effective. Miss Betty is a fixture at Ronzoni, and she is the PTA president this year, and I am just thrilled to have an active PTA this year. And there is just nothing that we feel cannot be accomplished as we see our parents come together and work with our teachers and our young people, and we really look forward to the future. And so I really feel this is a fitting award for her. Thank you for having us so much.
And Ms. Zick, who's now the 5th grade teacher at Bertha Ronzoni, who was a kindergarten teacher, would you please share a few words in regards to how important it is to have parent involvement within the classroom?
Well, thank you so much for having us today. And first, I'd like to say thank you to Councilman Barlow. We've had a 5-year partnership in my classroom. I don't think he's ever going to hand out a business card again because I'm always calling his office and asking for things. But he hasn't stopped calling. And when I told him about Miss Betty, he had this brilliant idea to honor such a terrific woman. She had no idea why we were coming here today. I told her we were coming to City Hall for a tour, but to dress up and to be ready. And actually, her family is here. Her husband, Gus, her kids, Jose, Caesar, and Roman. If you guys want to come up with us, too, so you can be up here with your mom. What a pleasure to have a parent invest in you and to come in every day and dedicate their time and not make any money. Volunteering is what it's all about. And with 25 little kiddos last year, it's so nice to have Miss Betty. And you can tell they're just little cuties. And she's a wonderful mom and a fantastic helper. And I hope to have her at Ronzoni for a very, very long time. So thank you so much, Miss Betty.
Okay, Miss Betty, it's your turn. What do you have to say?
I just want to say thank you, and we're going to be working really hard because I believe parent involvement is really important, not only for the school, for your kids, and teachers do need help. They need help. They need us to be there and show support for our kids, and show support for them too, because they work really hard for our kids. And thank you again.
You're so welcome. Well, Miss Betty, as the Citizen of the Month for Ward 5, I would like to present you with this wonderful and beautiful certificate on behalf of the mayor and the entire Las Vegas City Council, so everyone can see. It's a very beautiful plaque. So we would like for you to have that and hang that in a special place within your home. And in addition to that, Miss Betty, if you look to my right, this sign will be posted on 4th Street right outside of City Hall for the remainder of this month, basically stating that the City of Las Vegas recognizes the Citizen of the Month, Miss Beatrice Rubio, for the entire month. So let's give her a round of applause. And Miss Betty, in closing, I would just like to say thank you for your dedicated time and enthusiasm to really enrich the lives of our young people in the Clark County School District. Thank you so very much, and God bless you. Thank you. All right. And I see her husband over there, Mr. Rubio. Thank you so very much for your support. Thank you. Mayor?
Thank you. Isn't that outstanding? And I wish you could see the smiles on her sons. They are something else. We were all just amazed at. No wonder they're so happy with a mom like that. For our final item, we will recognize a special team of employees today. The team quarterly recognition program is an effort within the city honoring a group of city employees who exemplify the city's vision, mission and values and its priorities through exceptional teamwork and outstanding performance. To help in making this presentation, I would like to ask Candace Falder, Director of Finance and Business Services, to join us up here, please. I'm pleased to announce that the employees with the city's payroll division have been named as the team of the quarter. I would like to ask payroll specialists Cheryl Bull, Donna Captain, Christina Silva, as well as technician Renee McGilvray to join us up here, please. Hooray for payroll! These wonderful ladies are important to everyone, at the city because they make sure that paychecks are accurate and on time. When city employees are paid every other week, they probably don't realize the amount of work that goes into making sure that their particular check is processed properly. Last year, the payroll team processed 81,128 time cards and produced 109,255 paychecks. In order to get those numbers, the team processed more than 6.1 million pieces of information. I'm exhausted for you. There are currently over 250 unique pay and benefit elements that are used during any given pay period, so attention to detail obviously is critical. This team was on the forefront of implementing the changes to wage payments that came out of recent labor negotiations and ensured that all the changes were properly aligned for every employee. This team gets many questions every day from city employees, but they always make themselves available to answer questions, doing so always with a smile. I can assure you I've been there. This teamwork allows the city employees to understand easily questions about payroll process so that they can better focus on serving the community in their particular roles. On behalf of the entire City Council, I would like to congratulate you on being named the Team of the Quarter. The team members were all presented with plaques at an earlier meeting. I'd like to ask Candace, please, to step forward here to say a few words about our wonderful honorees.
Thank you. I just want to say how privileged and honored I am to work with such a professional group of women. The mayor talked about the volume of what they process, but that doesn't really even touch the surface. It's a very complex job. Anytime there's a change with the organization or a change with the bargaining contract, they have to make sure all of those are within the pay periods to get everyone paid accurately. They work tirelessly with the system to make sure the processes are tested anytime there's an upgrade. It's just a wonderful group to have in our department. And to add to that, this year we've had a reorganization where we've had employment services now join this group. So we're improving the processes every day. And Mary McCoy is up here to join me as the manager of this group, and I know she feels, as I do, very honored and very thankful that you work for the Department of Finance. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. First and foremost, I want to thank God above. Thank you, Mary McCoy, our accounting manager, and I'm getting nervous. And Candy Falder, our director, for nominating us. It's a privilege. And most of all, too, there's a lot of people on the back end that a lot of people don't know help us out. And I do want to mention those names if I could. It's Gail Lloyd-Lico, Cynthia Clay, Therese Arguelles, Derek Ellis, Scott Marcus, who helps us out a lot in training everybody. Our supervisor, Lynn Barbosa. I'm getting nervous. And last but not least, I had to say this. Hi, Mom, I love you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Wonderful job. And your mom's going to see that 5 times now. And she'll probably tape it beyond that. Or you don't tape it these days. You just put it on a floppy or something. You record it. Thank you, Councilman. Thank you very, very much. We are going to take a brief recess here for a couple of minutes, and then we will continue on with our items. Thank you. I'm dating myself.
Thank you.
Jonathan, how are you?
All right, here's
Couple more.
all right, so
There are two from her. But item
she
agenda
wants to speak
20.
on two different items.
Right.
Okay.
All right. So we'll put those here so we have them. Okay. Okay, let's get on the agenda, please. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is being allowed at this point is 1 minute. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items on the agenda. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come forward to the podium, state your name for the record. We will set the time, as I said, for 1 minute. Please.
My name is Margaret Coleman, and I did submit a card to you yesterday.
Yes. And in fact, on the item that you wrote, we would
Concern-
like you to go into the citizens' participation because it's not on the morning agenda.
Well, this is concerning the Citizens Award and my deeds and duties that I have done for the city, and I didn't. I had expected to get an appreciation award from you this morning, but you did not. Due to the facts, I have evidence concerning the reasons why I come forth is concerning the arsenic, lead, poison, intoxication inside of the casinos, and one reason why it's in the city. You spoke of 9/11, the explosion. The stocks were the purpose for that episode or incident that happened, and they had been doing wrong due to 1% stock that's owed credit and due that's worth $3 billion. That is mine. And I hate being used for the purpose of their errors. This is the information.
Sorry, we're going to have to, that is a minute, and you are welcome to come back in the public comment
Well, how
time.
do I
Thank-
get my Citizens Award? Because I am a partnership to Toll Brothers.
Okay, we'll
And they
discuss that
receive it.
later. Thank you very
Can I
much.
come to
Next,
your
please,
office?
if you would.
Can I
If
come
you
to
would
the
come
office?
back at the end in the public comment, we'd really appreciate it. We have a very full agenda today. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd
Yes,
Farlow,
sir.
240 North 19th Street. On item number 51, I have some backup I'd like to give you because I'm going to tear into these people this afternoon. And Councilman Coffin, I want you, this is for everybody up there, one for the legal net. When I call these people a thief this afternoon, I want you to know that that's the truth. They pled guilty. They're thieves.
Anyone else, please, at this time?
My name is Anthony Hodge. I live 123 St. David.
Wait. Could you do it into the microphone so everybody could hear your name? Thank you.
My name is Anthony Hodge. I live 123 St. David. Mayor, I'm here to say that it'll be about all wards, so I guess I better do it at the end of the day, and just to hang around for the meeting. But it's very serious. The city's in many violations, and one of them is that word that you use, citizen participation. You're really not supposed to do that. You're going to have to remove that. And I'm sorry.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm City Council. My name is Catherine Duncan, and I'm the president of the Las Vegas Ward 5 Chamber of Commerce. I'm here to speak on two items today. The first is item number 22, having to do with the Mob Museum. I want to go on record as being in full support of the Mob Museum because of the wonderful opportunities it has to bring about tourism here in Las Vegas. However, in the shadows of the Mob Museum is the historic West Side School neighborhood, which has gained notoriety as being among the most dangerous neighborhoods in America. Now, HUD, EPA, and DOT have challenged us with a $3 million initiative to come up with a plan to address the ailments of this distressed city. We've teamed up with UNLV to meet that challenge. It had been our hope that the City of Las Vegas would be the lead in applying for these funds, but we've yet to be able to make that happen. And I know you're going to point to Councilman Barlow and say it's his responsibility because it's in his ward. However, the challenge of this neighborhood is the homeless, and I believe it's each and every one of our responsibility to dedicate some resources toward getting the challenge grant.
Thank you, and you were a formidable contender in the mayor's race. Most articulate, gracious, and it's nice to see you. So you can certainly address us again as those items come up. Thank you.
And the other agenda item is number 39, which has to do with the Reed Whipple Center.
Right. There'll be ample time for that. Thank you, and we do have your cards.
So when will I be able to address that public
comment?
At
the time of that item.
At the time of the item. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, on to our business items. For possible action, any items from this morning's session that the council staff and or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 41 is the Senior Citizens Advisory Board Fran Drury term expiration June of 2011. Councilman Coffin has asked that to be obeyed till September 21st, 2011. Item number 42, bill number 2011-32. Councilman Ross has requested that be held in abeyance till October 5th, 2011, and that will be my motion.
Thank you very much. Any discussion, any comments here? And if not, please vote on the motion. Post, please. Thank you very much. Motion carries. For possible action to approve the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meeting of August 3rd, 2011 and August 17th, 2011. Is there a motion to approve those minutes, please?
Motion to approve the minutes.
So noted. Please vote on the motion. Please post. Thank you very much. On to the consent agenda. Items 11 through 36, with the exception of item 22, which will be trailed to be heard after item 38, on the consent agenda are considered to be routine, are recommended for approval by the departments, and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items the council wishes to bring forward?
Yes, Mayor.
Councilman Barlow.
Item number 11, 12, and 13.
Okay, so noted. Anyone else? And so we will trail those to the end of the consent and pulled here. And would anyone make a motion, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda items except for 11, 12, and 13.
So noted. Any comments? All those in favor, please signify and vote. Post, please. Okay. Thank you. Abeyance item. Oh, we should go to those, of course. I'm so sorry. We'll start with item number 11. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor. I see Ted and Tom moving forward, so if you would please come forward. I received an email wondering what is the green chips and what was the relevancy of these items. So if you can speak to that, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Councilman. Tom Perigo, Chief Sustainability Officer. These items they were initially funded through the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act. We provided some funding to Home Free Nevada, and the purpose of that was to provide incentives for people to have home energy audits and retrofits. Then we provided some funding to Green Chips. The purpose there was to create a low-interest revolving loan fund to provide people an opportunity to have access to resources in order to perform energy audits and retrofits. As a result of that program, we have performed over 500 complete retrofits on homes in the community. We have created hundreds of hours of job opportunities for workers out there. We have saved millions of kilowatt hours of energy and saving homeowners hundreds of thousands of dollars of money as a result of all that work. What we're doing now is to extend those programs a little bit. We have a little extra money from our Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant from personnel, part of our personnel budget that will not be spent. So we're taking some of that money, and we have a time limit to spend our block grant money. So we're taking some of that money to extend those two programs because they have been so tremendously successful.
Okay. And is that for both 11 and 12?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as far as residents getting involved, how would residents be able to take advantage of the energy efficiency programs that you speak of?
Probably the easiest way, there are links on the city's website under Sustaining Las Vegas. Probably the easiest way is to go to the Home Free Nevada website, and that is just spelled out homefreenevada.org.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Okay. Mayor and Council, I'll move for approval of item number 11.
Please vote. Post, please. Motion carries. Thank you, Councilman Barlow.
And move for approval for item number 12.
Motion on the floor. Please vote. Post, please. Go through. Motion carries. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, and for item number 13, I have a question in relation to this, and I'm not sure, Tom, if this is your item. I believe Chris Knight should.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. Mr. Knight, can you explain item number 13 for me, please? I know when we spoke yesterday in our briefings that I neglected to ask you about this item before.
Yes, sir. Chris Knight, Director of Building and Safety. This is an encroachment agreement, I believe, with the Lady Luck at CIM Las Vegas for some street improvements in the right-of-way that I believe are already existing that were conditions of a site development plan review. It is calling for some planters and tree wells in there. There are 27 tree wells varying in size from 3 feet by 3 feet to 10 feet by 5 feet, 3 doors that open into the right-of-way, and 11 areas where the building facade protrudes 8 inches to 2 feet 7 inches into the right-of-way. These are existing conditions, and we are getting the encroachment agreement to cover the city's liability interests on these.
Okay, so in essence, the buildings will be sitting on the lot line, the property line?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the exit doors or entrance will basically open out onto
the right-of-way.
Public right-of-way.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as far as from a safety standpoint, is that on the onus of the city or on the onus of the property owner in the event that a door swings open and hits someone? How are we?
That is the liability
addressing that issue?
of the property owner. That is the purpose of the encroachment agreement.
Okay. All right, I appreciate it. And so with that explanation, thank you, Mr. Knight. I'll move for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Vote on the motion. Post, please. Thank you. Motion carries. We'll now move on to item 37 because we will be hearing item 22 after item 38. Abeyance item, discussion for possible action regarding the Fire Training Services interlocal agreement between the Las Vegas Fire and Rescue LVFR and the North Las Vegas Fire Department and NLVFD regarding joint cooperative uses of fire training operations, $30,885 from general fund, all wards. Chief Myers. Chief.
Good morning. Mike Myers, Fire Chief, Las Vegas Fire Rescue. I have with me Deputy Fire Chief Kevin Brain from North Las Vegas Fire.
Welcome.
Thank you. Fire Chief Al Gillespie is out of the state and couldn't attend today. He's out on business. So I've asked Kevin to join me. This particular MOU was approved at the North Las Vegas City Council a couple of weeks ago. It is our attempt at gaining some efficiencies within our department and sharing some service with North Las Vegas. Particularly, this particular item, we are looking to take an assistant chief position at North Las Vegas and allow that person to be an assistant chief both at North Las Vegas and Las Vegas Fire Rescue. The individual is currently employed by North Las Vegas, and we will supplement his income by $30,000, bring him up to the assistant chief level, and share him across the board between the two agencies. As you're aware, our current assistant chief, Jess Campbell, has accepted a position up in northern Utah for a fire chief's job. He will be leaving. We intend not to fill that position. We'll be able to capitalize on that revenue and keep that money in the savings that helps us offset some of the money that we need to balance the budget within Las Vegas Fire Rescue. We think this offers a tremendous opportunity to capitalize on some efficiencies, gain the expertise of the individual that resides in North Las Vegas, and share that resource. There is one minor change, amendment to the agreement as you see it. In section 4.2, it reads that the term of the agreement is 4 years. I'm going to read that in for the record that it is changed to 1 year, and I'll supply these copies to the clerk. The agreement at North Las Vegas at the City Council was approved for a 1 year agreement. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions, Councilman? Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, I asked you this in briefing yesterday, but for the benefit of the entire council, and Betsy may want to just ear in on this. This is not a violation of the collective bargaining agreement between Local 1285. Am I correct?
That is our opinion on the matter. I think Dean Fletcher's in the audience. I know our position has been we have a current deputy chief, a fire chief over operations who manages the training portion of our job. He is an appointed position. The intent is to take the workload off of that individual and move it to an assistant chief, this particular assistant chief we're talking about. He will supervise individuals or be involved with individuals that are Local 1285 members. However, we have always had an individual that is an appointed level over the training division. Chief Miramontes isn't there in the operations, and I would oversee training for the department.
I appreciate that, Mayor. If I can continue. With that thought, I made some comments also about our relationship with our sister city, North Las Vegas. And I see Captain Fletcher in the audience, and I'm sure that he will do whatever he needs to do for the benefit of his members and his union.
Absolutely.
But I want to make this comment as well to put on the record that this kind of helps us continue to build better relationships with the city of North Las Vegas, in my mind. As long as it's not a violation of the collective bargaining agreement. I'm going to support this, but I just want to get those things on the record. The union will do what it has to do, and we will continue to do what we need to do as the city of Las Vegas, but I welcome the thought of working more closely with the city of North Las Vegas' fire department. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I would like to add, I think it's absolutely essential and commendable that you have worked so hard and so diligently with your division and all that you're doing to help us at the city level balance our budgets. This economy is not going to get better for a while, and the fact that you have been so forthright in looking at areas that we can be cost efficient and better serve the budget, but at the same time maintain the safety and security of our families and residences. So I think this is absolutely commendable and a wonderful move, and obviously you're saving all the benefits too. Any other comments from council?
Yes.
Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to make sure that, Your Honor, I don't see it in the contract, Chief, and maybe you can help me because I don't want to have overlooked it, but typically in executive appointed positions, we don't have we have a provision where a person cannot have outside employment or have a business when they're at this level. Is that true for this position as well?
I would have to refer to city policy. I think that affects all city employees. When you have outside employment, you seek permission to do so, and there's certain guidelines there. I'm not absolutely sure on that item.
Mayor, if I may, we do have a policy that requires employees to have approval of outside employment contracts. And those are approved annually through a series of approvals throughout the organization. I'm not sure that would apply to this position, however, since it's not our employee. And if that's something that you would like to require, we probably ought to at least place that in the record and quite possibly put it in the agreement if you want that employment policy to stand.
Your Honor, through you, thank you, Manager. I believe in this because I do want to make sure that we have that person's undivided attention as a chief training officer for two cities. I mean, it makes sense. And I think that, I hope you'll agree on the record today, that that sort of provision is important. You're under it yourselves, I assume.
It is. Councilman, this particular individual that we're seeking does have, he is well represented across the country, and he is an editor of a major magazine within our industry. We found him to be a superstar. That's one of the reasons we want to bring him here to help us with our training division. And I would ask Chief Brame, I know the employee, it does work for North Las Vegas. He would continue to work with North Las Vegas. Chief, can you comment on any policy you may have?
Yes, we do. In the city of North Las Vegas, we do have a policy that requires that any of our employees that have secondary employment must submit that to us for review and approval, and this individual has done so.
Your Honor, I would have no objection to anyone editing, even publishing a journal in the profession in which they're in. That's a good thing, and it also seems to fit with this kind of mission.
Yes, sir.
I am looking for the usual prohibitions against local employment, local business opportunities, which can sometimes be gained by a position of public trust. And I'm not looking at corruption. I'm looking at more along the lines of division of thought. It must be 100% to this in their daily lives. So if you'll agree, both of you, that this is the kind of person you're going to hire, then and I don't know if it's your target. I don't know if he has any other businesses or anything like that, but I certainly want to make sure that the spirit of this typical kind of agreement is part of this.
So, Mayor, may I? That is certainly our intent. Remember, this is a one-year agreement. I think it's important for the council to understand that this is a one-year agreement. We've never done this before. So we are seeking opportunity here to share this service and share this individual at this level. And I think we'll learn some things along the way. Hopefully they'll all be good. Some of them may not. We do have the opportunity to terminate this agreement at the year's end after we've evaluated this. So we will keep our eye on that, Councilman, certainly, and make sure that we are following whatever lines of intent that I initially have drafted here for this individual.
If I may, Mayor, maybe just to make the record clear, it sounds like what Councilman Coffin is asking is that we review any outside employment of this individual for conflicts and ensure that he will be able to perform his duties with 100% of his time and attention. And so I think, Chiefs, if you guys would be willing to review any outside employment that is in existence for conflicts, that would be probably what we need to have on the record.
It would seem that should be comprehensive, too, to all employees. I mean, not just singling this one individual out in this inventive concept that we're working for to be cost efficient. I mean, it shouldn't just be, is there something in place for all city employees already? Then that should just follow through, probably.
That's why we need it clarified on the record, because it's North Las Vegas's policies and our policies that both need to be reviewed for that in this kind of joint employment situation.
I can certainly commit to that.
Councilman Wolfson, please.
Thank you. I have two questions. One is kind of a follow-up on what the mayor mentioned, and that is the primary reason we're doing this is to save money. There are other reasons too, but by entering into this interlocal agreement for one person to supervise the training of two divisions, if you will, the primary reason is to save money. Is that right, Chief?
Mayor, Councilman, I have a $2.5 million reduction in the fire service budget this year. We have been working diligently over the first quarter of this fiscal year to draft plans on how we're going to do that. I don't want to be in a position a year from now to shut down units to the citizens of Las Vegas. We are thinking of everything we possibly can, being as creative and innovative as we possibly can. This is one minor move. It saves us maybe a little over $100,000 in $2.5 million. This is just one thing out of the many.
Okay.
Yes, it's important to save the money. I've been seeking ways and opportunities with Chief Gillespie to share services. You know the situation in North Las Vegas, where I can gain opportunities to save money and do the same work. We're going to try to seek those efficiencies.
Okay,
it makes good business sense.
I just want to feel comfortable that by doing this, we're not jeopardizing our citizens in any way. We're not affecting the services that we're going to be provided. We're not increasing any risk to either the citizens of Las Vegas or North Las Vegas by this agreement, are we?
Mayor, Council, I would not entertain any agreement where that would be the case.
Okay. And secondly, and I wish I would have thought of this in our briefing yesterday, so I'm going to just throw it out. North Las Vegas is our next door neighbor. But did we consider also entering into a like agreement with the city of Henderson?
We have not. That's an interesting question. The bulk of the shared service work that I've been working on personally with our executive staff has been with North Las Vegas. I have had discussions with Chief Stevens from Henderson Fire. We've had a group meetings together on what are the likes and differences in our departments. Now, we do not share a border with Henderson, you know that. We have a huge gap in between ourselves and them, so it's difficult to share any kind of response, operations work. But there are opportunities across the table to share other things. There's a lot going on already that many of the citizens may not know about. We share a fire alarm office with Clark County, North Las Vegas, in the city that we actually manage from the city, but we deliver the service to them. We have the same common radio system, the same kind of vehicle location system. We buy similar units. Our firefighters are trained in similar tactics. We all meet together and cooperate to get those things done. So those kinds of sharing goes on today. So my answer would be, yes, we're doing some of those things. No, I did not look at sharing training opportunities or executive level staff with the Henderson Fire Department.
And I'm not going to pretend to know what you know, but it would just be prudent perhaps in this next year when we're trying out this agreement to consider including Henderson in the same kind of agreement.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, if I may just weigh in really quickly, we did have a series of discussions, Henderson City Management with us. We provided a report to you all several months ago. There were a few areas that we did agree that we should try and work in partnership on, the development of regional parks and a few other areas. Going too far into the fire and rescue stuff, we pretty much put on the back burner because we did not see great benefit. So we have looked at that and didn't feel it would be that beneficial. Primarily, as the chief referenced, we have a huge service area gap between us. So just so you know, we have looked at that service area with them.
Thank you. You know, it is amazing to me when you talk about that number that you have to address and the innovation of coming up with something of this without compromising your service to the community. So I think it's unbelievable. Is there any other comment anyone would like to make here? If so, there's a motion. Please vote. Has there been a we have some comment, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Dean Fletcher, President for the Las Vegas Firefighters. The Chief has made a great presentation to you. The problem is the benefit isn't to the city of Las Vegas. It is to the citizens of North Las Vegas. We're paying for a promotion for this gentleman in this MOU so he stays within the fold of North Las Vegas. So we're going to pay for a promotion. He's not an assistant chief right now. He's in charge of their ISO and accreditation. That's his title as a coordinator. So we're paying for his title to keep him here in the valley. Yes, he's well known and it's a great resume, but he runs other businesses. He has other interests. So that's what the citizens of Las Vegas are going to pay for. And what you need to take into account is, yes, your men and women in the fire department are working to keep the city afloat, the fire department afloat. Our performance plus measures are done quite often. You should get those presentations. We have met every goal with our current people for training. Today, we have a 2-year training plan. I don't think North Las Vegas does. We have tactics and strategy manuals. They don't. We're far advanced in that avenue. So who are we helping? We're helping North Las Vegas keep an employee and pay for that promotion. At the same time, thank you, Councilman, for mentioning, I am filing a grievance if this is passed today. You are violating the contract. We are working with less people, but you are taking the work of one of our battalion chief level officers that should have that position, and you're going to give that work to another person. You're violating our contract. So I just wanted to go on record that we are opposed to this quote shared services that only benefits the city of North Las Vegas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher.
Mayor?
Yes,
I have a
Councilman
question.
Barlow.
I have a question for Mr. Fletcher. Mr. Fletcher, you mentioned that this action would take a position from one of your battalion chiefs. If you can explain that?
I've tried to explain that, but just so in case you haven't heard, we have certain battalion chief level officers that run the training center. This is going to be a North Las Vegas employee sitting in our training center that reports to the North Las Vegas chief. If it comes down to an issue, we basically have no control and we're stuck paying $30,000 for 1 year. There's no out clauses. There's no anything. There's different visions of training in departments and safety issues. I haven't addressed those, but certainly we have different tactics and strategy that they might not use. So,
But I'm saying, can you speak to the battalion chief component?
The battalion chief, we have a certain job duty as the training chief that oversees the training division. That's exactly what this MOU says this individual is going to do. He's going to oversee training. You're taking the work out of my bargaining unit and giving it to somebody else. You're basically contracting out our services that are already being met by our existing people stepping up to the plate and doing more work.
And is that the case because we are not filling a position at this time?
So, Mayor, Councilman,
Yes.
if I can explain. Currently today, Deputy Chief Tom Miramontes, who's our operations chief, manages the training division. There's always a deputy who has the training function under their job title within their the organizational hierarchy. My attempt is to support Chief Miramontes in his workload. I must reduce the workload on the operations chief. The intent is if I lose Chief Campbell, who's an assistant chief, who's an appointed chief, and moves on to Salt Lake, he had the administrative role. We're going to move that work to somebody else. I'm actually working to do some other interesting shared services work within the city itself to get that job work, those jobs covered. I need to pull some of that workload off Chief Miramontes. He's a deputy chief that's appointed today. I'm going to pull what he's doing today. That workload comes off of him and goes to the assistant chief. I am not taking labor work and moving it to another individual. I'm taking the work from an appointed deputy chief and moving it to an appointed assistant chief for $30,000 and saving the money from Chief Campbell's current position.
Thank you, Chief. Any other questions?
Yes, Mayor. I have a question for Brad. Just from a legal standpoint, I mean, are we putting ourselves in any position here? Because I hear what Mr. Fletcher has to say, and that does concern me. If in fact this is what's taking place, I don't want to put the city in any type of harm's way or jeopardy or liability. So if you can speak to that, I'll greatly appreciate it.
With your permission, Councilman, I'll turn it over to our Chief Deputy Morgan Davis, who handles human resources and has worked this issue.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Councilman Barlow, in our opinion, the issues that are being raised, first, primarily Mr. Fletcher just mentioned contracting out. It's my opinion that that's not a legal obstacle to us. The general rule, management has the right to contract out unless specifically limited by the bargaining agreement. I believe there's documents in our place that not only have we done this in the past, but we've specifically reserved the right to contract out. We don't have a situation, as I understand it, where even if that were occurring, anybody in the bargaining unit's being impacted. The management right to assign work, we're not eliminating positions, and as a management discretion, in our opinion, we're reserved the right to contract out if that were to occur. We've reviewed the agreement, we've reviewed the allegations that are made. It's our position that we're not running foul of the bargaining unit, or bargaining agreement.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councilwoman?
We are eliminating a position, though, aren't we? We have a position right now which is covered by an individual who is going to take a fire chief job in Utah. He has a certain amount of a job. what has his job been totally the training? It's been a lot of other things. So the training part of it, you want to contract out or sort of do it this way, and the rest of it you're dividing among the rest of your staff?
So it's important to know that we are not eliminating any membership, any local 1285 positions. The position that I'm not going to fill is an assistant chief. It's an appointed position. I have no intention on filling that position only because I simply can't afford to do it with the deficit I'm faced. The work that Chief Campbell did was administrative in nature, a lot of human resources work, our hiring practices, job descriptions, testing, those kinds of things. I'm looking for creative ways to get that handled within the public safety sector under Chief Coyne, because we simply don't have any individuals to take care of that work. The Chief of Operations, our Deputy Fire Chief, who runs operations, that's a huge unit. He has responsibilities over the fire alarm office. He's responsible for all of the work that we do out there fighting fire, all those individuals, 9 battalion chiefs, 9 battalion chief aides. He's got one individual that is actually a battalion chief that's covering some of the training work right now and will continue to do what she's doing. But she's also their special operations chief. She stays there. She continues to do what she's doing. I need to take the emphasis that Chief Miramontes focuses on every day as an appointed deputy chief, take that work off him and move it to another individual. That individual that we're hiring for $30,000 will report directly to Chief Miramontes and Chief Brame behind me. Those two will work together. It is a shared services agreement. They're going to share this individual. We are trying, and Chief Fletcher identified some issues. We have different tactics, different strategies. We are rolling out a training program. This is an attempt to put them together. We want to be on the same page when we go fight fire with North Las Vegas, and we do a good job now. Our members do a fantastic job working medical calls and firefighting with our neighbors every day. Those firefighters out there work closely together, whether they're in North Las Vegas or the city. We're going to make some of the, I think we can improve some efficiencies there also.
Now, the gentleman that would be hired from North Las Vegas, has he been doing similar work as our assistant chief that's leaving?
No. The assistant chief that's leaving, again, was over some administrative work. I'm going to try to find other ways to get that work done. We still have this training gap.
But he was doing the training.
He has done it in the past.
Who's doing the training now?
Right now, Chief Miramontes is managing the training division, and I simply need to get the work off of him. I can't continue to put the workload on that deputy chief. He can't continue to go at the pace he's going. He's doing it. He can't keep it up for long term. We will lose him.
Why 2 or 3 times was it mentioned that we want to keep him here? Is the North Las Vegas person thinking of leaving? Was that part of it? Excuse me. Go ahead.
Yes, Councilwoman. I have not interviewed him regarding that. I don't know any details regarding that, if he is interested in leaving or not. I haven't heard that. He is talented. We would like to see him help us with our training curriculums. I have an interest of moving a lot of our in-house training to online. It's a whole other story. There's savings in that. I think he has expertise in that.
It was just that about 3 times it was mentioned to keep him here. It was mentioned.
I don't know if he has an interest in leaving or not. I've not had those
just wondered why
discussions
that was said.
with him or the fire chief regarding whether he was intended to leave. I don't know.
And would have to be very careful with this, that he isn't doing a lot of that outside work. So that's good. Councilman Kaufman said to do.
And I think it's important to notice, Councilwoman, that this is a 1-year agreement. I understand there's no out clause. It's going to take a while for us to get this rolled up. We're going to learn a lot, as I said. We have a 1-year agreement. I work closely with Chief Gillespie almost every day. Chief Brame and Chief Miramontes will be working closely together. Our intent is to make this work. If it doesn't work, we will terminate the agreement.
Thank you. And in your opinion, we are not in violation of the contract. But this, since it was an appointed position of the gentleman in administrative work that is going to Utah.
Correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any other comments, please? I would entertain a motion, please.
Motion to approve item 37.
There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. We will now move on to item 38. Discussion for possible action regarding a First Amendment to the pre-operating and development agreement and lease and operating agreement between 300 Stewart Avenue Corporation, the City of Las Vegas, and the Development Services Agreement between the City of Las Vegas, 300 Stewart Avenue, QALICB LLC, and any documents properly related thereto to manage, operate, and develop the Las Vegas Museum of Organized Crime and Law Enforcement on property located at 300 Stewart Avenue, Ward 5. Councilman Barlow. Mr. Adams?
Yes, good morning. Scott Adams, Chief Urban Redevelopment Officer. Before I get into this agenda item, I would like to add one item, or actually two items to the record to the City Clerk. The lease and operating agreement needs two exhibits, Exhibit A and B, which are a description of the site as well as a map of the site. Those were being worked on, and I just needed to make that a formal part of the record. What you have before you this morning is consideration of a number of agreements that are necessary for the city to continue forward in working with 300 Stewart Avenue Corporation to effect the closing of historic investment tax credits on the Mob Museum project. I really think this is a point to celebrate going forward, because I think we're showing a lot of creativity in working a public-private partnership that will ultimately result in the two of us, the city and the 300 Stewart Avenue Corporation, realizing gross over $10 million in tax credits and netting about $8 million in funds. I want to acknowledge that we have here today Terry Ponticello and Doug Banghart. Doug Banghart is with Holland and Knight. They have both worked very hard from a transaction standpoint in putting the documents together. It's a fairly complicated transaction, so if there are any questions relative to the documents, they can answer those questions. Also want to acknowledge that Jonathan Ullman is here. Jonathan is a Chief Administrative Officer of 300 Stewart Avenue Corporation, so if you have any questions regarding their role or relationship in this transaction, Jonathan may be able to answer those questions as well. I also have to thank our whole city team. This has been an exasperating point to get to this point, to go through the federal review process on a historic structure and overcome all the changes that were required to get the building in a form that can be eligible for tax credits. So, you know, folks like Dave Bowers, John O'Connell, Rusty Coleman, Dave Bratcher, all have worked real hard and through all the changes that we've had to endure to make this project eligible for tax credits. When we took the Mob Museum, originally the post office, years ago, we took it subject to a deed covenant that required us to meet Secretary of Interior standards or guidelines. At that point, we very early on considered we would consider going forward trying to obtain federal historic investment tax credits on the project, because meeting those Secretary of Interior guidelines is the same thing you have to meet when you go through a tax credit approval program. And so we've done that, and we're at a point where actually, and I'll show you some pictures at the end of the presentation, if you go out and look at the Mob Museum today, the core and shell construction is virtually complete. We're about maybe 2 weeks away from the contractor being done for core and shell, and then the next phase of the project will be the exhibits to go into the building and really get the building ready to be a museum. I'll now refer to the PowerPoint. Last year, you approved two agreements, well actually one agreement with a form lease attached to one. You approved a pre-operating and development agreement and a form lease which was attached that really laid out the relationship between the city and 300 Stewart Avenue Corporation to be our operator of the Mob Museum. We really were not interested as a city in operating something so highly specialized, but rather turn it over to a private board that would delve into it, hire the appropriate staff, and do a very good job at operating the facility. In those agreements, we included provisions that said we would work together on a best efforts basis to effect tax credits and restructure the agreements if necessary to effect a tax credit transaction. So what you have before you this morning are 4 agreements, basically, or documents that require approval that, if approved, will allow us to go forward with tax credit closing. The first is a development services agreement between the city and a subsidiary that's being formed of 300 Stewart Avenue Corporation. And I'll get into these in a minute. I'm just laying out what those are. Second is a revised ground lease agreement between the city and 300 Stewart Avenue Corporation. We had already approved a form lease attached to that prior agreement, and we're simply revising that lease. Then we're approving a first amendment to the pre-development agreement that I mentioned previously, and then we're approving a consent to assignments and subleases among the city, 300 Stewart Avenue Corporation, and another affiliate. Kind of walk through each of these individually very quickly. The development services agreement really acknowledges that the city has been the developer of the Mob Museum, the project. We're really playing the role of developer in the transaction. It sets forth our responsibilities to complete the project. It sets a fee for our services as a developer. And that fee is it's actually slightly over $6 million, $6.2 million, to be derived from the credit income in the transaction. And then it also establishes implicitly a reserve fund that would go to 300 Stewart Avenue Corporation. They would retain some of the credits to keep as a 6-month operating reserve for those rainy days, like we have a fund balance, a reserve fund in the city's general fund budget. The lease and operating agreement provisions, the change there is we're going from a 30-year term to a 99-year term. Now, this is something that's required under regulations that govern tax credit transactions. We didn't have a lot of latitude on the term of the lease. It's for $1 a year, but it also establishes a provision in years out, from years 6 through 8, that would require 300 Stewart Avenue Corporation to make certain significant improvements to the facility, really as a trigger event to help us, if necessary, reset lease terms depending on the success of the project at that point. The First Amendment to the Pre-Operating and Development Agreement incorporates the new ground lease as an exhibit to that agreement, as it did before. It acknowledges the right of the city and 300 Stewart Avenue Corporation to transfer that ground lease to a transferee to accommodate the tax credit transaction, and I'll show you how that works graphically in a minute. And then it acknowledges that 300 Stewart Avenue Corporation, or an affiliate of 300 Stewart Avenue, may enter into an operating and management agreement for operations and management of the museum property. And then finally, the fourth is there's a consent agreement that basically the city is consenting to subleases between 300 Stewart Avenue and its for-profit affiliate, consents to the tax credit transactions, and then we agree to not disturb the operation or the lease of this facility for a 66-month forbearance period. Now, there's a 5-year, roughly 5, in this case 5.5-year period, where we need to agree to keep the building operational. And should we fail to operate the building during that period, we would possibly suffer the recapture of the credit. So that's one of the risk points in the transaction. I'm sure the question would be, where are our risks? One of the risk points is we have to keep the building in service for a 5-year period. And that's why we've got a very good board and management structure in place to be sure that it's operated and operated well. This is how it looks graphically. Just to show you at the top, it's the City of Las Vegas. It will ground lease under that 99-year lease to 300 Stewart Avenue Corporation, who in turn will set up this somewhat elaborate structure of taxable for-profit subsidiaries to hold it and then to operate it. These are all fairly technical and required under IRS regulations to affect the tax credit transaction. If you have any questions about those, Doug is our in-house expert here to answer those questions. This taxes the limit of my knowledge of tax law, and he is an expert in these transactions. But this is the general flow of how it works. We really don't materially change from a practical standpoint who we deal with in the day-to-day management on operation of the project. Our relationship will be with 300 Stewart Avenue Corporation. It's basically their same board all the way through these, and staff all the way through these entities. It's all transparent. It's not really that visible to us. We're going to be working directly with them. If there's problems with the building, the facility, we're going to be going to Jonathan, going to their board of directors in our day-to-day relationships on the museum and on the project.
Question on the for-profit entities, as any one of them fails or might default, that would then go through open audit to the 501c3, which responds to the city?
Yes, that is our relationships with the 300 Stewart Avenue Corporation.
Okay, so there would be some notice of impending problem where the city would have to step up.
Right, but these are not terribly active entities. They really pretty much exist on paper to really serve as a conduit for the flow of credits. I mean, they're and I would say, and I think I mentioned this in briefing, that historic investment tax credit transactions have evolved through the years. I think they came out of tax legislation in the 80s. They've gotten to the point of watching paint dry. They're very, very straightforward transactions now. They're investment grade vehicles. They're, in fact, in this case, I'm pleased to state publicly that PNC Bank, one of the largest banks in the U.S., is the investor in our transaction. So it's an investment grade company that's investing in a project that they see merit in, that they see positive upside in terms of getting credits that they can turn around and sell and syndicate in the credit markets. So it's done all the time, and it's done quite often with public entities. We're having to do this because typically they're done with private developers on a for-profit deal, but because government can't use credits and nonprofits can't use credits, we're having to create another set of entities that actually can facilitate the use of tax credits. Here's how it works from a cash flow standpoint. This was another area where we took a little bit of the risk away. We negotiated with the investor to have our payment of credits paid out over a period of time. Most of the credits will be paid out over a 5-year period. And the reason for that is each year we maintain the operation and keep the project open. We'll earn a year's worth of credits, and we take a year's worth of risk away. And so it was the best way to structure it from our standpoint. So each year there's a certain amount of credits that will inure to the project, to these entities. A portion of that comes to us through that development services agreement that I mentioned as a developer fee. And I need to point out here, and this is the relationship to the next agenda item that we've obeyed or deferred to later in the meeting, that we were having to augment the project budget by about $2 million to cover the increased costs associated with the preservation requirements of the Mob Museum. That amounted to about $2 million for construction and about $500,000 for transaction costs. We'll be paying that project back in years 2014 and 2015 in time for that project to continue to go forward as it was originally planned and their future phases of the Regional Public Safety Complex. And I wanted to footnote that and make that very explicit here. We're not taking this from a project and inhibiting a project from going forward.
Mayor Goodman, may I have to leave in just a minute, so I'd like to just ask a couple of questions, sure, Scott, before I leave. And you just touched on one of them, and I hope I'm not jumping ahead to the next agenda item. If I am, then save my question for when it's appropriate. But you just touched on it. By us doing this reallocation from the Capital Project Fund, we're not jeopardizing the Regional Public Safety Complex project, are we?
Not at all.
Okay. We have, I think you said in our briefing yesterday, $7 million still left and, budgeted for, if you will, so that when that project is ready to begin, we don't have to rely on this $2.5 million. Is that right?
Right. We've asked the Public Works Department to put together a preliminary estimate of what Phase 1 would cost, and it's around $7 million conceptually right now. There will be more money left in this account for that project than that amount. And then as we pursue future phases of the Regional Public Safety Center, this funding, as it's reimbursed from the tax credits, could then go into whether it be planning or funding for capital construction of future phases. But the amount of money that we have there right now is not sufficient for all the phases or even the second phase,
Okay.
only for the first phase.
But we haven't even started the first phase.
We've just had conceptual planning on
Okay.
first.
So
on
we're
first
not
phase.
jeopardizing that regional safety
No.
project. And then secondly, the reallocation that we're going to be asked to support from the general fund funding within the capital project fund, have we ever done that before?
Yes, you mean do this kind of transaction where we have taken funds from one project, moved it to the other for that period of time?
Yes.
Yes, we
Yeah.
have.
It's not an uncommon thing, is my point.
Correct.
Okay.
We've done it with major park projects when we know that they're going to underrun or there's a time delay and we can wait. We've done this before. No.
The one thing I would like to point out here is we've identified in the next agenda item, we are augmenting the MOB budget by about $2 million above and beyond the original budget. And we've been able, and I think I pointed out some prior briefings, to identify that those costs, virtually all of those were the result of some very stringent requirements resulting from federal review related to the preservation of a historic building. At a high level, Congress enacted the 20% historic investment tax credit to allow investors and building owners and developers to overcome the higher than normal costs associated with rehabbing historic buildings and keeping those buildings pristinely in character with the time that they were originally built. And so if you look at this, it's actually a really good return on investment. I'm going to flip this around and say that for that additional investment in more stringent historic rehab of roughly $2 million, we're getting gross $10 million, 8 net, of which 6.2 is coming directly to the city. And we're establishing a reserve fund for 300 Stewart Avenue Corporation, not having to dip further into city coffers. So I think in a way we're showing creatively how we can use federal tax credit program to the city's advantage to bring new dollars into this project that, quite frankly, we don't have right now. So to me, this is a time for us to celebrate how we were able to be creative and bring new federal resources into a project at a critical point in time. I also want to point out, I'll just walk you through, if you've seen the building next door lately, you'll start to see it's really shaping up. This is taken about 2 weeks ago, actually right out of my office window, where you can see the exterior of the building is virtually complete. The parking lot's paved, the landscaping's going in. When you go inside the building now, in the upper left corner, you'll see we're actually building the gallery spaces where the museum exhibits will be installed. In the lower left corner is the courtroom, where the original detail of the ceiling, the walls, all the painting has been authentically restored to the original colors and the original paint scheme. And then on the right-hand side is some of the trim and the doorways and points in the building that, again, recapture that original character. Now, that's what the building was when it was first built. It's also some of the things that have been very, very stringently required in order to obtain the tax credits. The other thing is there's some back-of-house areas that you don't see. This building is brand new from the inside out, even though it's an old building. Our restrooms have been authentically restored to a period theme, and then our physical plant's been totally rebuilt. New HVAC systems, boilers, generators, everything in the building, the mechanical plant of the building has been rebuilt. So when we're done here in the next couple of weeks, core and shell is virtually going to be a brand spanking building, but restored carefully to that original integrity. So with all those considerations, we have a group of folks here to answer any questions that you might have, but if not, staff certainly recommends proceeding with the approval of the aforementioned agreements as I mentioned.
And I would ask those are to be taken item by item.
I believe.
Or do you want them?
We need, it's one resolution, I think, to approve all four at the same time. Is that correct? Yes.
Well, unless
yes.
he wants.
I think one approval approves all four agreements at one point in time.
Thank you. Any questions, any discussion here?
Yes, Mayor.
Please, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you. Mr. Adams, thank you for the presentation. The question that I have is the regional public safety complex. What is the total cost projected for the regional public safety complex?
If I can, this is Mark Vincent, the Chief Financial Officer. We do not have a complete design for the entire complex. I guesstimates years ago put it well over $100 million, so it's a large complex. I think it's 40 acres. What we're in design for now is the phase one, which is a call center that's estimated to cost about $7 million. This project, in the budget we put together last spring that the council approved, we had, I think, $12.4 million was allocated to the Regional Public Safety Complex project. Phase one is estimated at $7 million. So we're going to have in excess of $5 million left over in that funding that would go towards future phases that have yet really to be defined or planned out.
So we're borrowing, if you will, $6 million from that budget.
We're not. I would technically say we're not borrowing. We're not doing a loan. There's no loan
how would
document.
you depict it?
You are making a budget adjustment to transfer some resources in one project that are not going to be used in the near future to another project that needs them when that project is reimbursed through the tax credits process. That money will go back to the Regional Public Safety Project well in time for whatever phase two might be.
So that wouldn't be a form of borrowing?
I wouldn't characterize it that, no.
Okay. I would. We just disagree on that respect. Secondly, when do we anticipate, Mr. Vincent, if you will, if in fact this Regional Public Safety Center is to move forward? What are the projections for this development?
I don't know that we have any projections at this point. I don't know if if the city manager does or not, but we, as I said before, this is a very large complex. It's going to be built in several phases. All we're planning out right now is phase one. The other phases I don't think have yet to really be identified, nor the funding sources for those future phases haven't really been identified either.
Okay. As far as the $20 million, Mr. Adams, if we can go back to the previous slide where you outlined the dollars.
Sure. Let me call this back up.
Right.
This slide?
Yes, thank you. The tax credit for September 11th, this is $20 million.
No, that's
20,000.
No, with the total tax credits and gross, if you look at the bottom of that column, is $10,592,000.
You lost me a little bit in regards to the $6 million. If you can
okay,
just walk me back through that.
We're getting one of the taxable entities of 300 Stewart Avenue Corporation will be the recipient of $10.6 million in credits from PNC Bank as an investor.
Okay.
We have a development services agreement, one of the agreements you're going to approve today, with that entity that provides for us receiving a fee for developing the Mob Museum. We're acting as developer in this transaction that will get paid out over basically under here 4-year period at $1.5 million a year with a small residual amount that we get paid over the remaining 4 years. And should the investor stay in this transaction, we'd get paid that $216,000 over 2018 to 21. If they don't, we'll get it paid immediately as soon as they exit at the end of 2017. When you deduct our developer fee from the amount of the credit, the balance of it in the far right-hand column goes to the first amount, that larger chunk in 2013, establishes that reserve fund for 300 Stewart Avenue Corporation, and then the balance are fees that net to the investor in the transaction.
Okay. The Stewart Avenue is that committee? The Stewart Avenue Corporation. The Stewart Avenue Corporation. Who makes up the Stewart Avenue Corporation? Is it the board members?
Yes.
Who are they?
They're really. Let me just give you the names of. I don't know if I should do this. You want to? Yeah, that's. You have a disclosure of principles in your agenda item that outlines who the board of directors are.
Yes. Good morning.
Sure, and Councilman, I'd be happy to give you a number of those board members.
Excuse me,
with
John, could you announce who you are, please?
Sure.
Sorry.
Jonathan Allman.
Thank you.
The president of our board is Ellen Knowlton. Our vice president is Bob Stodel. Our treasurer is Jeff Silver. And our secretary is Jim Germain. There are 16 other members. Be happy to go down the list if you like.
No, I'm looking at the backup. I see the, unless it's in alphabetical order.
President has changed.
Yeah, has the president changed? Because I'm looking in the backup and it doesn't depict what you just shared.
The president of the board is Ellen Knowlton. I think what you might be looking at in this list are the titles of the board members with their respective places of business.
Okay. But we don't have in the backup an org chart as far as the board members.
Isn't that what this is with the titles of their positions?
Yes. This disclosure of principles lists all of the board members. I think the point of confusion is that under their names, it has their position with
their companies.
With their companies,
with their personal companies.
Yes, it doesn't. It doesn't name their
position within the board for the museum.
But I can tell you that the president is Ellen Knowlton.
Okay.
Former head of the FBI.
Yes.
Here.
Right. I'm very familiar with Ms. Nolan, Ms. Ellen. But that's what I was looking for as far as the positions for the board members, and that's what prompted the question as far as the board members overall. Okay. I appreciate that.
Thank you. You did hear that in CSI they rebuilt the Mob Museum in 2 days, 48 hours, a replica. It's taken 12 years here. Any comment? Better not.
I doubt theirs would pass historic preservation review.
You're right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, is there a motion to approve this agenda item, or did you?
Yeah.
Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor. Thank you. This is exciting. I mean, this is something that we've been working on for many, many years. And Mayor, you are so right. Certain things on TV can be built overnight, and you're right. We're still working on this, but Scott, you have a very interesting job. I mean, this is a very complicated matter before us as far as how you structured this development agreement, and keeping up with all the moving parts is very skillful on your part. I am looking forward to the grand opening. When is it going to take place?
Right now we're we're planning on Valentine's Day of 2012, which would be February 14th.
St. Valentine's Day.
Correct.
Commemoration of that event.
Right. Okay, we're looking forward to it, so please don't move that date.
And Councilman,
we need to have this thing
before
open.
you move anything, I understand Councilman Coffin would like to make a comment.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I really want to make sure, I just age myself when I talk about October 1951, but that's when we moved here. And the first thing my father did in establishing his business up here was to get a post office box in this building, box 1964, which I hope is still somewhere in storage, along with other things, and sometimes things escape, when they have intrinsic and historic values. So I hope that box is still somewhere around there, because, that was the community center, really, for Las Vegas. At that time, there was no auditorium. And consequently, people met each other on the steps of that courthouse post office over the years until we became so large and decentralized that it lost its mystique. But some magical moments happened in that building, in the courthouses, in the meetings, public meetings, congressional delegations coming, investigations and all that. And so to be able to walk back into that when it's finished is a price worth paying, I think, because we saved so little of Las Vegas history. That is a key thing. I was troubled in the beginning when I started to hear press reports about we were shifting money from something relating to public service, public safety to this. And after I think this is the fourth time I've heard the briefing now, in essence, because I need to hear these things repeatedly to understand them. Now I'm comfortable with supporting these resolutions and these motions. So I want to thank you for that. But I had to add that, yeah, you know, our Coffin family had a lot of history here, and this building is part of it.
I was in there the other day, and I think as you walk in, at least if I'm not mistaken, there are all the postal boxes with the keys. I hope you find $1 million in your number one, whatever it was. Mr. Elam, are those post boxes right up there in front?
There are some post office boxes that are still in the lobby, but Councilman, your point is well taken. All of the remaining post office boxes, as well as anything within the building that has historic value, is in storage if it is not being repurposed for the museum. And the museum will have a collections policy in place that will be followed before any of those items are de-accessed.
Actually, as a side note, one of the review requirements was that some of the post office box be reincorporated back into the project so that there would be an indication that it really was a post office at one point in time.
It's very impressive going in. Very impressive.
Yes.
Councilman Barlow, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm pretty sure down in the basement, I would like to come down there and take a couple of those $100 bills before Coffin go and get his treasure. In Councilman, you actually bring a good point forward, because I remember as a kid also sitting on the steps as my parents would sit there and go through their post office box, and it really is an exciting time and an exciting place also to restore and to have an opportunity to reprogram it. So the entire community will have an opportunity to really enjoy it, and we're looking forward to millions of tourists coming into the city to enjoy what we're working so diligently, Mr. Adams, to get open on Valentine's Day. So with that being said, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this museum, subject to all conditions. That is my motion.
Thank you. There is a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion passes, and thank you, Mr. Adams, and your staff and everyone else who's brought this about. Now we will move on to item 22 for possible action to reallocate $2,550,000 of the general funding within the Capital Project Fund from the Regional Public Safety Complex and the Fire Services CPF to the Las Vegas Museum of Organized Crime and Law Enforcement, the museum project located at 300 South Stewart Avenue in the Parks and Leisure Activity CPF, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Ms. Falder or Mr. Hello.
Hello.
Please.
Candace Falder, Director of Finance. This item has been talked about in the prior item. It's really the reallocation of funding from one project to another. We will take it off the Regional Public Safety Project, put it on the museum project. The museum project was funded in fiscal year 12 with historic tax credits. As Scott has indicated, there will be a delay in getting those credits. This is a type of reallocation that we have done many times in the past. We've taken one funding source off of one project and switched it. The Regional Public Safety will get reimbursed for what they're sending, the $2.55 million to the Mob Museum project. It is really just a matter of timing. It will not impact any of the fire operations or any other fire capital project.
Okay, and I thank you for pointing that out. And Mayor, I'm ready for a motion.
Okay, are there any comments by anyone on council, please? Any questions? Fine. Councilman Barlow, please.
Okay, then I'll move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. This is where Catherine Duncan, are you? I probably should have asked her ahead of time.
Yes, Your Honor. I spoke on this earlier. I just want us to be cognizant of the neighborhood that surrounds the Mob Museum, and there's a $3 million initiative that the city can apply for. The deadline is September 16th, and I think staff is just waiting for the go-ahead from you to make application for those funds. I'm not quite sure what the process is to get that application in before the deadline.
Ms. Fretwell, any comment there?
Actually, Councilman Barlow and I had a brief conversation about this yesterday, and he and I are going to try and connect today to talk a little bit more about the applicability of this grant to our projects.
Thank you for bringing that to our notice.
And Mayor, if you don't mind,
Yes, please.
Just so that you know, Ms. Duncan, that the professor did contact me from UNLV, and I'm looking forward to getting back with him to see how, in fact, we, you know, if this is something that, you know, could benefit the city moving forward. So we'll have an opportunity to work out all the details, and we want to make sure that you're a part of those conversations as well. So thank you for bringing that also to our attention. And I've also had staff look into the grant application and some of the processes, and so we'll have an opportunity once I meet with my city manager as well as speak with the professor to see how in fact we can align to see if anything is applicable to how we can basically benefit from that grant. So I want to make sure that you're most definitely in the loop of those conversations.
Thank you. Yeah, it's not every day that we get the university coming in to actually apply for money to help us fund an improvement to get a master plan done on the west side. I think it's a tremendous opportunity that we can't afford to miss.
Without question. Thank you, and thank you for bringing that to us. We will now move on to item 39, and Ms. Duncan, you have a card on that as well. R37-2011, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution granting an exemption from the city's employment plan policy and finding the proposed lease agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Dan Decker Theatricals, Inc., DBA, Las Vegas Shakespeare Company, and Nevada Nonprofit Corporation for the property located at 821 North Las Vegas Boulevard, commonly known as the Reed Whipple Cultural Center, is in the best interest of the public. And Mr. Arndt.
Put the public go first on this one?
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
I would like to go on the record as president of the Las Vegas Ward 5 Chamber of Commerce to object to any exemptions from the employment plan policy. As you know, up until last year, we had a 51% goal of including people who live in the RDA working on these projects. And just in April, we changed our 51% goal to a 15% requirement. So if we're going to give these incentives to these private people, they need to hire people from the RDA area as the policy and the law requires. So if there is a developer who's having trouble finding qualified people from our community, we're happy to assist them. Okay,
thank you. Thank you. And Mr. Arndt, thank you, Ms. Duncan.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. We're going to hear from Dan Decker, who's the Artistic Director for the Las Vegas Shakespeare Company. But before we hear from Mr. Decker, I would like to invite two special guests that we have who are going to be giving you a brief presentation.
Yes.
Can I go forth when my true heart is here? Turn back, dull earth, and find your center out. Oh, but soft. What light through yonder window breaks? It is the east, and Juliet is the sun. Oh, arise, fair sun, and kill the envious moon, who is already sick and pale with grief that thou, her maid, art far more fair than she. Oh, be not her maid, since she is envious. Her vestal livery is but sick and green, and none but fools do wear it. Cast it off. Oh, it is my lady. It is my love. Oh, that she knew she were. Oh. She speaks. Yet she says nothing. What of that? Oh, two of the fairest stars in all of the heavens having some business do entreat her eyes to twinkle in their spheres till they return. What if her eyes were there, they in her head? Oh, the brightness of her cheek would shame those stars as daylight doth a lamp. Her eyes in heaven would through the airy region stream so bright that birds would sing and think it were not night. Look how she lays her cheek upon her hand. Oh, that I were a glove upon that hand, that I might touch that cheek.
Ay, me.
Oh, she speaks! Oh, speak again, bright angel, for thou art as glorious to this night being o'er my head as is a winged messenger of heaven unto the white upturned wondering eyes of mortals who fall back to gaze on him as he bestrides the lazy puffing clouds and sails upon the bosom of the air.
Romeo? Romeo. Wherefore art thou Romeo? Deny thy father, and refuse thy name, or if thou wilt not, be but sworn my love, and I'll no longer be a Capulet.
Oh, shall I hear more? Shall I speak at this?
'Tis but thy name that is my enemy. You are yourself, though not a Montague. What's Montague? It is not hand, nor foot, nor arm, nor face, nor any other part belonging to a man. Oh, be some other name. What's in a name? That which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. So Romeo would, were he not Romeo called, retain that dear perfection which he owns without that title. Romeo, doff thy name, and for that name which is no part of you, take all myself.
Oh, I take you at thy word. Oh, call me but love, and I'll be new baptized. Henceforth I will never be Romeo.
What man are you that thus be screened in night, so stumbles on my counsel?
My name... My name is hateful to myself because it is an enemy to thee. Had I had written, I would tear the word.
My ears have not yet drunk 100 words of that tongue's utterance, and yet I know the sound. Are you not Romeo and a Montague?
Neither, fair saint, if either thee dislike. If I profane with my most unworthy hand this holy shrine, the gentle fee is this. My lips, two blushing pilgrims, ready stand to smooth that rough touch with a tender kiss.
Good pilgrim, you do wrong your hand too much, which mannerly devotion shows in this. For saints have hands that pilgrims' hands do touch, and palm to palm is holy Palmer's kiss.
Have not saints' lips, and holy Palmer's too?
Aye, pilgrim lips that they must use in prayer.
Then, grant thou, let lips do what hands do. They pray, grant thou, lest faith turn to despair.
Saints do not move, though grant for prayer's sake.
Then move not, while my prayer's effect I take. Thus from my lips by yours, my sin is purged.
Then have my lips the sin that they have took?
Sin from thy lips, oh, trespass sweetly urged, give me my sin again.
You kiss by the book.
Thank you. Was that something special? Unbelievable. Do we have talent here? Do we have talent? And besides all of that, you managed to keep going when I saw one of our PR people walking around and through and passing papers. Congratulations. Beautiful job. Mr. Arndt.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to invite up to the podium Dan Decker, who is the Artistic Director for the Las Vegas Shakespeare Company. Mr. Decker?
Thank you. It's just an excuse for them to kiss, that's all.
So for the presentation, I'd like to, Mr. Decker, just to explain a little bit about who the Shakespeare Company is, their history in Las Vegas, and what they plan to do with the Reed Whipple Cultural Center. And then I'll fill in the blanks explaining what our lease is and your actions that you're taking this morning.
Wonderful. Mr. Decker.
Thank you. The Las Vegas Shakespeare Company is a group of professionals who live in Las Vegas. Although they've come from all over the world, most of us are born and educated here, who've kind of come together to create a professional theater company in the town. And by professional theater company, what we're talking about is an economic engine that creates jobs and educational outreach and cultural events that the community can take pride in and enjoy. We have been working since 2008 as Shakespeare in the Park. We've been doing Sunset Park with the Renaissance Fair. We've done Shakespeare in the Springs Preserve. We've done, we're working now, our big contracts now are with the school district. Our nonprofit partners are Opportunity Village and Clark County School District Public Education Foundation. Last year we did Macbeth in the park and schools. Over 16,000 people saw the production of Macbeth in the parks. We sent teams out to 30 schools to work with the teachers in the classrooms and the students. We also did teacher in-service training at the school district headquarters in conjunction with all of that. So it's a very busy sort of schedule we have going on. Right now, with our partnerships, we have production contracts, a multi-year contract now over the next 4 years that will, at the end of the day, in cash and in service be worth, and in kind will be worth to us about $700,000 to $800,000. So this is what we've been doing working in the parks. We feel that by moving indoors at the Reed Whipple, that we'll be able to build on this program and expand it to a year-round indoor operation, which will also be able to expand out from that headquarter operation. And we'll be able to do more theater around the city and put together a vibrant sort of a year-round programming schedule that would include sections of the community that don't normally get serviced in theater. We'll be doing programming for everything from children, underprivileged, old people, families, all under that roof, under that banner.
How many permanent employees do you have?
At the present time, well, the way we work it now, because it's a theater company, we staff up per show. So for each show, we build it up, and then everybody goes away until the next show. As we move indoors and the shows come closer together, those peaks flatten out. Right now, we have 7 permanent employees who do the administration year-round, take care of the contracts and the filings and all that. In the last year, we've had something around 200 part-time positions, union and non-union, actors, designers, technicians, musicians who've come to work on various shows.
And will you continue to appear and perform in parks and in schools, or using city facilities, or doing something with Reed Whipple?
No, it's our intention. I'm sorry?
For performances.
Right. It's our intention to maintain the schedule we have now, which includes Shakespeare and contemporary plays and musicals and holiday shows, and expand that program to the year-round indoor facility, and then also expand beyond that so that we can do shows up in Centennial or Sammy Davis Jr. or, you know, the beautiful outdoor facilities that we have in the city here. So it's sort of, right now, to tell you how my day goes, we have, we're in rehearsal right now in Midsummer Night's Dream, which opens October 1st. We're rehearsing it at Opportunity Village down in Buffalo and 215. We're building the sets at our warehouse, which is out by the speedway, by the racetrack. Our office is on 4th and Lewis. So it's just, you know, we're going all over the place trying to hold everything together. Once we can move into the Reed Whipple, then everything goes in there. All of the, sets, costume
all
shop.
your set design then can move
Right.
into Reed Whipple,
Right.
everything, costume, lighting, everything
Props,
that you're
the
doing.
whole thing, right. And all of the administration goes in there, so we'll be able to operate out of there in a very efficient manner. And we'll be able to bring the schools down there too, and Opportunity Village wants to come. And we teach a theater program at Opportunity Village now, which we will have them come and work with us at the Reed Whipple too. So it's just going to fit into everything that we're already doing.
Then are you sharing with the Las Vegas Academy at all?
We have not opened that channel yet, but we plan to, yeah.
Okay.
Because they're right down the street from us, and it's perfect.
Right. Thank you. Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm really excited to see this in downtown Las Vegas. You two were phenomenal. That was wonderful. Thank you very much. And I say that, Mayor and council members, because look what's happening in downtown Las Vegas. The Mob Museum, Smith Performing Arts Center, the Neon Boneyard, and now this in downtown. And the job creation is great. What I think more importantly that we need to think about is bringing people downtown, giving people another reason to come downtown. And that's important and significant to us as a council, and especially with talented people to fill that auditorium over there. I'm just really, really excited about what we're doing in the city of Las Vegas. This is one more addition and attraction to come downtown.
Yeah, and we've been talking to the Smith Center gang about how we can work together because we complement each other. We're sort of the regional theater model, the producing theater, and they're the roadshow theater. So together, it's a perfect match, and we're just in the same neighborhood. It's perfect.
One more comment, Mayor. You did mention Centennial. Thank you. We have an awesome amphitheater. We've got an incredible amphitheater at Centennial, and use that thing. Yeah. I want to see more people using that facility because it's wonderful, and you guys do such a great job. I want to share you with everybody in the city of Las Vegas.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
In the retrofitting, major or not?
Actually not. We've gone through it a lot in the last few months. We think we can get it to where it needs to be with just sort of reconceptualizing the space without really knocking down any walls, without doing any serious stuff, because it's been functioning as a theater for some time. So the wiring is in place, the sound systems are in place. We want it to seat more than it seats now. We want a little bit more comfort for the audiences who come. So we're talking about just reconfiguring, putting in a little additional backstage space, things like that, but there's no major construction that we foresee. So mostly cosmetic.
And hopefully, as the 18B and Arts District continues to thrive, there'll be some marrying, perhaps, of some Shakespeare vignettes, as you have done, during those days as well. Because it's everything that people who love Las Vegas dream of, to bring the cultural base to a new height. And much needed, and we wish you the best, assuming this passes.
Mayor, if I could just go over... I'm sorry. Mayor, if I could just go over some of the details of the lease just real quickly. How we got to this point, we did issue a request for proposal where we opened it up to the entire community, both for-profit and nonprofit. But as Mr. Decker alluded to, this really is a building that's been used as a theater, and that was the winning proposal. The lease itself is a 10-year lease for $10 per year. There's one 10-year option to extend to the tenant, but that rent at that time would be negotiated at the time of that request. There is a 90-day sublet clause if they're partnering theater groups or groups that are in need of the venue and the small seat theater. We have a clause that allows them some flexibility to do that, so they can't lease out a big chunk of the facility for a for-profit money-making activity, but for some of the theater and the community events that they do, there is a 90-day sublet clause. The tenant is responsible for all aspects of the property maintenance, and this is important. The reason we issued the RFP is this was a city facility that we could no longer support. We consolidated a lot of our cultural programs, and I'd like to thank Nancy Diener, our cultural affairs manager, who worked tirelessly to make sure that the prior tenants in there, Rainbow Company and others, the Neon Boneyard Museum, that they found homes that worked for them. And so I'd like to thank Nancy's efforts for there. But we were spending roughly $146,000 a year just on turning the lights on and keeping the facility going. When you add in other repairs, custodial and the like, we were spending even in excess of that. So getting this off our books, so to speak, is actually saving us money. So that explains the lease term. Two reasons. One, to save us money. Two, they're a nonprofit, and they're not running it as a for-profit business. They're running it to use it as a theater. The tenant has to submit an annual report, both on what improvements they're doing, as well as employment. We have and we're seeking through this resolution a waiver to our employment plan, but the tenant has agreed to use best efforts for the construction phase, again, which is fairly small. And the permanent employment, it's a theater company, so there's not a lot of staffing there. But we did want to make sure that in the spirit of our employment plan policy, despite it not being required because we're not providing a dollar incentive, we wanted to make sure that they use best efforts. Finally, we did do an appraisal for the space. If we were to lease it for for-profit use, again, we didn't get any of those kinds of responses in our RFP, but if we did, there was an appraisal that was determined. The higher of two appraisals that we did came out at rent of $1 per square foot per month, which yields $390,000 annually. Again, that's roughly the amount that we're actually saving getting it off our books. So with that, the action today is to approve the resolution, approve a waiver to the employment plan policy because of their nonprofit status and because it's not a jobs-producing effort, but it's going to be for the cultural venue. They are going to submit annual reports for best efforts and to approve the lease as well. And with that, I recommend approval. Be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions?
Mayor?
Please.
The first year's rent is $10?
The rent each year for a 10-year period is $10.
I'm so excited about this. I'll cover the first year of rent. Mayor Pro Tem, I'll need to borrow some money.
A couple of questions I have. In the contract with them, any change or planned change of use of any portion of the building would have to be approved by the city?
That's correct.
Okay. Secondarily, on the upkeep of the property, that does include exterior landscaping, the building in all areas?
That's correct. It's not maybe as explicit in the lease as it could have been, but we did check with our legal team. There's a definition of both property and premises. The premises is the building and the improvements. The property is the entire property, so they're responsible for maintaining the whole thing.
And Mr. Decker, I just saw say yes, so that's fine with me. Any other questions?
I think it's wonderful. Yeah. I just, I've watched the Shakespeare in the car.
Turn your mic on.
Oh, sorry. I had it on. Okay. Thank you. I just think it's a wonderful thing, and as I say, I've watched it grow, and I got chills as I watched these two actors.
Aren't they wonderful?
It's wonderful. It makes me realize how much we need this. We've been hungering for it, and with your doing what you're doing, with the Smith Center coming in, it's going to fulfill a lot of desires that we have in the community. So I thank all of you that work so hard for it.
Mayor, before you take a motion, I'd just like to thank my team that worked on it, Julie Quisenberry, as well as John Radilla from our attorney's office, and I'd like to thank Dan and his team as well. They were a pleasure to work with.
It's great, and Ms. Steiner, too. I mean, I just know it's awesome. I hope you do lots of marketing, and that as people get off their airplanes, they hear about it and see some billboards or something going up, and that you're writing for all the grants you possibly can get.
As I tell my staff, we are a marketing company that puts on plays.
Okay, that's the way to be. Okay, I'd entertain, excuse me, Councilman Coffin?
Before we have a motion, Your Honor, I just wanted to say thank you to the staff for doing a wonderful job covering this live performance, an excerpt from Romeo and Juliet, to follow these people moving around so quickly using the skills in the back room of the people there. We should make sure to thank them. However, we don't have their names to thank them. So I hope that perhaps they could at least be introduced, and so that we might have their names for the record.
Part of Juliet was played most ably by Luisa Lemos. And Romeo was rendered real for us by Corey Goebel.
Are you adult and employed, or are you students still, both of you, besides of the theater?
Adults and employed, thanks to Mr. Dan Decker.
Wonderful. Well, we're very proud of you, and you honored us today with this. And we would love to give you an achievement award of some sort. If you could be sure to supply their names again with the proper spelling, we'd love to do that. Thank you. Okay, I would entertain a motion. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. And once again, I would like to congratulate Louisa and Corey for a job well done. what a lot of folks don't know is I started college as a theater major. So I can really appreciate you all coming before us here today. And it was due to the starving student that made me switch my major. But I do have an opportunity to act on TV the first the first Wednesday and the third Wednesday of each month. So, Councilman Ross, don't laugh. But in all true sincerity, Councilman Ross, I'm going to hold you and Mayor Pro Tem Anthony to the $10 rent payment, if you will. If you have not paid close attention to the rental agreement, the contract, it's due September 15th. So that is one of the small details that's within the contract. This is going to be very exciting. I also want to thank Betsy Fretwell and Scott Adams when I brought to them that I would like to put this back out as far as Reed Whipple back out on the street for RFP, because I wanted to keep it within the keep culture within the corridor, because I think it's so fitting, as Councilman Ross alluded to earlier, that we have the Mormon Fort, we have the Las Vegas Natural History Museum, we have the Las Vegas Neon Boneyard, of course the Smith Performing Arts Center, we have the proposed Veterans Memorial that have come before us in previous council meetings, and of course First Friday, and now the opportunity to have the Las Vegas Shakespeare Company to be housed within the Reed Whipple campus is something great for this entire corridor, for the entire community and tourists alike to enjoy and to embrace. And of course, I would be remiss if I didn't mention the pedestrian bridge that was just dedicated by Mayor Goodman and I, which is beautiful. And of course, the scenic byway on Las Vegas Boulevard, and the improvements of all of the neon, traditional old Las Vegas neon signs that we have basically placed on Las Vegas Boulevard. So there's a lot of activity taking place and a lot of energy that I really enjoy, and I can't wait to come down and participate in what you all have to offer, bringing into this very small-knit but very family-oriented corridor. So I'm hoping that you've already gone out and introduced yourself to your neighbors, and I'm sure that they're excited to have you in the neighborhood. With that, I do want Mr. Arndt, if you will, in regards to the employment plan, just to revisit that once more as to why, in fact, we are requesting a waiver of the employment plan. If you can just basically spell that out for us, that would be greatly appreciated.
Sure. The employment plan, we're requesting the waiver for two reasons. One is our own policy on pages 4 and 5 of the policy. Projects that are receiving assistance from the city for economic development valued over $100,000 must submit an employment plan and will be subject to reporting requirements. For assistance valued under $100,000, the developer or business shall submit an employment plan and use best efforts to achieve that plan. So we deemed, based on our own resolution and our own policy that you've adopted as council, that it meets those requirements for the waiver and for application of the best efforts standard, because we're not providing a benefit of $100,000 or greater. We are providing the space in kind. It is a community facility. We're not leasing a manufacturing building or something like that. And this really is atypical of the type of projects that you customarily see, which are more private investment-oriented company that's employing a lot of jobs. And even for nonprofits that are running businesses, we'll certainly continue in the future to apply the full employment plan policy. But this isn't a business. It's a theater company that's a 501c3 nonprofit that is running, going to be running the theater and basically absorbing a cost we have historically absorbed. So for those reasons, we're recommending that the waiver be granted.
Okay. And also, I want to speak to the square footage amount, which you pretty much stated that it was roughly $1 and some odd cent square footage. It was costing the city in upwards of $300,000 a year? Do we take that into account to meet the threshold, or how would you explain the value of the $300,000 that we put into the facility each year from an operational and maintenance standpoint, exempting that from the Shakespeare Company, Las Vegas Shakespeare Company that's before today? Do we take that into account in order to meet that threshold?
Yes, Councilman, we do. If you look at their capital investment, it's fairly small. But the facility itself, we were spending a lot of money for upkeep each year. So really the net cost to us isn't a cost, it's a benefit. We're actually saving money each year. I budgeted last year $372,000 in my budget to cover not only those operations and maintenance expenses, but upkeep, city custodial, and things like that as well. So there isn't any net benefit that we're granting to this business through this lease. It is a nonprofit facility, a civic facility. So for those reasons, we think it clearly meets the waiver standard.
Okay, I appreciate that. Mr. Decker, thank you so very much also for meeting with me in my office. And I have a question for you. Is there a way for you to carve out just a little area for me to act?
Yeah, I think we might have a part for you.
Okay. Thank you so very much. Right.
Councilman, before you make your motion, I
Yes,
just
ma'am.
wanted on the record that this is from Councilman Ross for half of your
6 months,
first,
okay.
right? And then these $5 are from Mayor Pro Tem Stavros Anthony as his share, but there's usurious interest on this because it was borrowed from Councilman Roth. So I want you to know you are covered. There it is. May I give it to you, my dear clerk, to put it on record that you're covered. So I'm sorry. And I look forward to seeing you in one of these productions.
Thank you, and just make sure that we, hold those dollar bills up to the light to make sure. With that being said, I'd like to move for approval, subject to all conditions. And good luck to you all with the Las Vegas Shakespeare Company, and good luck to Louisa and Corey. Thank you also very much for your rendition today. I look forward to coming out to see you all soon. Thank you. That's my motion.
Thank you very much. Vote on the motion, please. Post, please. Congratulations. You're in business in the city. Wonderful. And please, Mr. Decker, don't forget to give maybe the city clerk the spelling, and so we could have that of our two. And your money, right. Good luck. We will now move on to item number 40, Boards and Commissions, Bayonne Item Planning Commission. Byron A. Goins, term expiration 6/2011. Procedure for this board is a recommendation by the appropriate member of council with the approval of council's. Options are Councilman Barlow to appoint a member for this seat. Do you have a recommendation, Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor. My recommendation will be to reappoint Mr. Byron Goins to the Planning Commission for Ward 5. That would be my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries, and congratulations to the reappointment of Mr. Goins. Number 41 has been obeyed to the 21st of September, and number 42 has been obeyed to October 5th. We are moving on then to item number 43, and that item, bill number 2011-33. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read? I love this part because I love to hear bills read by Mr. Jerbick.
Yes, Mayor, I do.
Go for it.
Thank you, Mayor Owner. Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2011-33, an ordinance amending the supplemental document to the city's administrative code to repeal and replace the provision pertaining to the Board of Appeals and provide for related matters.
Sorry. Okay, Mr. Knight.
Chris Knight, Director of Building and Safety, and I can't do that. During briefings, I think that I must apologize to the council. I think I may have confused you all. The purpose of this bill is to amend and delete language that was adopted in the original adoption of our 2009 codes in April of 2011 of this year. We had made the commitment to the private sector to create a Board of Appeals, which when we adopted our suite of 2009 codes, we did do that. As a result of the development review process, the development services process that we've been working on, it was decided that we would have a joint Board of Appeals between the International Fire Code and all of our building codes. The purpose of this bill was to amend the already created Board of Appeals to include the International Fire Code and to the authority of that Board of Appeals. There was some discussion yesterday about the authority of the Board of Appeals, and I did do some review of our ordinance, and the decision of the Board of Appeals is final, so it would not be appealable to the City Council. It would have to go to court if you didn't like the result of what you got in the Board of Appeals. But I just wanted to put it clear on the record that when we adopted our administrative code in April 26th or April 6th of 2011, we did create the Board of Appeals. We are trying to streamline our process by just having one Board of Appeals instead of two, one for the fire code and one for the building codes. And then as a part of this process, the discussion of term limits came up, and we were briefing you about that, and I believe Councilman Anthony may have some things to say about that, but we did provide you a possible amendment to the code of putting language in under Section 204.1, which would restrict the term limits of members by including a statement in there that no member may serve more than 2 consecutive full terms. If a person was appointed to fill an unexpired term of more than 2 years, a person shall be deemed to have served a full term. So that is a possible amendment for your consideration as we are expanding the authority of the Board of Appeals to include the International Fire Code.
Point of clarification, there is already in place, as voted on by the council, a Board of Appeals.
Yes, ma'am. That's the part that I wanted to clarify for you.
It's already there.
I did not want to mislead you in thinking that you were creating it originally by this action. It is already
And
been
how
done.
were those members appointed to that Board of Appeals?
The same manner that they would still be appointed under this amendment by the City Council. And they are answerable to the City Council for their actions. If you don't like what they're doing, you can remove them for cause.
They are charged with the entire process of being the appealing body, and their decision is final. That does not come back to City Council.
That is correct. And their decisions are basically they cannot waive the requirements of the building codes or the fire code. They cannot waive administrative provisions such as reducing fees and changing fees when someone doesn't like their fees. What really is, it is a matter of interpretation. If you disagree with the interpretation of the fire marshal or the building official in the implementation of the fees, and there is an alternative material or method that could be used under a different interpretation, they have the authority to consider that and say, it still meets the intent of the code, it still meets the requirements of the code, it's just a different way of getting to code compliance, and they have the authority to approve that different way.
Are there any requirements to the people or the capabilities or education or anything to the people that are appointed to this field board?
Yes, ma'am. They have to be, and that's part of the changes, is they have to be building trades folks. There is one at-large person that doesn't have to be. There's a design professional, architectural professional, engineers, structural engineer, fire protection engineer, and a fire protection person who installs fire protection systems, because that's part of the fire code stuff. So there are qualifications for each and every member of this Board of Appeals. They are trades folks.
As they are private businessmen themselves. They would have to recuse themselves from voting on any appeal to that board in which they have any dealings, correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's in the express provisions of the code itself that says if they have any financial interest in any matter that comes before that board, they have to recuse themselves.
And they operate by Robert's Rules of Order?
Yes, ma'am, they would.
Okay, I certainly have asked enough questions. Anybody else?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please. Please, Councilman Wolfson.
If you don't mind. Chris, has the board been composed?
No, sir, it has not. That was that will be our next step is to bring forward council items with recommendations for members to be appointed.
We created the board, but we just haven't appointed the members to the board.
We have not appointed anyone.
How many members are going to be on the board?
There will be 8.
8 people?
Yes, sir.
And is it, it's not, Councilman Barlow gets to select one, Councilman Ross gets to select one, it's the council.
It will be a council at-large selection, yes, sir.
But what we're being asked to do today is only as it relates to term limits?
No, sir. What you're being asked to do today is to amend the existing Board of Appeals to include not only the building codes, but the International Fire Code.
Okay, personally, I've got no problem with that. That sounds like a smart thing to do. But I know yesterday in our briefing, a lot of discussion was about term limits. Then we spoke about that we've charged staff with reviewing all boards and commissions for purposes of how many years per term and whether there's term limits. Because we're not doing anything about term limits today, I feel comfortable, this is just me personally, voting on the very narrow thing you're asking us to vote on.
The purpose of the briefing yesterday related to term limits is you still have the opportunity in this particular bill to amend it to include term limits if you so desire. That was the purpose yesterday. It was we developed some language. If it's the wishes of the council to include term limits here, you may do so by an amendment today. If it's not your desire to have term limits on the Board of Appeals, don't do it. But,
or we can not act on that precise issue, the term limits, but in a month we could act by another amendment.
You could do that as a package for all of the boards.
Sure, and that's going to be my preference. I mean, obviously I want to hear what my colleagues have to say, but I think the review of all of our boards and commissions is appropriate to see how they interrelate and why one board has term limits, another board doesn't. I feel comfortable in putting off the issue of term limits on this board until we do the full review of all boards and commissions. That's just my personal opinion, though.
Thank you, Councilman. I have another question. Whose responsibility is the vetting of each one of these recommended Board of Appeals candidates?
What we will do is the city has a process and a form that they fill out that says they have an interest in serving on the board. We then, through the clerk's office, provide those names and their qualifications. We require their resumes to be submitted. And as your building official and the fire marshal, we will review them and give you recommendations, but it will be entirely up to the members of the council to decide.
Okay, but they all that apply
yes, ma'am.
Will come forth, but based with your recommendations as well.
Yes, ma'am.
But all will come. Okay,
yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. And Chris, I'm looking at the backup of the 8 members that are you were asking to do that with. But I want to make a comment about something that I thought of when Councilman Wilson just made his comments. There's also an opportunity here for someone to get on this board without a term limit, and actually manipulate this board or manipulate our building department from within the board. And I want to be clear on that. And I think your farsight is good in regards to not allowing that to happen, because there are people in the construction industry that aren't happy with the way any building department functions in Southern Nevada and would use something like this to manipulate the system. And I think we're trying to avoid that. So I just want to make that comment in regards to that. So, and then Chris, also you've also included. Thank you for adding that in regards to the fire code addition to this as well.
Yes, sir.
And I'm wondering what the pleasure of the council is regarding the recommendation by Councilman Wolfson to go ahead and separate these and deal with the term limits later.
Mayor.
Councilman Barlow.
Thank you. I do have a question for Mr. Knight in regards to the ordinance that's before us. In section 204.1.1, which states the members of the Board of Appeals shall be qualified by training and experience to decide matters pertaining to the building construction and building services equipment, including matters pertaining. Nope, that's wrong. I'm sorry. I'm moving my cursor. Actually, I'm looking at 204.1 Board of Appeals. In the last paragraph, it states that members of the Board of Appeals shall be appointed by the Las Vegas City Council and, except as provided in the following sentence, shall serve a term of 4 years or until their successors are appointed. And then it picks up with regard to the initial board membership, 4 members shall be appointed to 3-year terms and the remainder to 4-year terms. Explain that.
That is to stagger the board with 8 members. Instead of having a turnover of all 8 members at any point in time, much like the city council, you have different elections at different times, that the first members, 4 of them would serve 3-year terms, 4 of them would serve 4-year terms. If you did term limits, and that's where this discussion would head, if you did term limits, 4 of them would only serve 7 years, 4 of them would serve 8 years if you were to restrict it to the 2 term limits. But in order to have a staggered board and to avoid the complete turnover of a Board of Appeals at any point in time, there will be 50% getting reappointed in 1 year, 50% getting reappointed in another year.
Okay, so with that being said, thank you for that clarification. How would you select out of the 8 board members who will receive the 3 and who will receive the 4? How do you propose to do that?
We could develop a recommendation, but it still is going to be at the desire of the council.
Okay, so the council will decide out of the 8 members appointed which areas or which positions,
yes, sir,
that are required to be on this board, who will serve 3 and who will serve 4.
You actually may get some candidates who come forward and say, I really only want to serve 3 years, and to help get this thing started, and and look at it that way. You may get some that will say, fine, I'm good with 3 and 4, whatever. But that would be a discussion between the council members and
right.
actual candidates themselves.
Right, I understand that. I just want to know if, in fact, you had something proposed as far as the 3 and the 4.
No, sir, not
okay.
at this point.
Right.
And these are non-remunerative. There's
Yes,
no
ma'am.
payment for these meetings. Thank you. I can
That's
get it
absolutely
out.
correct.
Remunerative positions, correct. Thank you. Councilman, anybody wish, Councilman Barlow?
Councilman Barlow, for the recommendation motion. I do have one additional question for Mr. Knight, if you will. What is your recommendation as far as what you would like to see as the building director?
Well,
Building and Safety Director.
Obviously, since I sponsored this bill, and that's a little unusual because we usually like to have a council member do that, I'm in full support of the bill as it stands. In terms of term limits, Councilman Ross is correct. It does make some sense to have term limits and for protection against those that would want to become a vested or a long-term member of a board and be able to exert influence on issues. There are people out there that no matter what, they don't like what the building official does. It is the nature of the business. I've learned that in the last 3 years, and I have a great working relationship with contractors and builders, and we're very customer service oriented, but no matter how much you try, there are times that happens. I believe that Councilman Coffin has a different opinion because if people try to do those kinds of things, one, we have provision in there that keeps you in the very section that you mentioned. It says no member shall sit in judgment regarding any matter concerning which the member has a direct financial interest. There are protections against that and against that kind of thing. So it's really up to the discretion of the council. I'm fine with term limits if that's the way that the council wants to go. So.
Okay, I can appreciate
Councilman
that.
Coffin, please.
Thank you very much. I really object to having staff advocate a position of high policy, and even on their own essentially telling us what we should do by expressing their opinion openly and strongly. You see, this is a matter much bigger than creation of a board or amending even. I believe, in essence, what our staff member here unwittingly is suggesting is that the council tie its own hands in the administration of a very important board. And I understand privately members of our staff have opinions on everything, and I think they should. But I believe it's not right, and I don't want to call Chris on the carpet for this. It's a general statement that I don't believe that we should be having amendments proposed by our staff to something like this. I can't explain to you, without going into detail, if there's an amendment. I think a member of the council can propose an amendment. I believe with their good thoughts, maybe they have this. But I don't believe a staff member should be proposing amendments.
Question, because I do think, unless I'm incorrect, that Councilman Barlow asked for the opinion. It was not proffered without interest by council. Did you not ask what his opinion was?
That is true. I wasn't asking him to give us a recommendation. I was just asking for his opinion in regards to what, from a director's position, because my thought is every director running their department has a position as to what will benefit them in order to effectively and efficiently run their department with all the tools in place that they need in order to benefit the city and all of our taxpayers. So I'm not asking him to give us his recommendation as to what we should do, but I'm asking him as far as his opinion as far as what he would like to see as a director to help him do his job more effectively and efficiently. That was the nature of my question to Mr. Knight.
And so that was just the comment that I had heard, taking your position very clearly. And
Your Honor, long before Councilman Barlow asked for that opinion, that had come up from the very moment our person stepped to the podium. And I heard it yesterday in briefing. So I'm a little concerned about it, that's all. I don't understand it. I've always felt that we as a council have that prerogative to bring up issues, and that's where it should rest.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Coffin. And I know, too, that most often what will happen is a council person will go ahead and make the recommendation or put the ordinance out there to be created. So thank you. I did want to ask one more thing, please. How many appeals have come forth in the past 3 years that you have had to deal with?
There were numerous appeals that came forth in the first 2 years of me operating the department. And as a result of some cultural changes we've tried to institute in the department of providing better customer service and trying to help people back to the saying that you've heard me say, we don't dominate, we don't intimidate, we don't regulate development, we facilitate the code-compliant development of this community. And in those facilitation efforts, we have managed to, since December of 2010, have no appeals to this point in time, because we are trying to facilitate the code development of our code-compliant development of our community rather than regulating it. And our inspectors have been instructed to come alongside contractors, look for alternatives within the code, and our supervisors do the same thing, and we try to help work out issues in the field rather than taking them through any kind of a bureaucratic appeal process that would come to myself or managers or anyone else.
So it is conceivable then that a Board of Appeals would not be meeting unless there were just mandated in the creation of that board that they meet at least once a year with nothing to do.
Yes, ma'am. It's conceivable. The issue is there are issues that arise that sometimes the building official and a contractor just cannot agree upon. And it would be a good thing to have a Board of Appeals, to have a body of knowledgeable trades individuals, contractors, architects, engineers, who could give advice and actually make decisions or even just give advice to the building official himself. I see a role for the Board of Appeals in that when I have issues myself that I'm not sure of, to convene the Board of Appeals and take those issues and ask their opinion. I have no objections to getting opinions from the private sector.
And would
folks.
this committee serve, this Board of Appeals, under the open meeting laws?
Yes, ma'am, they would. That's part of the other issue that a lot of contractors with the Board of Appeals, because you have open meeting law, you have 8 members that you have to get their schedules to mesh, and you have to schedule the meeting, and sometimes the construction project just will not tolerate that kind of time frame. So we try to work it out with them, but there are other times that there will be some more philosophical code interpretation issues that are not time sensitive that we could take to the Board of Appeals and get resolution to.
So there would be a caveat to this creation or to this filling of this board, that they meet at least once a year or on call, or?
I think that we put in a requirement that they have to meet once a year. I'm not sure of that.
Okay.
But I think that would be something that would be prudent, is that they would absolutely meet once a year.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor Goodman, please.
Yes.
This is a question maybe for Beverly or Orlando. How many boards and or commissions do we have in the city of Las Vegas, generally? Is it like 25 or 35? Some pretty big number.
Currently, Councilman, we have 24.
Okay, and of those 24, how many of those have term limits?
I don't have my sheet with me.
Would you guesstimate that most of them do?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, most of them do, some don't. And are the term limits always 4 years, or are some for 3 years or 2 years?
They vary with different
Okay,
boards.
and that's my point. I'm not necessarily against term limits at all, but before I say okay to a 3-year or a 4-year, I understand the staggered reasoning. I just think it would be prudent to take another look at it so that we can maybe be consistent or not with our other boards and commissions. I just wanted to make my feelings clear.
And Mayor, if I may, issue an apology to both Councilman Barlow and Councilman Coffman. In answering Councilman Barlow's question, first of all, I did support the bill because I sponsored it. The second part about the term limits, I was trying to answer that without answering it as much as I could, and I evidently didn't do a good job of that. And I fully understand and fully appreciate the fact that that is entirely a city council decision. It is entirely your discretion. I've merely presented it for your consideration, and I advocate no position on it whatsoever.
Thank you very much. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris, if we create this board, once we create this board, and we've heard you several times say it's at the discretion of the council who sits on it, who doesn't sit on it. If we don't build in term limits now, and I agree with Councilman Wilson in respect, we need to look at all of it in general, but I think if we don't establish these term limits now, what do we do to remove a member of that board if you, the building official, don't think they're acting responsibly or in the manner that we as a city council would like them to act? How do we remove them?
I'm not really sure of that process. I'd have to defer to Mr. Steed on that, or Mr. Jerbick, our legal
mayor's
counsel.
Permission?
Yes, Your Honor. What we have is a provision that says members may be removed from office at any time by a majority vote of the City Council. Typically, that would be for cause, but because it doesn't say that, and because it uses the term at any time, they would basically serve at your pleasure.
Which then we have one of our own boards lobbying each of us to keep them on or to kick someone else off if we don't build in these parameters for term limits. And I mentioned this in briefing yesterday in regards to the term limit aspect, and I certainly appreciate and respect Councilman Coffin's position on term limits. I like more people to be engaged in the process of government with the City of Las Vegas. I like that. So the more people that get to play in the game, the wider variety we certainly get of ideas and understandings. And I think it would give those people that opportunity. And I think if we appoint people to this 8-member board, they'll know I'm going to serve here for 3 years or for 4 years or for 2 terms, just as we do as council members. And they're okay with that and they accept that. And then someone else can make application to apply. But I think we're going to run into a problem if we don't build that in today down the road. I think it needs to be built in before we get this board established and move on.
Councilman Anthony?
Chris, the way the ordinance is written today, it just consolidates the two, the fire section and building section, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, when were you, when do you need to appoint people to this board? Does it need to be done in the next couple of days, or could it wait another month?
The appointment would be as soon as possible, but it can wait. If you're asking, is there a time-sensitive issue out there that's demanding that we create a Board of Appeals and move on, my answer to that question is no. So it can wait at your discretion.
So we could pass this item today,
yes,
and then we could, and I'd be glad to sponsor a term limit amendment to this ordinance to go through the normal ordinance recommending, let it vet out like Councilman Wolfson is saying, and kind of get it through as soon as possible to make a decision on whether there's term limits, and then you can start appointing people, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's my opinion. I kind of, okay, I'll make a
Mayor Goodman? Mayor Goodman?
Yes,
Before
please.
there's a motion, I just wanted to clarify on the issue of meeting once a year. There's nothing in here to suggest a meeting. The board's only function is to hear appeals. It doesn't have a policy-setting function. If you want to give it one of those, you could establish a regular meeting time, but if there are no appeals, there's no reason for the board to meet.
My concern in asking that is if, in fact, they're at call, this Board of Appeals is at call on occasion, because you said you've had none since December. Again, I worry, I know everybody's good and of good thought and character, but I worry about the stacking of getting certain members of this Board of Appeals together with timing, if at least they're not meeting together once a year. And you've only, you can do an awful lot of damage there if there are only these 4 that are available, and you have the majority. So that's why I'm wondering if, in fact, there's nothing that they have to meet, at least in a training session, maybe once a year. I don't know. It was a thought.
Yeah, I understand that. I think it would probably be self-enforcing, because anybody who has an appeal and is chomping at the bit is going to make sure that Chris is able to get those people together, whether they work through Chris or whether they contact those people outside of the process.
I wonder if there's anything built into that appeal. What if we don't have this wonderful Mr. Knight there anymore, and we have someone who's leaning on the other side? And, I'm sorry, this is the only night we can do it. Who is in charge of pulling that Board of Appeals together? Let's put it that way. And maybe these are details that can be worked out later on, just to go ahead and accept the motion as it is, because these questions could, to really vet this issue and make sure, because to me it's very significant, and I'm thrilled to death that the Development Services and Buildings is doing such a great job for our community, and there haven't been appeals.
I would suggest, since this idea did come from the development community, if they have some ideas about how to make this work better, or how to make sure there's a quorum available, or how to make sure that there's at least a training session available, I think they would have a valuable input on that, and we could use that.
Okay.
Okay, my motion will be to pass the ordinance as is, and then let's you and I work together to get a ordinance put together to deal with term limits and get it out there as soon as possible. Okay?
Yes, sir. We'll also approach the private sector about the questions that the mayor had about number of times it should meet and getting a quorum and those kinds of issues to make sure that those concerns get addressed as well.
Wonderful. Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please vote. Post, please. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Knight. And now we will move on to item 44. Items 44 and 45, bills 201134, 20135 are eligible for adoption at a later meeting. We will move on to item 46, which is our closed session, and we are going to hold that till after the afternoon session. So without, what time shall we, oh, look at that, high noon. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock. Stand adjourned till then. Thank you.
Doug McMurdo, Las Vegas Review-Journal. I'm filling in for, yeah, I'm here. Ben's in Carson City.
If I want to ask a question about this, do I fill out an orange thing to talk? Okay, so I don't need to fill. Thank you.
You're staying out of jail and stuff? Yeah, okay. That's good. That's good. Oh, you know, just spending time, you know, good times. Well, I missed the last planning commission. Yeah, yeah. First one in, just what, 12 years. No, I Is that what you're here for? Probably you're defending. I did not. Thank God. I don't want you on shit. What is it? What? You know, they won't clean up the promise of this house. They want to pay 1%.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to reconvene today's City Council meeting, and it is 1 o'clock sharp. And so for possible action, this is number 47. Any items from the afternoon session that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 78 on SUP 41587. Applicant is Light Squared. Owner, Bar Acquisitions LLC, 3811 West Charleston Boulevard. The applicant has requested this be withdrawn without prejudice. Item number 79, ROC 41851. Applicant Weingarten Realty Investors. Owner, Decatur 215 LLC, 6101-6371 North Decatur. Request by the applicant to be obeyed till September 21st, 2011. Items number 80, 81, and 82, GPA 4177, ZON 41778, and SDR 41779. Applicant owner, Rancho Properties, LLC, 300 North Michael Way. Requested by Councilman Barlow to obey till 10/5/11. Item number 89, variance 42175, applicant owner Shirley Ritz Trust, 222 Ash Avenue. Requested by the applicant to obey till September 21st, 2011. Items 92 and 93, SUP 42262 and SUP 42264, applicant owner Bellel RG LLC, 1715 Fremont Street and 1735 Fremont Street. Request by Councilman Coffin to obey till September 21st, 2011, and that will be my motion.
Thank you very much. Any comments, any questions here? If not, please vote on the motion. Please post.
Don't we get a comment on whether they're going to be debated or not?
Yes, we've already done it, but yes, you may comment.
On item number 89, I'd like to know why that is going to be obeyed, because, I mean, everybody's okay with that. The Church Neighborhood Association is okay with it, and I don't understand.
Okay, I'll tell you what, let's do this. When we come to that number, I will ask the council person on that, and then you can have an opportunity to hear an answer to that. So let's now move on to item 48. Public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 1820 Cedar Avenue in the amount of $1,634.50 and assess a maximum of $19,000 in daily civil penalties. Property owner Jaguar Associated Group LLC. That's in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin. This is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Is the property owner present? And Mr. Knight, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. Chris Knight, Director of Building and Safety. On March 16th of 2011, the Building and Safety Department, through the Code Enforcement Division, opened a case on this piece of property as a result of a complaint. What we discovered was that there were open doors and windows on the house and a detached garage. There were weeds and grass there and refuse and waste on site. I believe we have some pictures of the property at 1820 Cedar Avenue, and a notice and order was issued in April 22nd, 2011. Failure to comply with the notice and order caused us to start an abatement in June 6th of 2011. That abatement was completed that same day, and the case was completed on the 14th following an inspection. As a result of that, we do have hard costs of the abatement costs and administrative fees and inspection fees of $1,634.50, and we have daily civil penalties that accrued from the 11th day of the notice of violation to the time the abatement was complete of $19,000. We're asking that the City Council instruct staff to move forward with leaning the property and taking the necessary steps in accordance with state statutes.
Councilman Coffin? Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on this item?
Thank you, Your Honor. That's what I was going to.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. What the photos didn't show is some vehicles that were also towed off there, too. I would like to know, do we know if this Jaguar Associated Group, do we know if they foreclosed on these people? And if they did foreclose on them, did they try a mortgage modification first? The thing, my point is this. If these people showed no concern to the people, whether they might have lost a job or whatever, if they showed them no mercy, then I think that we should show these people no mercy. That's the whole thing.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My name is Hodges Anthony. He pretty much got it. It's now that it has fell in the hands of a corporation. Then, you know, like I said, they have no. It's an entity. It's not human. It's just a bunch of people trying to get some money, and the property owners seem to have lost it, and now it's up to the corporation that has it at this time. I think the city should be able to get your money from them. I hope so. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion, Councilman Coffin?
Your Honor, before I make the motion, I want to ask advice of the members of the council who have served here longer than I have. There has been a tendency, I noticed when I came in, that you typically will take all of the hard money expense. That's a very important thing for abating the problem. Then, and I guess I'm thinking about the 4 items that are coming up because they're all Ward 3. Then you have owners, and they are aware that they're going to have to pay daily civil penalties if they don't do what they are supposed to do, in essence, do the job that we then were forced to do with our hard taxpayer money to fix their private property. Well, I noticed that there's kind of a tendency to want to go along with a 10% total civil penalty and assessment and tending to show some mercy in that regard, but I've kind of wondered why we do that, because I think maybe people have just considered it now a cost of doing business, and maybe they just add the 10% and figure they're going to get off. And I'm wondering if there's an appetite on this council to ratchet the price of this lack of property upkeep to some little higher amount than 10%, because I can make a motion, try for a larger number, and see if it passes or fails. But in essence, I'm asking for a discussion for guidance from the established members with a track record on how you feel on this subject.
Track record, and everybody's looking at it's the gray hair and lines on the face, I think. I can chime in on this, Councilman Coffin. I think actually, since we started considering the daily civil penalties, which was just a few years ago, I think we do it on a case-by-case basis. It depends on the reception we get from the homeowner. If there's a total ignorance, if they ignore us and they don't do anything and they just let the property continue to be in disarray and there's inspection after inspection and notice after notice and they just don't do anything, there's actually been a tendency by this council to impose significant daily civil penalties. My experience is the 10% rule comes in a lot of times when they come in after the fact. Perhaps the new owner or there's some hardship, and then we give the reduction sometimes to the 10%. But oftentimes we've imposed thousands and thousands of dollars as civil penalties, when in reality the property may not even be worth what we're imposing as a civil penalty, but just to get their attention. That's been my experience.
If I may, Your Honor, the issue is usually addressed when we have 2 different items on this agenda, and usually have those 2 different types of items. The item we're dealing with right now is to assess civil penalties and assess hard costs, in which the staff will move forward with the leaning process to lean the hard costs, and we will then, in the 12-year period that the state legislature has prescribed for us, lean the civil penalties. This is leaning of the property. The situation that Councilman Coffin is talking about is when they later come in and ask for a waiver. They have a buyer, they're ready to do something with the property, and they ask for a waiver. This is not a waiver. The last three items that we'll be dealing with, items 53, 52, and 51, are waiver requests. The first three items, 48, 49, and 50, are not waiver requests. So what staff has recommended to you is to assess the full civil penalties and the full hard costs, and then if they want relief from that, they would have to come back at a later time and ask for that waiver.
Thank you. Councilman?
I think then, Your Honor, on 48, we don't really have an answer, and I think a good question has been posed by a member of the public about what kind of owner, but I'm not sure we can really discriminate between the kinds of owners. Maybe we can. I'm just thinking it's against my grain to do that, whether somebody's wealthy or not. They have a responsibility. So I'm inclined to, in this particular case, assess the hard cost for sure, and ask the council to assess essentially 12% of the civil penalties instead of the 10%. In essence, reduction of 88%. And that's been done before, then, I guess. But are you telling me this is a little different, Chris?
Yes, sir. Under AB 360, if you assess 12%, that will end up being less than $5,000. Again, according to the state statute that the legislature just passed this last session, if you assess civil penalties of less than $5,000, you cannot lien the property. You can only go after it through a collections process. If you want the property liened, you would have to assess at least 27% of the $19,000. That would bring you to a little bit over $5,000. Otherwise, if you do anything less than that, we will not be able to lien the property.
Please, Councilman Ross.
Thank you. Thank you. And Councilman Coffin, just I'm going to echo the sentiments of Councilman Wilson in regards. Each of us has the ability to levy these civil penalties on any of these properties, and we've been very harsh in times past with lenders because they're bank-owned, and Mr. Farlow makes a good point in regards to kicking people out, losing jobs. I like the trees. Watering the trees is kind of important too, Todd. But so it's kind of our discretion to do so, and I appreciate Chris describing that assembly bill on that limit if we want to lien the property. I can only share what I would do. I've got a couple of these coming up here. These aren't to assess penalties, but we've hit them with everything we've had just to get their attention until they come back in, and then we have that discussion about reducing it to a certain amount. So I hope that helps make your decision. I'll support whatever you'd like to do, but I'm just sharing what I would do.
That does help me then. I'll move for the approval of the item as stated in the agenda.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post.
As soon as I get my cursor to stop.
Motion carries. Thank you. Let's move on to item number 49, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 4228 Middlesex Avenue in the amount of $1,416 and assess a maximum of $23,500 in daily civil penalties. Property owner Ernest Chavez, Ward 3. Councilman Coffin. This is a public hearing which I now declare open. Is the property owner present? Mr. Knight.
Again, Chris Knight, Director of Building and Safety. Case was opened on this property on March 22nd of 2011. Notice and order was issued April 22nd of 2011. With no response to the notice and order, staff began an abatement on June 6th of 2011, and it was completed by the 15th of June 2011. The abatement costs were $600 for hard costs plus 90 administrative, inspection fees of $660, late fees of $66, for a total hard cost $1,416. The civil penalties assessed again were $2,366. That would be, I think that's $23,660. I'm looking at the wrong number. I'm looking at 23,000. Yeah, 23,500. I'm sorry, 23,500. I apologize. I looked at the wrong line item. The property is an apartment building. an apartment in a property building. The issue with it is it was as a result of a fire that occurred in the apartment. It was open and accessible and became an attractive nuisance. We went out and had an abatement done and had the property boarded up and had it closed off to keep undesirable activities from occurring in the apartment. And so we are recommending a full assessment of all of the costs. The daily civil penalties. The property is worth approximately $110,600. So the total would be $23,500.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward, state your name.
Hodges Anthony, 123 Sir David. This property owner is an individual that own the property?
The property owner is
Ernest Chavez.
So that means that's an individual, yeah. Okay,
Right.
It's not a corporation.
It's a foreclosed property, and it is currently being managed, being owned and operated by Recon Trust, which is a mortgage service company.
And there you go. When you get caught in Donnybrook, whatever, work it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Councilman Kaufman, I want to make one other thing here. The more the civil penalties are, the quicker it gets their attention. If it's a bank, they can settle in money until the cows come home. We have all these homeless people out there, and we need to get them off the street. Whether they move into the house, I don't care if they pay $5,000 for it. I don't care what it is. We got to get the homes occupied. My neighborhood is just devastated over this stuff. I mean, people. There's a line in the old Billy Joel song, Scenes from an Italian Restaurant. They started to fight when money got tight and they just didn't count on the tears. And this is basically, a lot of this is what happened. The parents get into fight because the job is gone, they're losing the house, they don't know what to do. It goes on the kids start missing their homework, and that next thing you know, the kids get kicked out of school, and then you ends up into a generational problem. The whole thing is right now, get the people into these houses. A boarded up house does no one any good. And if it takes all these civil penalties to get the bank's attention, then that's what we need to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion, Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Your Honor. I move that the hard cost general fund penalties in the assessment of $1,416 and the maximum $23,500 in daily civil be levied on this.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Item 50, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 729 Weatherstone Drive in the amount of $2,080.50 and assess a maximum of $23,500 in daily civil penalties. Property owner Jose Acala, Ward 3. Councilman Coffin is the owner present. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Mr. Knight.
Again, Your Honor, Chris Knight, Director of Building and Safety. Case was opened on this property March 31st, 2011. The case was completed June 14th, 2011. Notice and order was April 22nd. The abatement was completed June 15th of 2011. And you've already read the hard costs of $2,080.50, $23,000 and $23,500 for daily civil penalties. The property value on Zillow.com is $80,200. The abatement by our contractor on this single-family home was to remove. There was in your pictures right now on the left. There's a dilapidated structure that was taken out from the rear yard. We removed refuse, waste, and high weeds from all areas. And that is brought us to this point of having to assess these abatement costs.
Thank you. It's a pretty little building. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward.
Well, this sounds like another one that ended up in the hands of the...
Sorry, you have to say your name.
Oh, my name Anthony Hodges. That's okay. But this sounds like another one that ended up in the hand of the lending agency, right? The original homeowner down the road somewhere, whatever. But the idea is, like you said, sometimes you may have to get the hard cost in order to get their attention, to get your money. You have to get your money, and I'm hoping somebody will buy these properties and put people in them, like the man had said, and please water the trees.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion, Councilman Coffin?
Your Honor, I move that the property be assessed the full amount of $2,080 hard cost and the maximum $23,500 in daily civil penalties.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Item number 51, public hearing for possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or a reduction of fees and/or civil penalties for the property located at 1908 Teresa Avenue in the amount up to $98,683. Property owner, Bank New York, Mellon Trust, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Public hearing, I declare it open. Is the property owner present? Mr. Knight.
This is a property that the City Council has already assessed the penalties on, and they have asked for a waiver on this to get relief from the daily civil penalties. Now we're into the waiver issues. The total hard cost on the property at the time was $3,287.50. They have paid $1,587.50 for an outstanding balance on the hard cost of $1,700. The total civil penalties that were assessed were $97,500. The paid civil penalties, they paid $517 of that, so their outstanding penalties are $96,983. The property worth on Zillow.com is $38,100. So this is one of the cases where you have almost 3 times the value in the hard costs and the daily civil penalties. If you were to assess the 10%, which has been the historic, and we're not recommending that, we're just saying if that's what you do, that would be $9,698.30. Combined with the $1,700 hard cost, the total would be $11,398.30. But again, once again, it's the council's discretion whether or not you want to waive those civil penalties or not.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Goodman, may I please?
Yes, please, Councilman.
Before we take public hearing, Chris, a couple of questions. Your last post-abatement picture was from about 2 years ago, coming up on 2 years. Do we know what the condition of the property is now? Has anybody been maintaining it?
That I'll have to refer to Vicki. You have it?
Oh, there we go. August of 11. It doesn't look terrible. It doesn't look great, but it doesn't look terrible. Number 2, we have a bank that's coming in and asking for a waiver, but they're not here.
But they're not here.
Number 1. Number 2, they've only paid a portion of the hard costs. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Everything but $1,700.
You would think that they'd show good faith, they'd pay the hard costs up front, and they'd appear. So I think you know where I'm going.
Thank you. Anyone from the public wishing to be heard, please come forward, say your name.
Name's Anthony Hodges. There we go again. This is a bank. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes maybe the property value is kind of sliding quite a bit, but that doesn't mean that the bank shouldn't be held accountable, because you need to get your money and somebody need to get the property and let somebody get in it. So what we have here, the bank is responsible. Even if they had to catch a jet and come all the way from New York City, whatever. But go after the bank. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I hope everyone... This is not just a bank, but this is the most pretentious bank that ever existed. They care nothing about us. Absolutely nothing. So why don't they just send us the title and we'll have a lottery or something, pick somebody out on the street and give them the house. We'll have the houses occupied. Your Honor, I'm sorry. I just get so mad at these banks that I really can't even speak.
We appreciate your comments because they will be heard one day.
I've been biting my tongue.
That's all right.
My
Please
name
state
is Jack Lindell. I am a realtor. I've been a realtor in Las Vegas for 30 years. I'm also a native. And the banks, as soon as they foreclose, or anybody forecloses, is already required to go out and do something with the property. They're required to make it secure, they're required to keep it free of weeds, and they don't do it. This is tax money. Now, Zillow is absolutely worthless. When they said it's $38,000, it's probably closer to $58,000 in reality. It's not a $98,000 house that you have owing on it. I agree that something has to be done so that the property's sold, because the city doesn't want to own the house. You know, it's a great idea, yeah, we're going to buy the house or get the house and give it to the homeless or something, but you'd have to spend another $20,000, $30,000 to make it habitable. Not a good expense and not what the city's involved in. Why somebody isn't here is because they got an idiot, probably for a realtor, that didn't show up. They're probably, you know, now coming for waiving the fees because they got a buyer for it, so they should have shown up for it. I'd go ahead and assess them the $98,000 and let somebody show up. But a lot of this stuff that you've got and what everybody's saying, you know, isn't really going to happen, and just kind of something to think about. And I applaud the city. The city does a lot more than the county does for coming in and assessing people with public response when the weeds start getting high, and taking care of stuff, and they need to be fined. Thank you.
Thank you, and those are our tax dollars paying for it until we can get the money back.
Mayor Goodman, please.
Yes,
Just
Councilman.
real quickly, Mr. Lindell, you make an excellent point, and Councilman Coffin, the point here is that we've had in the past, I don't know if it's been since you've been on the council, it's fairly recently, where a realtor has come in or a bank has come in with a potential buyer. And I remember we had some folks right over here just a couple meetings ago, and that man was ready to buy the property. He was not the one that was at fault that caused the nuisance in the first place. So when we assessed the penalties, it was against the prior owner for allowing the property to go into such a condition. In that case, we had a potential buyer willing to come in, buy the house, occupy the property, renovate it, refurbish it. So we had a feeling to show some good faith and some compassion and some fairness. In this case, we don't have any of that.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard?
Mayor,
Yes,
I just
Councilwoman.
wanted to add to what Councilman Wilson said. And when you determine, at least when I have in making motions similar to this, I look at the fact too, was it someone who's ill and hasn't been able to be reached? Things like that, that maybe they would have if they could have, or maybe they did try but they couldn't quite make it, rather than a bank that sits on it and lets it go to pot. Well, the bank really owns it, except they have some way, and I don't know exactly what you call it, the bank has, to delay it so that they don't have to take possession right away. You know, it's it's held like that in sort of never land until someone comes, as that young man did, that you're talking about.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing none, I will close the public hearing. Is there a motion, Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Your Honor. I move for approval of the request from staff to, that's right, in essence, to deny waiver. Yeah, in the amount of $98,683 on this issue.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote on the motion. Please post. Motion carries. And we are on to item 52, public hearing for possible action to consider a request for a waiver of reduction of fees and or civil penalties for the vacant lot located behind Glen Landing Avenue, APN 12527819092, in the amount up to $50,825. Property owners RESNV SDLLC, Ward 6, Councilman Ross. This is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Is the property owner present?
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. My name is Bob Gronauer. I'm here representing the property owner. Just a couple of things in regards to this waiver request. Number one, I think what you need to look at in the circumstances here, this is a unique situation. Based on the conversation today, we're the first person actually that cares enough to appear before the council to give you our case. The second issue is when my client obtained ownership of the property back in March of 2011, the first time we received a notice of one of the violations from the city, because there's 3 violations that's been on this property for the last 3 years, we immediately, on our own, paid that infraction, even though we did not own the property at that point in time. I think it was $3,000 and some change. We went and paid it. We were only aware of that. Afterwards, we found out that there were 2 other infractions on the property from 3 years ago that's been in the system. Now, when we obtained ownership of the property back in March, you look at the title report, looking to make sure what's on there and what's not. Didn't see him on there. The city notified us through conversations that there were 2 others. So at that point in time, we realized that the fines came up to about $50,000 in civil fees. One of the things that we're asking you is to waive the civil fees. We'll pay the hard costs because although we'd rather waive everything, we feel that at least in fairness and in working with the city with this, we could pay for the hard fees or the hard costs. Now the reason for that is to give you another reason to approve it this way is because ever since we found out about the violation, we've been working with Councilman Ross and the city to clean up the site. We've spent thousands of dollars already out there, and still today we are still maintaining the site. And then the final reason for you to approve us for the cost reduction or just for the hard cost is we're taking one step further because this is a vacant piece of property. There is a bond on this property for $599,000 to complete the infrastructure on this property. We're working closely with Councilman Ross and at his direction to pay the difference to work with the surety to come here and then complete the infrastructure. So you have an asset manager that's here, Paul Kenner, who stepped up to the plate and is saying, not only are we going to go pay the hard cost fines that believe we're not responsible for, but we'll come in and do that. But on top of that, we want to work with the city because there's a $599,000 bond just on this property alone where we could work together, public and private partnership, to go after the surety, get what we can from the surety, pay the difference, and put the off-street infrastructure or the infrastructure on and off-site that property to make it look much better than it is today. So we believe we have a winning situation here, and we would like you to take that in consideration based in regards to our presentation today, where we would agree to pay the hard costs, which I believe comes up to about $3,300 and some change. So with that being said, I could answer any questions that you may have, but I believe we do have a compelling justification based on those 4 main points to at least give us the approval of the waiver request.
Thank you, Mr. Gronauer. Mr. Knight, would you care to show us what we're discussing here?
Yes, ma'am. If we can go to the pictures above, what staff has done, and this has gone through July 6th of 2009 to October 16th of 2009, and then later into 2010 and 2011. Mr. Gronauer is correct that the previous owner did not maintain the property. The current owner is maintaining the property. There were 2 cases. One case was closed and rolled over into another case. There were hard costs and penalties associated with the first case. The second case still had civil penalties. A third case was opened. They did pay all the fees on the third case, so that case was closed with full payment of fees. The daily civil penalties on the 2 cases that remain in question would be $47,450, and the total hard cost would be $3,375. And I believe that Councilman Ross has had discussions with the owner and with myself, and it's really the discretion of the council, but at the waiver of the daily civil penalties as those were accrued by a previous owner and the current owner is maintaining the property in good fashion may well be in order.
Anyone wishing to be heard on this, please step forward.
The main question, Anthony Hodges, it's a vacant lot, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And everybody's trying to step up to the plate. Sound good to me. I hope you can get it worked out. Thank you.
Could I just ask what those initials stand for?
That is one of the holding companies. I'm representing Rialto Capital, which is in partnership with the FDIC. This is one of these assets that was purchased from when one of the banks was closed here in the state of Nevada. I don't know, I forget which bank it might have been. Silver State Bank. And so in partnership, Rialto Capital and the FDIC have a partnership where they purchase the assets from, or obtain the assets. And today we are maintaining the asset, and that's why I'm here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Mr. Gronauer, you did a great job. Now, council members, and hopefully for the folks that are here today and listening at home, this is one of those examples where here's a property owner that wasn't responsible for the abatement issues. But he's here before us today, and he stepped up to the plate. He's paying all those hard costs, all that taxpayer money that we've already spent to get this property up to a certain standard. And on top of that, as you can tell, it was a vacant parcel. They're semi-improved lots, but the infrastructure needs around that area are not met. The previous developer just walked away. Balsam Street is halfway improved. There's saw cuts across it needs to be paved. The other off-site improvements need to be done. And Mr. Kenner, your company and you have really stepped up to the plate to help that area here in the city of Las Vegas, and I appreciate that. So with that, I'm going to make a motion, Your Honor, to approve the waiver of the penalties and require them to pay only the hard costs. Again, Mr. Knight, the amount, $3,375. In that amount, and Mr. Kenner, you agree to that, Mr. Gronauer?
Yes, we do agree.
And we'll move on. But this is how it works. This is how we'd like it to work. Because we do want to get those houses built, we do want to get the street improvements done, and move on from this stuff. Thank you. That's my motion.
Thank you, Councilman. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Waiver granted.
Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Thanks,
Take care.
you too.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to item 53, public hearing for possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees and civil penalties for the property located at 5733 Royal Castle Lane in the amount up to $45,200. Property owner Bank U.S. National Association Trust, Ward 6. Councilman Ross, this is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Is the property owner present? Mr. Knight.
Again, this case was opened in September 5th of 2008. The case completed January 5th, 2009. It took us a full year to get it done. The property is a foreclosure property. The work that was completed, we removed refuse, waste, and high weeds from all areas. You can see pictures of the single-family property, both pre-abatement, post-abatement. The total hard cost $1,439.20. The total civil penalty is $46,650. So we would ask that if there's any waiver, it be more than 10%. It would be an amount, and I didn't do the math on it. I do apologize that it would be more than the $5,000. Well, it doesn't matter. This is a waiver. I'm confusing myself now. So if it was 10%, it'd be $4,520 for a total of around $6,000 and some odd dollars. I didn't have the math down here.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please step forward. State your name.
Name Anthony Hardy. It's got wrote on here, Bank U.S. National. Well, is the bank actually involved, sir?
Yes, U.S. National Association Trust Bank. We called the bank today, let them know that the item would be on, left a message, I believe, with the secretary, and don't see anybody here.
Well, Mr. Ross, go get him, Mr. Bank. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very
Anyone
good.
else? Yes, Councilman Wolfson.
Chris, I want to make sure, I mean, the bank knew ahead of time that this was going to be before the council. It wasn't a phone call today that said, come on down.
Yes, so they knew ahead of time when they requested the waiver.
Okay. In other words, the point is that it's not like they got a phone call and they just couldn't get down here.
It wasn't a
today.
last-minute notification.
Thank you.
No, sir.
Thank you. Any other comments? Any other comments in the public? Hearing none, is there a motion, Councilman Ross?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And Vicki, I'm glad you're over there shaking your head one way or the other. Here's another one of those, and I'll use this as an example. You went the extra mile, Chris, by calling the bank. I'm grateful that you did that, but they're not here. This is literally across the street from the previous item. This is a great neighborhood. And it's terrible that we're in this position. The bank didn't show up. They requested a waiver. Mayor, I'm going to make a motion to deny the waiver of any penalties from 5733 Royal Castle Lane.
Thank you,
That's my
Councilman. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion for waiver denied. They'll be back. Thank you.
Please.
Please.
Thank you. Ask Chris a real quick question. Well, first of all, before I do that, the speed of the abatement process is just great. Because a year ago, 2 years ago, we were going 10, 12, 15 months. We're going 2, 3, 4 months between the time we receive the complaint and by the time it comes to council. So we've cut that time frame down substantially, which is great.
Thank you.
The 12-month rule, is it retroactive at all? Because we've been imposing these civil penalties for a few years now. I imagine we've imposed a few in the last 6, 8, 10 months. Does the 12-month rule that precludes us from liening the property apply to ones we've already imposed the civil penalties on?
The bill was effective upon passage, and it was not retroactive, so it was from the date of passage, which I believe was back in June of this year. You're welcome. And just to respond to your compliment, I have to give credit to the code enforcement staff. They're the ones that are out there doing the work. They're the ones that have really stepped up to the plate and are moving these things forward. It's not me, it's them. And they have bought into the concept of working these cases, working them quickly, getting them resolved. And what you get is a small percentage of what they deal with on a daily basis. They get a lot of cases resolved that you never hear about or see. And a large amount of credit goes to those code enforcement officers that truly have what I consider to be thankless jobs. So thank you
Please
very much.
extend our gratitude to each and every one of them.
Mayor Goodman,
Councilman.
Mr. Knight, just point of clarification
Yes,
in
sir.
regards to, you mentioned code enforcement. There's been a number of structures in my ward that are exposed and open and people going in and out. I know in the past we would contact code enforcement and they would immediately go out and secure the building. Has anything changed in that respect as far as being able to contact code enforcement and have them to go out and to secure the building? Or is there an additional step now that that's in place? I just need that for a point of clarification in that respect.
Nothing has changed that I'm aware of, and if projects are, if you have the perception that they're lagging, let me know. We will talk about it, and we will see what's causing any delays. The only thing that has changed recently is the rapid response team now is under the field operations department. That was effective on Monday, but our working relationship between code enforcement and rapid response team is exactly the same. It has not changed. Nothing has changed. Our time frame should remain the same. Our effectiveness should remain the same as to what we've established as a part of the department culture. So if there are specific issues where we're not being as responsive as we should, I'd certainly like to hear about it, and we will do what we can for you.
I appreciate that, and I'm not asking the question to insinuate at all that that's the case.
No.
But in the past, you all have, or I should say the department, the code enforcement department, has been very effective in moving out and being dispatched and going and boarding up structures that either have basically become unboarded or just basically residents walked out and left the doors and the windows open. And of course, you know, an element that an element of the community moves into those unsecured structures, and neighbors have issues with that, and I take issue with that personally. So I just want to just make sure that that process was still in place, that code enforcement would immediately go out and secure vacant and abandoned buildings and structures.
Yes, sir. That is our commitment.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now on to the planning consent agenda. Items 54 through 71 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and are recommended for approval by the planning department. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items number 54 to 71? Here are comments first. Please come right up and state your name.
Didn't it kind of disturb your husband a long time ago? But legally, even though they're going as a consent on the one motion, you're supposed to read them all off, but that ain't no problem. But at least I've read them. And so for the good of the public, I've read them. It took quite a bit, but this is a lot of them this time, and to read them all, you'll be here until Sunday. So anyway, go ahead and do your thing, but I just want to let the public know that I did read most of them anyway. And it all said, you know, all of them's in approval. That's quite a few, about, 16 of them, or what is it? Quite a bit. Well, have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. 17. Thank you very much.
May
Yes, Councilwoman.
Could I just ask council a question? Are you supposed to read each and every one under the consent as well as under the one-on-one vote? One motion, one vote?
No, Mayor, through you. Councilwoman, no. The consent items we do not generally read. We do read the one motion, one vote items in.
Okay, but in other words, so our not reading that is not against any of the rules and regulations?
No, certainly not, Councilwoman.
And if I could just add to that, Councilwoman, the one motion, one vote items are public hearing items, whereas the consent items are non-public hearing items. Only when you pull those consent items off do they become public hearing items, at which time then you need to read those in and take comments from the public.
And I just wanted to point that out because I think we've really tried to follow very carefully when it's a public item that we do involve the public to a great extent.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And it is also to foreshorten these meetings, which can get rather lengthy. I hope you understand that, sir. So there is, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
There is a motion, and please vote. Please post. Thank you very much. Those pass. We are now on to items 72 through 77. May be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda at this time. Number 72, SUP 42254, applicant Gloriel Holdings LLC, owner Chi Swan Wu, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for beer wine cooler on sale establishment within an existing 5,918 square foot restaurant at 2131 Rock Springs, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Hi, I'm Robert Ensler, the husband of Gloria Russell Ensler.
How do you do?
Hi. Am I supposed to be coming up here to do?
Are you on? Not until we get through these. Okay. Let me read them all, and then at that time, which one are you interested in? Number
72.
Do I need to pull that then, or something?
Yes.
I have nothing to say.
We could. Do you want to pull it so we?
This is just my first time here. I viewed this on TV, but many years ago, so I'm not sure.
Different
of the
in real life, isn't it? The excitement of live action.
Put me on stage and I'm fine.
Yeah, you're good. Well, the Shakespeare group was just in this morning. Okay. We'll hold you over.
I just wanted to say that this restaurant is at a significant distance from the schools, and it's only to serve beer and wine, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so I was in approval of it.
Yes, okay.
So I just wanted to tell you that.
Maybe I should read them all, and then we'll take them one at a time from there.
Could I
the
ask
ones you want
for
pulled.
75 and 76 to be heard separately?
75 and 72, 75, 76. Okay. Up to the councilwoman.
That's fine.
That's okay with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Okay, I'll just go read through the rest of them. Number 73, VAC 42053, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a petition to vacate a portion of public right-of-way at the northeast corner of 4th and Stewart Avenue. That's in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Number 74, VAC 42246, applicant owner, the Howard Hughes Company, LLC, for possible action on a petition to vacate an all-public street right-of-way within a residential subdivision generally located at the southwest corner of Cross Bridge Drive and Sky Vista Drive, Ward 2, Councilman Wolfson. Number 75, SDR 41770, applicant Sok J. Lim, owner, JWB Nevada Investment Series B, LLC, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for the conversion of a single-family residence to a 1,488 square foot office building with waivers to allow landscape buffer widths of 5 feet along the west perimeter where 15 feet is required, 3 feet along the north perimeter where 5 feet is required, and 0 feet along the portion of the south perimeter where 5 feet is required on a .16 acres at 344 South Jones Boulevard, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Number 76, SDR 41771, applicant Suk Jo Lim, owner, JWB Nevada Investment Series C, LLC, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for conversion of a single-family residence to a 1,492 square foot tutoring center with waivers to allow landscape buffer widths of 0 feet along the portion of the north and south perimeters where 5 feet is required, and 7 feet along the west perimeter where 15 feet is required on .13 acres at 404 South Jones Boulevard, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Number 77, SDR 42251, applicant Clark County School District, owner, School Board of Trustees, possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 79,513 square foot public school, K-12, on 11.7 acres at 2800 Stewart Avenue, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of all items. All of these items are public hearing, which I now declare open. So let's start with number 72, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Yes, we've looked that over thoroughly. We looked at the distance from the schools, and we feel that this is something that would help the business, and I move for approval.
Any comments? Wish to be heard on number 72?
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Okay. What we were asked for 75 and 76. There was no question. Okay, let's do that. Okay, let's do that. Councilman Anthony?
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve item 72, 73, 74, and 77 on the one motion, one vote, and then we'll take 75 and 76 separate. That's my motion.
Thank you very much. It's a motion on the floor, 72, 73, 74, and 77 on a one-vote item. Vote. Would you please vote? Please post. Items carry. Thank you very much. Item number 75. Since I have just read that, anyone wishing to be heard on number 75, please come forward, state your name.
Jack Lindell, 107 Mallard, and I also own a total of 19 houses in the neighborhood. And on Mallard, on that side of the street, I own 105, 107, and 349. And with me is John Arbach that owns 341 Mallard, which is directly behind. I'm not going to separate these. 75, 76 we can talk about together.
Okay.
We're
Is
not
that
here
all right,
because
Councilwoman? Yes. Doing 75 and 76. Okay.
We're not here because we're against the commercial. The commercial is great, and it's done some nice development and done some nice things. What has happened is under the code is, at least in the county, it's always done, and I checked in the city. It appears you have the same code. There should be a zone boundary wall between commercial and residential that would be required to be a minimum of a 6-foot zone boundary wall. On Mr. Arbach's property, which is the one that is directly behind 344 South Jones, there is a block wall that is existing, and it is a 9-course, 5.5-foot wall on his side of the property, but on the Jones side of the property, it is a 4-foot block wall. And when the little old lady that lived there in the house, that I believe has since passed away and now the property's been sold, you know, at 5 foot tall, she would come up and talk over the wall to John, and everything was great. Now what happens is, like on my property at 349, when you walk up to the front door, you're looking at a covered parking structure, and you're looking at the headlights of the cars that are parked on the other side, because that wall ends up about this high. And at my house at 107 Mallard, there was a rickety old wood fence, and the property was converted before I bought the house. And the zone boundary wall was not put in as a condition. I spoke a couple of years ago to Councilwoman Tarkanian about it, and to planning and staff, and they said when the guy ever comes back in for anything else, they'll enforce it. But I've tried contacting them saying, let's put up a block wall, let's do something. No, they want nothing to do with it. So I'm stuck because it's a community wall. I can't do anything. And what I'm asking for, I guess, is kind of the council to address in the future all of these properties that haven't been converted yet, that as they do get converted, to ensure that there is a 6-foot high, you know, on the low side of the property or highest elevation side of the property, block wall that is put up as a zone boundary wall. And then I also noticed, particularly on, I think it's the 344 one, there was no joint access agreements being put in. And on the other one that's further down, the 404, there was no joint access agreements because they had the alleyway in the back to get access to the backyard, but the properties on both sides are already converted to commercial. So by getting a joint access agreement in place now, we will for the future be able to get some kind of traffic circulation from the front to the rear. So the joint access agreements and the zone boundary wall would be my concern. And in particular on the one that is at 344, it does need to be raised a minimum of 2 courses just so that you end up with a 5.5-foot wall to protect his property from the headlights and stuff shining into his backyard. Thank
Is
you.
Mr. Lim the applicant here? Thank you. If you'll both state your names, please.
My name is Sok Lim.
Thank you.
I'm Yanwon.
Could you say into the microphone, please, so everybody could hear you?
My name is Yamon.
Good afternoon. Councilwoman.
You are the applicants for the changes at 344 and 404, right? Okay. I know what you're saying about the fact that Jones is going more and more rapidly commercial. And we've had the small houses on smaller lots, and we've had some problems. And I believe when you called me, wasn't that after it was already done?
Yes.
Yeah, and so I could do nothing about it. And I just checked with staff, and they said next time it comes up, then we could. But sometimes it doesn't come up. So I think it's really important what he's saying. And, you know, Flynn, we were talking about, when we met and discussed this yesterday, we were talking about that this was a good way to try and handle these situations with these smaller lots on Jones, where we had to do some changing as far as the requirements of landscaping without hurting the property. But we didn't talk about the back wall, and we didn't talk about sharing the driveways. Now, sometimes if the people next to them don't want to share the driveway, they don't share it. I mean, we've had that happen. It has to be 2 people. And we can't require it, I believe, Flynn, because sometimes it's done before second one comes up and with a site plan, and obviously we can't force the first one to go along with it if they don't want to. So that's a little bit of a problem. But I'm not the expert in that. He's the expert in that. So I'm going to ask him.
I'm somewhat an expert too, because I spent 5 years as a county planning commissioner.
Well, that
and drew
would
some
make you
master
sort of an
plans
expert,
and
yes.
did a lot of stuff.
Yes,
And
but I
the
could see the
joint
wall
access
problem.
agreement, what I'm asking for, while you can't go back to the two properties that are already in place, you can require the current property owner to give a joint access agreement with the next door neighbor. In particular, it's not
Even
going
if
to
the
be
next door neighbor doesn't use it then, until the time it,
until the time comes. In particular, on the one that's at 404, there isn't a real need for it today, but by not getting it today, we can't get it tomorrow.
Okay, I
Similar
think
to
if
that
I
wall.
may interrupt you, I think your points have been made and appreciate them, and I think we
Okay.
do have to move on at
And,
this
and I would
point.
say one more thing, the 4-foot wall that's in the back,
what was that?
the 4-foot high wall that's on
Yeah.
the
Yeah, I believe
commercial
we need to
properties,
do so.
Thank you.
I
if they
believe,
don't raise it,
yeah, no,
we
I
have a
understand
problem
that.
with
I do understand that, and I understand the problem with the car coming in and the light shining onto the residential area. So what I'm asking him is there something how we could work this out? Could we put a condition in there? I also think it's not a bad idea to put the condition about the right-of-way with the driveways, just in case in the future someone wants to do that. But you know better than I if that's possible.
So
Madam
this
Mayor,
could-
through
yes.
you, if I might, relative to the requirement for residential adjacency and having perimeter walls between commercial and residential, and one of these days we'll teach you to speak the language of the city of Las Vegas as opposed to Clark County. We don't have zone buffer walls in the city of Las Vegas, but rather residential adjacency
How
requirements.
classy.
What we might do on items number 75 and number 76 is place an added condition that states something to the effect that perimeter walls shall be provided in accordance with the residential adjacency requirements of Title 1908. We would place that as an added condition on number 75 and number 76, so that way we can address the perimeter wall requirements through that added condition. Relative to the joint access agreement, I would defer to the city attorney to correct me if I'm wrong, but we would need the agreement of the adjacent property owners to enter into that agreement. Without the approval of the adjacent property owners, we cannot require this property owner to do so.
And that is correct, Mayor.
Thank you.
So we're saying that you got 50% of what you're coming up with, and that's pretty good. It takes care of the
Okay.
walls.
Councilman, this is Brian down here. If Glenn could just explain to the applicants exactly what 19.08 requires of them in terms of that perimeter wall, in terms of the height.
What the code requires in Title 1908 is a minimum 6-foot-high perimeter wall between any residential property and a commercial property. And so it would be where the commercial property abuts a residential property.
Okay, yes, thank you.
You're in agreement with that?
Yes. So we will add that as a condition.
And Councilwoman?
I move to approve items numbers, you want me to do both together or just one at
Yes,
a time?
together.
Items 75 and 76 with all
I'm
conditions.
sorry, Mayor. If we could take those
Oh, you
separately.
do have to
for the
do them
clerk.
separately?
Yeah.
All right. I
Sorry,
can do
my
that.
fault.
That's all right. I move that we approve item number 75. I would hope that along with the trees and bushes, I asked Flynn if you would also ensure that would have some low covering plants too. And he said you would. And that's part of what we're doing. And with all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. And item number 76, that carries. Thank you, Councilwoman.
And move to approve item number 76, also with a condition pertaining to the perimeter walls. Okay, thank you.
As specified.
With all
No
conditions.
conditions.
yes.
Thank
With
you.
all
There's a
conditions.
motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you both very much. Thank you. And item number 78, which we're going on to, has been withdrawn.
Mr. Mayor, can we just thank the gentleman formerly from the county for coming and giving us information?
The head of
Thank
the
you.
Planning Commission. Thank you. Item 79 has been obeyed to the 21st of September. Item 80 through 82 has been obeyed to the 5th of October. And we will go on to item 83, and looks like 84. Item 83, MOD 42261, applicant City of Las Vegas, owner Rio Vista Plaza LLC et al., for possible action on a request for major modification of a previously approved rezoning Z007497 to amend the master development plan to add general, personal service and massage accessory uses as permitted uses, and the massage establishment uses a permitted use with an approved special use permit on 18.6 acres at 7007-7171 West End Road. And number 84, SUP 42265, applicant owner Rio Vista Plaza LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 260 square foot massage establishment in conjunction with a 1,500 square foot day spa, with a waiver to allow distance separation of 50 feet from a residential use where 400 feet is required at 7045 West End Road, Suite 130. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of both items. These items are in Ward 6, Councilman Ross, and are public hearings which I now declare open. Is the owner now present?
I am. Good afternoon, Your Honor,
Good
members of the
afternoon.
council. Stephanie Allen, 8345 West Sunset Road, here on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to be heard on these items?
This sounds like jobs, Anthony Hard. Have a good day, lady.
Well, that was the briefest ever.
That was nice.
Wow. Okay. Okay, Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Allen, thanks for being here representing the applicant. And I want to acknowledge the protests and the support letters that came to my office. This is noticed as a massage establishment, and when people see that, they automatically think of the more challenging massage establishments throughout the city of Las Vegas and Clark County in general. But I want to let the public know, and those that did send me protest letters in regards to this application, this is like a Centennial Hills spa, or I had my staff pull some of these, some examples of day spas out there. My wife happens to like day spas. So, ladies, do you like day spas? That's exactly what this is. So, similar to the spa at Lakeside, Euphoria Salon, Escape Salon. So I just want the public to be clear on what this is and what this location is about. So, with that being said, Your Honor, I'm going to move to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval of Agenda Item 83, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Items carried.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Well, and likewise on 84, I'm going to do the same thing, follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval of Agenda Item 84. And Ms. Allen, the applicant's still planning on putting her day spa there, right?
Yes.
Because I say that, Mayor, because the process was so long, I'm surprised that they just didn't throw their hands up and say, we're out of here. So,
They are, and they're excited. It'll be called Relaxing
this is yours,
Solutions.
right? Can you come up for a minute, please? And Mayor, if I may, with your
Yes,
permission,
please.
would you introduce yourself to us?
Janae Tick.
Say that again?
My name is Janae Tick.
Janae?
I'm Tick? Tick, like the bug.
With a K or without?
T-I-C-K, with a K.
Now is your opportunity, with the mayor's permission, to promote your business.
After sitting through this council meeting, I don't know that I even have the energy. Or after the length of time it's taken, but yes, definitely not that kind of a massage establishment. We'll be doing 2 esthetician rooms, 2 massage rooms, hair, nails, employing about 12 people now.
Employing about 12 people. And you still have to do your tenant build-out, right?
Oh, no. Previous people already did that.
Already
We have
did.
about, I'd say about 2 weeks of
Good. And what's
construction cleanup.
What's going to be the name that you want everybody to
Relaxing
remember?
Solutions.
Relaxing Solutions. Okay, that was your big promo.
We'll all come in right after we close council.
We hope to open on Nevada Day, so we would love to have all of you guys up there.
Thank you.
That's my motion, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank
Open
you.
your business.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. We'll move on now to items 85 and 86. 85, SUP 42182 for possible action on a request for a major amendment of a previously approved special use permit 20519 for proposed 24-story mixed-use development consisting of 33,000 square feet of commercial space, 1,150 residential units, and 135-foot tall parking structure. Number 86, SDR 41600, for possible action on a request for a major amendment of a previously approved site development plan review, SDR 20502, for a proposed 24-story mixed-use development including 33,000 square feet of commercial space, 1,150 residential units, and a 135-foot tall parking structure. The applicant is Barnett Lieberman, and the owner is 305 Las Vegas LLC. Project is located on 2.67 acres at the southwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and 4th Street. The Planning Commission recommends approval, and staff recommends denial of all items. These items are in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin, and public hearings are now declared open. Is the applicant present?
Yes.
Welcome, Mr. Lieberman. Anyone wishing to be heard on these items, please come forward, state your name.
Mike Peterman, 200 Hoover Avenue.
Thank you. Floor is yours.
Okay. I represent about, I believe, we sent in about 35 emails to Councilman Coffin's office. All residents at Newport Lofts, owners at Newport Lofts, which is about 4 blocks away. And we are all in favor of building something, just not what's being proposed. We feel it's 24 stories is just, I don't know there's anything like it close to downtown, except for the previously approved high-rise condos that have been built, which were approved years ago. We know presently there's a 12-story building that has been approved, and we feel that is certainly fine. I know the original, there was 1,000 units proposed on these 12 floors, which would have been a lot of units on each floor, and they've now determined to go up another 12 floors and have 1,050 units, which still leaves approximately 40 units for every floor. Don't feel in this day and age that anything besides a Class A apartment would be the type that we want to build downtown, since everything's now coming slowly but surely into view. Having a washer and dryer room on each floor, to me, just determines this is not what we're looking for. This is, they're all very small units being proposed. All mostly are, at least half the floor are studios. And just not what we feel is encompassing. This is not Manhattan. We do not have mass transit like we do in other major cities. We do not have light rail. We do not have cable cars. We do not have, all we have are buses. We have taxis, but generally they only like to hang out at the airport and the Strip.
Thank you.
And so also, and the other major problem, if you do suppose this is adequate for the city, the amount of parking is extremely short. We like to use Soho as an example. They have 1.37 spaces for each unit in the building. This only comes up to 1.07 spaces. No matter what, parking will still be an issue. This is the West. People do not want to give up their cars and have anybody visiting or even using the whole commercial, which is the whole bottom floor. There will not be enough places to park. So to my calculations, that brings up another 450 additional spaces would be equivalent to Soho, which has a similar restrictive parking and all commercial on the first floor.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you. I think it would be a good idea to hear from the applicant first so that we can get an idea, because I know that based upon complaints and suggestions and meeting with him and with planning, a lot of changes have occurred in things. We want to make sure that the people who
know what's happened in those
there are some
changing.
changes.
Absolutely.
May
Thank
not make
you.
anybody happy, but I think it's important.
No, I think
As we
you're
always
right.
negotiate these things,
Absolutely, since there have been changes too.
Measure,
go ahead.
complaints after.
Thank you. Mr. Lieber.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm continue to be inspired by the city. Since 2003, when I first learned of the World Market Center and of the visionary Centennial Plan, which I just congratulate everyone here and everyone preceding for having brought forward, I began to assemble 5 blocks, which include the new City Hall and the Regional Transportation Center, and that took almost 50 separate negotiations with owners. And I had a full head of hair before I began that. Now, that was been a terrific experience, and also I had the chance to work with the Office of Development, Bill Norton, Scott Young, and the City Manager's Office, Betsy Fretwell, and Scott Adams, who is the Chief Urban Development Officer. I get that right? Okay. The City Planning Office with the Flint Flag and Steve Gebecki, is that I pronounced that right? Close enough. and Mayor Goodman's, both Mayors Goodman, past and present, and the City Council, whom I've worked closely with and consulted with on every occasion. And I want to say that they offer more than customer service. They have truly embraced me and my vision with their customer guidance and assistance. I remember particularly the first guidance Scott gave me in terms of pedestrian malls and how we were able to accommodate and learn by your experience in the different cities you worked in. And I'm truly grateful for all of that. Now, the thrill of seeing City Hall, the Regional Transportation Center, the Bonneville Couplet, where we all worked so very hard together, is extraordinary. The current applications speak to the dynamic needs of our city as it grows by attracting non-tourist, non-gaming residents to become the iconic city of the 21st century. These apartments are designed to eliminate the barrier to entry by the virtual non-existence of affordable first class, or Class A as was referred to, rental apartments. I continue to be excited to be part of this effort. I have with us Kirsten Newman, Brandon Sprague, the architects, and my associate Stephan Malta to help answer any questions, but we have always worked with the City Council, with the City Planning Office, within the Centennial Plan, which we think is that guarantees the future of the city downtown. And with regard to this project and the next one on the agenda, I wanted to make this speech twice. We have taken the advice and guidance and even landscaping suggestions of the Planning Office to reduce the number of units, increase the parking, and we rushed to get this on the agenda, and we failed to have a loading facility which would accommodate people as they move in or out. And we have now incorporated that into the plan as well. And I'm grateful for the time that the Planning Office gave to reconsider those items and to give their full approval. So I thank you. Any specific questions?
It was parking and a loading area and a reduction in the number of units. Those are the 3 areas to which you're speaking?
That's what we spoke about.
Madam Mayor, if I may step in just a moment. The project that has the changes to it is not actually 85 and 86, which is under consideration right now, but rather 87 and 88, which is the following project.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That one has had a reduction in the number of units and parking spaces, and I can speak to that once we get to those items on the agenda.
I'm sorry. I was going to make the same speech. So I made the same speech, but I was pleased to have the support of both the Commission and the Planning Office on the Charleston project. It's a project designed to accommodate the change that is happening. We are, as referred to this morning at a breakfast meeting, we're at the tipping point here in bringing non-gaming and non-tourist residents to the downtown. And we've got to prepare for that and accommodate those people as they move here. And these apartments will serve that purpose. This will be done in phased development. We don't expect to absorb all those apartments at once. But the project as built out will be served to supply the needs of those people who want to come to Las Vegas.
Timeline on phase one.
Well, first, this entire project is phase two. The first phase is the next project, which is on Coolidge and Casino. That's phase one. That's it's the next. It's phase two in terms of your agenda. On your agenda, it's two.
Okay.
But on our agenda, it's phase one. Of course, having done that and proven the success of that, the financing will be available for this larger
piece.
project. Right.
And the timeline on phase one, assuming it were approved.
We expect to be in construction a year from now. Yeah. We expect to begin construction a year from now. This, what's exciting, one of these, well, many things are exciting, but what's very exciting about this is the method of construction that we're using. I have a patent pending on the assembly of modules, precast first-class construction, which will enable a very, very rapid completion, which will, the units themselves, the modules themselves will be fabricated while the site work, the civil engineering is being done. So that as soon as that is done, the assembly is a matter of craning in these units, which are not, each of these modules do not define a unit, but rather define a transportable portion of a unit under the transportation constraints of the federal government. So, but it'll be able to be completed in about 6 months. What?
Are those made here or elsewhere?
Sloan.
Okay.
They'll be cast and fitted out in Sloan. The refrigerators may be made in, as they are now, Mexico or China. Those things, but that's
numbers in construction are you looking at? Do you have an estimate of?
For the first one, 45.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Sorry. $35 million in construction for the second item on the agenda.
Okay.
The first phase.
So to just indicate what Councilman Anthony indicated to you, we can just go ahead and open up those other two if you'd like, since the gentleman's done both of those items. And we can discuss all of them at one time, but you'll take them separately.
Okay.
I'm concerned about the two before that, because I own the
You'll
property.
be heard, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, let's, I've had some very good input from various astute council people. Why don't we get all the information first before there's comment, and then you can come back up and make comments. We'll open up all four if that's all right, and you'll give as much of a presentation as you can, answer the questions here, and then we'll invite you back up, if that's all right with you, and then you don't have to stand and hurt your backs. So let's go ahead and open up number 87 and 88, which I will read. 87, SUP 41599 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed mixed-use development. Number 88, SDR 41829 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 16-story mixed-use development, including 16,000 square feet of commercial space and 330 multi-family residential units, and a waiver of the downtown Centennial Plan streetscape standards. The applicant is Barnett Lieberman, and the owner is Leah Property LLC. The project's located on 0.64 acres at the northeast corner of Casino Center Boulevard and Coolidge Avenue. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial of both items. These items are in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin, and our public hearings, which are open, but we're going to hold till we have had the full presentation. So now with those all open, let's discuss these as well, please.
The changes which I had previously discussed apply here. We reduced from, I think it's 16 down to 13 residential stories. 13 residential stories. We have added the loading space as discussed, and we have reduced the commercial to about 7,500 square feet. Is that right, Flint? Is that? and we've accommodated, we've agreed with and embraced the changes in terms of the landscaping that was recommended as well.
You will take that. Now,
Yeah.
how about the number of residential units?
We've
That's-
reduced that from, it was 360 to 247.
So it's, rather than 330 is listed here?
330 to 247.
Madam Mayor, if I might, just so that everyone is clear on this, on items number 87 and 88, there has been a reduction in the number of units. In the advertisement that was sent out before Planning Commission, it advertised it as being 330 units. Since the Planning Commission meeting, the applicant has made some changes. The number of units has been reduced to 247. As he stated, he has also reduced the square footage of the commercial space. It's now down to approximately 7,500 square feet. The number of parking spaces has been put in at 272 parking spaces, and it has been reduced to 14 stories overall, which is the 13 residential floors and the ground floor commercial space. With that, and also changes adding a loading space and making some revisions to the streetscape, staff has changed their recommendation to approval on items 87 and 88 based on the changes that they have made. And so I just wanted to make sure that that was clear in the record, that we have changed our recommendation based on the new plans that we've received, and we have documented as such in our report that's included in the backup.
And did planning get that last night, the changes, and have they in fact approved now as well?
We actually received the changes several weeks ago, which gave us adequate time to review the project again, and we have changed our recommendation to approval.
On both planning and
Correct.
staff?
Well,
Okay.
Staff,
no.
Planning Commission has not reviewed
Okay.
this.
May I, please?
Please.
Thank you. And that's exactly where I was going, Mayor Goodman. It's kind of a question of procedure, because, Flynn, what we have before us are two huge projects, great projects, 24 stories tall, 13 stories tall, but we have a recommendation from Planning Commission for denial. But that recommendation came as a result of the first plans before all the changes and the downsizing, if I can use that term, came about. So my question is, I wonder if planning would have a different recommendation if they were aware of the changes. Now, I know that's not the way we work here. We go to planning, planning makes a decision based upon what is brought forth to them. The applicant kind of gets the hint and says, I better do something different. They go back to staff, and now staff changes their recommendation, but we still have a recommendation from planning for denial. It's almost like I'd like to send you back to planning, so that planning would perhaps revisit the issue.
And Councilman, oftentimes we do that when the project is substantially different than what they had proposed to Planning Commission. We'll advise them that they need to go back to Planning Commission to have it re-looked at by Planning Commission and then come
Okay.
back to you.
But that's
So-
that's something that either Mr. Scott, your department advises, or planning advises, or the applicant themselves may do.
Planning and the city attorney's office kind of look at it and see if there's substantial changes to a project where we believe it's almost a different project than what Planning Commission has seen. We'd recommend they go back. If it's like a reduction in a few units, we normally wouldn't advise that. But if it's something greater than maybe 10% or so, we would probably say.
And I'm not
go back.
suggesting that we do that, Mr. Lieberman, but I just wanted to bring out that you have a recommendation from planning for denial, but it was on the old plan, and I would submit that these are pretty significant changes. Now, whether it should go back to planning, I'm not taking a position on that.
And we could do that. If you'd
Well,
like
I'm
to
not,
do that.
I don't think I'm going to be the one that's going to suggest that. May I just ask a couple more questions, please? Mr. Lieberman, I have to believe, and I do believe, that you are a very, very smart man that goes to the trouble and exercises the diligence required to bank, no pun intended, on that there's a market for this. Because we're talking about 250 rental apartments. Now, we've got Zappos coming on board next year, and a lot of people are going to move downtown to work, at least. And I have to believe that not all those folks are going to be able to be owners. A lot of those people might want to be renters. Is that part of your equation in this?
Yes.
Okay.
I've been speaking with Zappos and other major employers, and we're looking at the Smith Center. We're looking at a number of things happening downtown.
You believe there's a market for this
Yes.
kind of project?
Yes.
What kind of commercial entities do you think will go in both of these projects?
Well, I think that different characters. In the project on Casino, there's a real need in the neighborhood with Newport and with Soho for a convenience mini-mart type store. That's one that we have planned, and that's right at the bus stop, so that people can arrive at the bus, pick up whatever they need for home, and then travel home with it to one of the apartments that are in the immediate vicinity. There are other uses which are tenant friendly. Some of the larger employers are thinking of spaces to service their employees at home. There'll be things like fitness facilities, meeting facilities, libraries, and just to accommodate that, what Richard Florida refers to as the creative class, which is where we hope to achieve most of our growth. On Charleston, we're looking for that as a more commercial, more standard commercial. It's a higher traffic street, and we'll have certainly some facilities that take advantage of the density of the population, but others that are just for the entire community.
Thank you. And my final question, if you don't mind, is this gentleman does raise, I think, a legitimate concern regarding parking. Because we're talking about major streets, major intersections that are only going to get more crowded and more major and more traveled in the next weeks, months, and years. I'm going to direct this question to you, Mr. Fagg, perhaps, because you're an expert in this. How are we going to accommodate the folks, the married couple that moves into a unit? They both drive vehicles, and we've got spaces for 1.3 or 1.3 spaces per unit. How are we going to accommodate something like that?
Let me back up a little bit and talk about the Downtown Centennial Plan. First of all, as you're probably aware, the Downtown Centennial Plan does not automatically apply parking requirements, but rather we look at those on a case-by-case basis. What we've used in the past for other projects that have been approved in the downtown area is a rule of thumb where we require 1 space per residential unit and approximately 3 spaces per 1,000 square feet on the commercial side. And the projects that we've had that have been approved have generally adhered to that rule of thumb. Now, when you have residents coming to the downtown, there are a couple of factors that you need to take into consideration. Number one, we do have the opening of the bus rapid transit line, which admittedly is not light rail, but it's our first step towards light rail. And so people who are moving downtown most likely are going to be moving closer to jobs or to the things that they would need the second vehicle for. If not, they have access to transit much better than they do out in the suburbs. And so we do have the availability of transit, and then also we have the profile of the people who are moving downtown, who are more likely to use it or more likely to be able to walk to work or to the uses of daily life.
If I could just add to that, in addition to the population and the density of the city and the facilities that the city provides in terms of public transport, we expect to have a number of zip cars. And in addition, I spoke with the Regional Transportation Commission today to pursue being a station for the e-bikes and working with a private party to be a station for a universally rentable regular bicycle that's not electronic. So we expect people to be, and people are skeptical, they always are. In New York City in the past 5 years, I'd say bike use has more than tripled in Manhattan. So I think that it's something that can happen. It's something that's happening in cities like Phoenix, which is similar, and was it San Antonio? And San Antonio. So I think the future is less car-centric, and I think we're accommodating that. And in addition, the parking system that we are using is a non-assigned parking system. Indeed, the residents will be charged for garage parking. It won't be a lot, but it'll make them conscious of the fact that they are paying to park their car. it will have over time, an environmental effect. When they decide to buy a new car, that's going to be one of their calculations. Right now, it's not. And so we hope to make a real impact by having this reduced parking that we are charging for, and also the fact that there are no assigned spots, and this is done in almost a warehouse pick mechanical function, that these spaces are available to multiple people, so that during the day when people are out, the spaces can be used commercially. So there'll be multiple uses of the people of these spaces.
Question. It seems because we got into 85 and 86 and turned 87, 88, from the sounds of what you're saying, 87 and 88 preempt the 85, 86 building in your mind, and that those are first.
Yes.
If in fact that's a fact, and this is now a 13-story building and all these other reductions that have met our staff requirements, and I think Mr. Fagoy sits on Planning Commission and heard all those issues as to what the problems were. I mean, I feel somewhat confident, knowing this gentleman and his expertise, that it would probably fly, that piece. So my question to you is, if in fact this is the first piece, this is for a time away, why are we dealing with the big ones now? Why aren't we just moving to what's imminent and take them separately and move along?
Because the existing the finance requires the entitlement to be in place.
That's a very good answer, for which I have none.
Okay, so
okay.
That's, you know, it's a tolling until the. Notice I have financing for the existing property. I don't have financing for a development on that property, and that won't come until I have a success on the first property. But in the meantime, the existing property value is based on the entitlement.
But could you be dealing with Coolidge and Casino Center, put that one up, get the approval with the changes and according to everything, and then have flexibility from the council and input from anywhere else to change these issues that we're, I mean, to me it's sort of a pig in a poke at this time to look at those big things.
It's fine, and certainly we'll do what works. I'm not going to do something that doesn't work. So we will learn from the first development.
And this first development approximately is a year out.
Yes.
To break ground.
Well, no, to break ground less than a year, but probably about 15 months to get the first units finished.
Okay. So I would like to throw that out to the council
months.
if there were any appetite for it, to try to separate these out so at least he can get moving on phase one of it.
Well, that would foreclose
the whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Into that, as they say.
You have someone behind you that's lending you support.
Yeah. Right. It's also a matter of, by breaking the sites up, we had to move the parking around as well.
Okay.
So the previous approvals had a different parking regimen.
I understand. So now it becomes a little bit larger issue.
Right.
Okay, so everybody, anything else you'd like to add at this point before we open it up to public comment?
No, I'm
Are we okay?
available.
Okay, more.
I just want to thank everybody again.
I'll speak
Thank
about
you.
the other. I already spoke about the big building.
Okay.
So and again, even on the small building, we're not opposed to the building. We want them. It's just we feel the scope is too great for what they're proposing. You're talking about small units, which encourage small income, low income. We are already surrounded by low income apartments. We all bought in there. We knew that coming in. We're fine with that. Jewel is sitting there empty. They still have at least 300 units to fill. We don't know when that's going to happen. That will be a higher grade. They have apartments. They were condos. Okay, these are being proposed as apartments, which are not going to be built to the same standards as a condo would be. And again, we don't feel it's exactly what the Arts District is looking for. We're looking for lofts. We're looking for brownstones. That's the sort of thing that would fit into an Arts District, not a 14-story building. The parking, again, regardless, on the south side of Coolidge, there's a 3-hour parking. So on Coolidge itself, there's maybe spaces for 5 or 6 cars. The whole Casino Center side, you cannot park at all because of the bus line. And and I realize this is down the road a couple of years, but still, the infrastructure is not in place to carry all these people. We strictly have the ACE line, we have the Deuce line that stops one way, but those are generally tourist stops. They go from the outlets to the outlets. There aren't many people that actually take the bus that live in the neighborhood. And I really don't feel that this is still going to be a car issue. The smaller building, again, is woefully short of parking for just the basics. I can't imagine anybody living there, nobody's going to visit them with that, that's going to need a place to park. And at Newport, we have the ability, we have open parking across the street and one block over, but it's not the same pretty much anywhere else, because pretty much every other street is now down to 2-hour and 3-hour parking. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Mayor Goodman,
Yes,
I have a number of questions.
go for it. Councilman Barlow has
Thank
got his
you.
list.
Okay.
Do they need to
Okay.
sit down?
Well, I can wait. I can
No,
wait
you go,
until-
please.
I do have a question in regards for Mr. Lieberman. How many total units, for the record, are we talking about at this location?
247 on Coolidge and Casino.
Okay. And with that, how many of those 247, if you can break that out for me, are 4-unit, as far as 4-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom, and studio?
There, could we have the architect
It's very
come up and
close to
speak?
one bedrooms and 2 bedrooms, half and half. Very close. There are a couple of apartments on each floor that have a smaller bedroom or study or.
So when you say half and half of what bedroom? Which bedroom?
1 bedrooms are half the apartments, and 2 bedrooms are half the apartments.
Okay, so no
It's about 100
3-bedroom.
About 120 of each, and there are. It's actually about 118 of each, and there are some 13 apartments that are slightly different, that are larger, a little bit larger.
So no 3-bedroom.
Can we call that a 3-bedroom, the one at the end of the hall? No? No, we don't. We can't call it a 3-bedroom.
Okay.
There's been a request. Could the architect please come
Oh.
up so that this would be on the record, the response, the
Okay.
accurate
Okay.
response?
And with
Not
that,
yours
what
isn't
is the
accurate.
square footage of the units?
The
The livable space?
Okay, the 1 bedrooms are 680? Okay. Kristen, why don't you?
Please state your name. and then
Kristen
respond.
Newman, 1200 South Fourth. I don't have those specifics, so they're on the plan.
Oh, okay, all right.
680.
680 and 920. 680 square feet for the 1 bedrooms and 920 square feet for the 2 bedrooms. Except for the corner unit and the end unit, a little larger.
Okay. So, and Mayor, as I understand it, just for clarification, you did open up all of the items before us, correct? So I can jump
So
from
you got
item to item?
85, 86, 87, and 88.
Okay, thank you. So, 247 units at Coolidge and Maine.
Casino.
I mean,
Casino.
Casino. And there's 1,150 units at
Charleston. South side of Charleston.
At Charleston. So that's in one geographic area, approximately 1,400 units. And am I clear to say that each one of these buildings will basically mirror the other? In square footage?
The
In
apartment
bedroom
sizes?
size?
Approximately, yeah.
Yes.
Very close.
And the height of, or the stories, if you will, for Coolidge and Casino is what, for the record?
14 stories total.
14 stories total. And the Charleston is what?
24.
24. And it's all apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Quite welcome.
Yes, there's ground level commercial at each project.
I just wanted to get those questions out so that I'm clear as we continue to move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please state your name.
Robert Lentz, 200 Hoover Avenue, Unit 1206.
Thank you.
I guess small, tiny prefab apartments with no parking, I don't share the excitement. That's going to trash our neighborhood. Having that many units and having that much people parking cars in there's no parking now. It's an issue right now, and that's going to totally trash it. On some of the original estimates, I don't see the updates, but on some of the original stuff, I did some research. I have some familiarity with City of Los Angeles, and for similar type units, the City of Los Angeles will require approximately 1.5 to 2.0 parking spaces per unit for those types of units that I saw in the original paperwork. I have some familiarity with downtown Los Angeles. I'm on the board of Santee Village, largest adaptive reuse project in the city of Los Angeles. And we've tried that, those little borrow car things and that bicycle stuff. We've tried everything we could do to kind of alleviate the parking problem, and it really doesn't work. It comes down to parking. It's a big issue. And it's just not going to work. It's going to trash the neighborhood. As far as demand for that type of, residential units and commercial spaces, I mean, there's empty units right now. There's all kind of empty units all over town. There's this big demand for stuff. Let's keep our property values up and fill those units. Commercial space, I see vacant commercial space all over the place. If there's such a demand, let's fill that stuff up first. And there's nothing that makes a neighborhood look trashy than having empty, vacant commercial spaces. I mean, that's just bad. And two, also, on a personal note, I mean, I live in Newport Lofts. I invested in that building because I believe in downtown Los Angeles, or downtown Las Vegas. Sorry.
Heaven forbid the slur. Please go ahead. Don't be shy.
Trust me, the condos in Las Vegas are way nicer than Los Angeles. Anyway.
Thank you.
But I believe in the neighborhood, and I believe in what's going on in the revitalization. And I kind of look at where these buildings are going to go, and I mean, maybe it sounds selfish, but I look at, here's some people who've invested in this neighborhood, who believe in it, who want to be here, and of all this vacant space in this city, of all the places that kind of should be like torn down and maybe redone, why would you put this huge building right in front of the two performing buildings in town and kind of like penalize the people who believe in downtown and are there now, not tenants that are going to move into some big prefab, tiny unit, no parking apartment building? So I'm like totally against this. And I think you guys should, I think we should have some development there, but I think it should be totally scaled down. I think you guys should really force the parking issue. I mean, real estate here is cheap comparatively, and it's like 2 spaces per unit. Seriously, that's a minimum, in my opinion.
Mayor Goodman?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes?
I have a question for the gentleman and Scott Adams. Mr. Adams, just for a moment. You mentioned that you live in Soho Lofts?
Newport.
I'm sorry, Newport Lofts. Newport Lofts?
Right.
What is the vacancy, if you will, in Newport? How many, if you know, how many units are there and how many are actually being lived in currently?
As far as ownership, I believe all of them are owned. As far as occupancy, I think there's only only 1 or 2 units available for rent that I know of.
Okay.
And I'm in that rental market. I own 2 units there, and I actually rent one of them out. So I'm familiar with the rental market.
Well, I'm just
vacancies.
I'm more so concerned about the vacancies, not necessarily the ownership. How many people actually live in the building, whether they're renting or owning? If you know,
I don't know the exact numbers. I mean, it's fairly. It's in the last year, it's gotten a lot fuller.
Okay.
I don't know the exact
I could
numbers.
probably answer that for you. About
Your name for the record?
Mike Peterman. Approximately 35% of the building is rented.
Okay.
As far as tenants, everything else is owner occupied.
35% of the building?
35% of the units are occupied by tenants.
Okay.
The rest are owners or people use it as vacation homes.
And how many units are in Newport? I just don't remember.
168.
168. Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Adams, as far as, for example, the Ogden and Soho, and I believe I'm missing another condo tower.
Jewel.
Thank you.
Empty.
Do you know what the tenancy is for those?
I Councilman, this is Scott Adams, Chief Urban Redevelopment Officer. It's my understanding, and this is what I've been hearing, and I would probably need to confirm this, but I think it's fairly accurate that Soho and Newport have basically sold through, and they're now either on resale of units or rental of existing units. That all of the units are spoken for and in some way generally occupied either by an owner-occupant or a renter. Ogden is leasing up very quickly. It's my understanding Ogden is doing very well now that they've worked through their bank issues. It's gone back out as a rental project. They are quickly leasing up. So the only project left downtown in the core area that is unresolved is Jewel. If you look at it at a macro perspective, though, Jewel is probably some 300 I think it was 330 units or so. And you look at the timing on which this project would come online, maybe in the next 3 years, if Jewel is worked out fairly soon, based on the absorption of the other projects, the downtown market will most likely be fully satisfied by the time Mr. Lieberman brings his project online. It sounds weird, and I've always felt that downtown would show the first demand for substantial new housing of anywhere in the valley simply because of the unique circumstances we enjoy. I think when you compound that with the fact that Zappos is going to bring 2,000 people downtown initially that could grow substantially over time, all who are looking for an urban life, many of which are looking for an urban lifestyle. So I think the prospects
And
for
all are
market
rental.
absorption are very good.
And most of those are rental, as I understand it, rather than Jewel, which was condominium and purchase.
Right.
But the Zappos is largely, predominantly rental.
And I think, and in my experience in other downtowns, what Mr. Lieberman's doing is also designing his units smaller to be able to bring the rental rate into a more affordable range, which is within reach of people who actually work downtown. That's a strategy that's been done successfully in a number of downtowns throughout America where, as you experience the increased cost of building in a higher or more dense project, the way you're able to create a more affordable unit is working on the design of the unit and the size of the unit, which helps bring that ultimate rental rate within reach of people who actually work downtown.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name.
Dick Geyer, 8260 Hilton Head Court, president of 18B, the Las Vegas Arts District Neighborhood Association. Hello, Barnett. Haven't seen you in a while. In our last board meeting, Brett Wesley, who lives in Newport Lofts, brought forward the complaints of these two gentlemen about the property on Coolidge, which, of course, is directly in front or almost just off a little bit of the side to Newport and not too far from Soho. And the board voted to oppose this development for the reasons which I will not reiterate, which you've heard extensively. Now that there have been changes in the building, I have a difficulty here in making that proposal or for denial as on behalf of the board, because they weren't really talking about the entity as it will exist. Unfortunately, Barnett's representatives here in town had not had an opportunity to come and meet with the board as he did with the previous projects years ago. And so even though it's kind of a difficult thing, my proposal on behalf of myself and the board would be to go back to the Planning Commission with the new design, and that would also give time for Barnett and his representatives to come back and talk to us and convince the board of 18B to give an approval rather than ask for denial. Because I'd say I can't, with the changes he's made, it's really impossible for me to strongly advocate for denial. And I would appreciate if that would be done. I think the board would appreciate it also. Thank
And
you.
keep in mind with that, this is like at the horse races in 1 and 1A. You don't get the smaller unit without the two big ones, from what I understand.
Well, there was no discussion of the big one
Okay.
at the board meeting.
So, I mean, this
It's
is
only the one,
something,
the Newport one.
I say that correctly, correct? They are hooked
No,
together
you don't
because
get- you
you're...
don't get the big one without the small one.
Okay,
You get the
well,
small one first.
yeah, right. See, I'm a woman, I sell the small one first.
Okay. It has
Please.
to be done, it does have to be done first.
That, it has to be, okay.
Okay, my name is Marilyn Oler, and I'm only here for 85 and 86, I believe. And we own the, is there any way you can bring that up? I haven't seen what his new,
With the Steiner?
no, the area. The area.
The pictures for the high-rise, the 24-story buildings, or for the 14-story
The
building?
24.
Could we do that, please?
Okay, there's this, oh, what do I do, this point? There's a street here right now that is Third Place, I believe. Okay, and is this the alleyway?
Yes.
Okay, so that will not, nothing will interfere with access in for like the trash and all of that. There's going to be access to go in and out. See, we own these buildings right here, and the only access we have for Silver State, the electric company, and the water company is access through this alley, and then they pull out over here. Okay, and I noticed that street's gone now, so I didn't, you just eliminate it? Is that what happens?
There's an easement for it.
There is an easement.
But there's, it's all pink.
It goes underneath and there's an easement for it.
We would relocate what we can.
You wouldn't
This is
be-
the site plan right here.
Mr. Fag, on
Third
that,
place,
do you see where she's pointing,
where's the rest of
please?
Yes, I
Do you
do
see-
see where she's
okay.
pointing. There is a partially vacated alley, approximately 150 feet in length, that extends off of 3rd Street. That is not proposed to be vacated. That will remain. However, if there is any private access agreement behind the properties on the east side of your properties, that's something that would have to be worked out individually with the developer.
I'm talking about right now Silver State, especially Silver State, because the alley's not real wide. They come in through that way and they leave by the street. So if his building's right there, how is the trash company going to be able, are they going to make room so that they can turn around? Because we have absolutely no parking there because of the new bus system. So they took away all the private parking along the street on 3rd Street. So there's no parking there. So the only parking we have for our units is they put in 3 spaces in the front, and then I have, okay, I have parking right in here. But Silver State has got to be able to come in and be able to get rid of the trash or, you know, whatever. They can't turn around. So they have to have a place to exit.
And that will be provided for. We
Okay,
will-
so I don't have to come back and, I mean, it's going to be for sure that way?
We
or-
will make sure that we work with you as property owner
Okay.
to alleviate that
And
concern.
forgive me for not knowing this, but I didn't even know about the other building. The other building is going to have 247 units, and how many parking spaces for that?
That one has...
272, you said.
Thank you.
272? Okay, and then for the building that's going to be 24 stories high, how many parking spaces for that one?
That one has 1,232.
And how many units are going to be there?
1,150.
Okay, so there won't ever be more than one space for each family, right?
That's correct.
All right, the main thing was the alleyway, and that was it. Is there any way they can make it so that if they build the first one and they find that the parking's inadequate, can they bring that question up before the second building is constructed? Because there's no parking downtown. I mean, cars are getting towed away in the art district.
Right, we're very much aware of it, and while I know Mr. Lieberman and absolutely think he's done some wonderful things for our city, as a private individual and a homeowner, I don't trust anybody when it comes to my family and our property, so I would keep following up with, not that I don't trust them, but I would keep following up with Republic Services. All right, once this is moving along, want to make sure that my home and my pickups and my buildings are being protected with this, and there's an ingress and an egress. Just keep following.
Okay, but also what I was saying is when they build the place on Coolidge, is it?
Yes, that's the
Yeah.
smaller
When they,
unit.
yeah, the smaller one. If they build that and they find that the parking is inadequate for
Right.
the area,
Right.
then can it be brought before this second building is okayed? Can they readjust the parking on the second building so that they don't have the same problem that they had on Coolidge?
If I can respond.
Please.
Certainly.
Okay.
Well, that's our intention, is to have a successful building. If we need to make any alterations, any
Thank you.
amendments, any changes, we will. It's not.
And that's on the record.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Anthony Hart. I live 123 Sedalia. What's going on here? We're looking down the road to the future. Let's get real. Downtown is going to come an area someday where people ain't going to need it. It might be another New York City, San Francisco, whatever. But see, another thing, people going to have to. People want to start walking, riding bikes, get some exercise. What I'm saying, what's going on here is the future. We're looking down the road. You always talk, ain't no jobs, ain't no. Hey, going to be a lot of people downtown. You know, and a little bit, it's kind of like the guy in Texas said, 40 acres. Man, that's all you got? He said, downtown Dallas, whatever. Tall building, you know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying, we got to look at the future, and part of this is the future. People start getting out of their car because the price is getting $8 a gallon, whatever. Let's come to reality here. Downtown is changing for a certain reason. It has to. People gonna start living downtown, working downtown, and just like that Zappo man said, he may not go 15 blocks. Give me a break. They built all them houses on the suburbs. Nobody don't want to live anymore. Give me a break. Everybody coming into the city. Get real here. Another thing, get back to that, what they call that thing, near Napoli, whatever. Put some windows in that thing. It look like a warehouse. Excuse me. What I'm trying to say, y'all on the right track. Downtown is changing for the good of all of us. Look forward to the future. If you don't, we're going to all be in the poorhouse. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Thank you. Todd Farley, 240 North 19th Street. I agree with Scott Adams that we need a variety of income or priced units here. Do we know how much these are going to rent for? Was that ever brought up?
Would you like to know what we're projecting?
Yes, just a basic on a one-bedroom.
The one bedrooms are what? About 800? 8 to 900 a month, and the two bedrooms are 1,000 to 1,300.
Can we have whoever
About
it is
1,000,
that's
1,300.
responding back on the record up at the microphone, please?
I'm responding.
I wasn't trying
I'm
to
responding.
pin him down. I just wanted to know the average thing. Councilman Coffin, I'd like to point out this. I live in a two-bedroom house of 880 square feet, and I've got 65 years of baggage I drag around, and it's plenty of space. It's plenty of space. So I don't think there's any problem there. The other thing I would like to put up is, I drive a little tracker, and if you use tandem, if you park tandem, you can put two trackers in where a regular car usually sits. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Anyone else wanting to be heard? Please come forward, state your name, and then Councilman Anthony would like to be heard.
My name is Peter Christoph. Call me Chris Christoph. I have property in certain areas in the city, and I live in the county. I have a document, and I had Madam and Council talk to Mr. Gillespie yesterday at the county meetings, and he said, "Where did you get this document?" I don't know if you can see it up there, but it's clear. This is not even 10 days old, as the captain should know that every 10 days they put it out. We have a saturation of 1,700 crimes in the lower part of the city of Las Vegas. Not my doing, and I will stack my reputation unless we get people like Councilman Rick Barlow as well as Mr. Kaufman realize they lived here, been here long. I've been here 27 years. I fought for Meadow Village, Naked City, and was ignored. The captain knows that, and they ignored it, and they kept pushing people from one side to the other. Hedridge Circle Park, this gentleman here is the councilman, lives there, knew about it but never fought for anything. The only one who fought very visually was the county commissioner, Chris Giuliani, who got the same documents yesterday. If we're going to move forward, as the gentleman before me and the gentleman who wants a bill, we got to clean out the pedophiles, over 300 sex offenders in that area. That's just one part. Almost close to 3,000 embedded in Ward 3 and Ward 5 of some kind of a behavior with transaction of dope or taking dope. We have documents on this. It even encompassed the children's park called Hedridge Circle that I gave, Your Honor, your people last city council meeting. Everybody looked at it. And your city manager, if she did her diligently, and she didn't, she would have got a hold of this. And she would have said, wait a minute, before the Councilman Wilson said twice, Mrs. The city manager, Ms. Patswell, do you think it's good to have it there? And he repeated it a second time. And finally, the second time, she says, oh, yes, without not even knowing about this, not doing what you said, the Councilwoman Lois said, and he said prior to let's do a background check on all these things. But for some reason, prior to 2 days before the city council last week, it was unanimously said, it's a done deal. We're going to put it down in hell at the Hedridge Circle Park.
Mayor?
Hedridge Children's Park.
What are you talking?
We're talking about crime that you don't have in your ward, sir.
Mr. Kristoff, are you talking about the Veterans Memorial? Are you talking about this man's project?
I'm talking about his project and any other future project. It's right on the edge of this high-profile
Thank you, Mr.
crime.
Kristoff.
If you don't know it, then you're not downtown. You're out in Ward 6, wheeling, dealing, whatever you're doing. But I say it honestly, you're the one that stepped out.
Okay, I think, thank you, appreciate
wait a minute,
it.
madam, you're going to have to make sure that our city is clean.
Thank you. Believe
No,
me,
you're not
we're
doing it.
working very hard.
You're telling
Everything
people that
takes time.
downtown is so clean, and you're ignoring that document that we have from Metro and in intelligence. You're saying, let's not tell them.
No, I don't think that's fact, but thank you for your input and sharing, and I think everything that we're trying to do now is to make these decisions on everything that you've done thus far and look forward to your properties. So, Councilman Anthony, you wanted to make a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Fagg, this is in the Centennial Plan area, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And this particular project fits in within the Centennial Plan?
In looking at the goals and objectives of the Centennial Plan, yes, it is consistent.
Okay. And Mr. Lee, can you tell me how you're financing these projects? I mean, I'm assuming you have investors that are investing in this project, or how are you doing that?
Well, I have a considerable amount of my own money involved. It's a very serious amount of my own money involved. We have an application pending for a HUD guarantee on the first phase. And after that guarantee of loan and the first phase presumably will be successful, and then we'll be able to finance the second phase.
Okay, so you have quite a bit of your own money in this?
Yes, quite a bit of my own money.
Okay, so I'm assuming you're not just throwing your money away. You're probably putting a project together that you want to make money on, because that's
wife
the
hopes
American
so.
way.
Yeah.
Right. Your wife has already checked this out?
Yeah.
Okay, she's good with it?
I answer to a higher authority.
All right.
Amen.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
You know, we were never really briefed thoroughly on this. And you used to come in and meet with each of us, remember? And you didn't come in on this project. To some of us, this is sort of a surprise that it's so extensive and there's such a feeling, such a strong feeling in the community. And I remember when we first started out there, and you did wonderful work there, but I remember how you used to come and brief each one of us so we could understand. It's difficult for me to grasp all these numbers and figures when I'm getting this without having a briefing first.
Well, I apologize. I've been fairly pressed this last month on some personal matters. I did intend to. I did speak with a number of the councilmen, and I know that we had worked so closely together. It's very similar to, it's just an amendment of what we had done before, just reconfigured. That we had done before. So I know we had worked very closely together before, and I assumed that.
But, and I wasn't the only one, though. I'm not the only council person.
I know
that
Councilman
didn't.
Wilson also had known before, but I spoke with Councilman Barlow, and I spoke with Councilman Ross, and certainly Councilman Coffin. And I had perhaps wrongly presumed that that's where I had to do most of the work. I was quite constrained last month.
Well,
I apologize.
Well, I understand, and that's all right, and I know how busy schedules get. The only concern I'm saying is, as far as me making a vote, it's hard for me to make a vote today when I don't understand everything as fully as I would like to, because this is a big issue. 24 stories is a big issue. And even when we were beginning, remember how we had parking problems and we had all the people come in, and then after something was built, then some group would come in and say, well, it didn't work. Not yours, by the way, but some of the others. I just feel that it would be better, can't we just obey this and get a more solid briefing for some of us, or is that not possible?
I have religious observances began very seriously the end of this month, and with most of October is constrained. When is the next hearing?
September 21st, and thereafter October 5th.
21st? Let me just check. Maybe I'll do September 21st.
Well, and maybe the others feel they already understand this fully enough. I'm listening to the residents, and I'm supposing, Councilman Coffin, that you've talked with the residents a lot. I just want you to know why I have a concern here. Nothing that you've done in the past, but I know that we're moving quickly in many different areas, and one of the things we have to do is examine each area carefully.
Thank you, Councilman. Just one thing, if I might. My biggest issue is the separation of the two. I would hate to commit. I mean, I understand what you're saying with the financing. I understand that all. The smaller project on number 88 and 89 is there for me. It's the other two pieces that, even though you're saying we could change and do things, I don't feel that confidence. Not because you're saying something different, but somehow to separate these, and I know you can't.
No, I to the extent that I can, if we could do the casino and Coolidge today, and I obey the other one, which is clearly
the problem,
one that I need to brief people more on. That would be okay. I could do that.
If in fact, I'd just like to reiterate what I understand, and not speaking for anyone else. I understand on this particular unit, Casino Center and Coolidge,
right,
that it is with the first floor 14 stories.
Yes.
That it has been reduced from 330 units to 247 units.
Yes.
That it has reduced from 16,000 square feet of commercial to 7,500 square feet of commercial. And that there is loading area.
Yes.
And there are 272 parking spaces.
Yes.
Those are the changes. Those are what Mr. Fagg says has met standard. Well, from my perspective alone, if we could do that separately and the other two, and listening to the public and the residents here, I think the issues sound like they're predominantly there.
Okay, if we could do that, I could come back on the 21st. Is there enough time for notice and all that?
Okay, I heard to my right several hands. Mr. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've been sitting here listening to this. And of course, I've been in receipt of, starting yesterday, a number of protests. The protests, they're from people I know in this area, in the 18B area mostly. They are thoughtful. Some of them are not. Some of them are basically don't take away my view. But some of them are not, don't do anything in my backyard. There's that element of that too. But there's a lot of thoughtfulness too, you know. I always like to be in a situation where I have friends on both sides, except in this case, I don't really know Mr. Lieberman, except having met him one time in late June or early July, and then this week we spent about an hour together talking about these two projects. So, however, from what I'm picking up from staff and others, he has substance, he has the ability to do these things. Now the question is he himself has proposed a solution partly to this, which is, well, it's okay, financing won't be killed. He can do the first part as the Coolidge Casino Center address. That's not a high impact in many ways. It doesn't address the issue of what kind of people would still be there. You'll still have people renting, and those people who are opposed to renters in that area are not going to be happy one way or the other. But I think that looking at the other projects down there, it's not the tallest. It wouldn't be the tallest. In fact, the other one on 24th, the 24-story, wouldn't be much taller than, let's see, Streamline at 22 and Newport at 23. So we have some complaints, not necessarily with grounds. But on the other hand, I think that this needs real hearing. He's not required, I think, to have a public meeting on this, because this has been percolating for years. I just came here 2 months ago. Nobody ever talked about this project to me. No one ever, either for or against, frankly. People that knew this was coming didn't say a thing, and haven't said a thing until yesterday. So I'm not sure what's bringing this up, except that it looks to me like we've got to split the baby. I think we have to. I have no objection to approving half of this at one time, if the council so wishes. And it apparently meets the needs of the applicant. But I have to tell you that the other project is one that in my private life I would have opposed because of my own not in my backyard feeling. I live very close to Charleston and Las Vegas Boulevard, and I would have reflexively opposed the project in front of the council, and I did reflexively oppose several of these projects along the boulevard. This is now a block farther away, which makes a big difference to the single-family residences that I represent on the south side, south and east of that intersection of Charleston and Las Vegas Boulevard. I don't think we'll have a shadow problem. We won't have a traffic problem. We won't have a parking problem. But I have to respect some of the wishes of the folks who live north of Charleston here. Now, some of them must be certainly wondering, why am I saying this when I know it's in my own best interest to approve it? Because some of them who have opposed also own businesses in that area and could easily profit greatly from the establishment of these residences. And so it's odd, but in fact, they're either supporting their friends because their friends have asked them to, or they truly feel that somehow or another the income that they might derive from these citizens moving down here would be apparently less desirable than the living conditions they've become accustomed to. So you've got all kinds of motives, council members, all kinds of motives, some pure, some not so pure. This is typical, this is life, and this is politics. I feel like we can approve the first part, in my opinion, and it won't make everybody happy out there.
Now, when you say first part, you're speaking
Excuse
Casino
me,
Center
the
and
Coolidge and Casino Center area.
Thank you.
With the kinds of concessions that have been made, I don't think that the Planning Commission would care one way or the other, because they approved it over the staff's denial recommendation, so they're inclined to go further. So, but I'm not going to push for passage of the first part either, Mr. Lieberman. I'm not going to take that position that we need to do that today, that we need to bifurcate it. I'm not going to do that. We could.
If I might,
but I want to hear what the
Councilman.
rest of the council has to say.
Okay, I'm not sure I heard you correctly.
I did not make a motion.
No. That you had said that the Planning Commission had approved, they did not approve.
They approved.
They approved the 24-story.
They approved the whole thing with the lesser conditions.
Madam Mayor, if I may step
please,
in.
Mr.
Items
Frank.
85 and 86, which is the 24-story building, Planning Commission did recommend approval of that one. Items 87 and 88, Coolidge and Casino Center, they did not recommend
That's
approval
right.
of that item.
That's right.
Thank you, and therefore they have not, but they have not heard these changes. So I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I didn't mean to interfere
No,
there.
that's okay.
Thank
I
you.
was speaking of the other one. In which case, I'd rather put the whole thing off for another month and let him stew while he explains it to all of us and the neighbors. Councilman Tarkanian has not had access to this. I've only seen it for an hour, other than last night's study. I'm not inclined to approve at this moment today, Mr. Lieberman, that it needs a little more study, but not from my perspective of finding out anything new. But I think you owe an obligation to residents, if not a legal obligation, at least some sort of moral obligation, to explain this thoroughly and sell it, whereas you haven't tried that before. Things have gone pretty well for you downtown, but this particular thing now, you're up against residents. So I'm not pushing for you now. What would you have done if this had been the first movement in the public eye? You would have had a you would have had a public meeting.
With all due respect, I have on both these sites had numerous meetings. These are changes to the sites which are required because of the financing. Originally, this was all one project combined with the parking on one site and the housing on another, and the inability to finance the entire project in one phase has forced us to divide it into two pieces. We had previously discussed, as Councilwoman Tarkanian will tell you, we had gone through thorough discussions on both these sites on the original configuration, but the financing difficulties required splitting them and doing a smaller one first. So this is not new news, it's reconfigured news. And we have worked with Flynn Fegg over the years, and he's very familiar with the different aspects of it, and we've worked with the different people in the arts community thoroughly and consistently for years. What is new here is the reconfiguration because of the splitting of the projects.
Mayor Goodman?
And I think,
I'm sorry.
Councilman
Yes,
Wolfson,
please.
we've worked, everybody's had full explanations of the previous set of projects, and this is merely the same total divided into two projects.
It is, but it's
Mayor,
got
Mayor Goodman?
a couple of different twists to it. You've got one project that is, and I'm talking about 8586, which is 2.5 acres, a much larger project, obviously, 1,100 units. And then you've got 8788, which is on just over a half acre. So they're different kinds of projects, but,
Both those sites were part of the original approvals.
well, they were.
Okay, so, and now they've just been reconfigured with the same totals. And I apologize for not spending the time last month. I just couldn't do it.
Councilman Barlow, please.
Thank you, Mayor. When this item came up before, and you said something to trigger my memory, when this was in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward?
Originally, yes.
Originally. That was roughly 5 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. So, since then, this development has basically broken from one project to two developments, correct? On two different parcels.
Involving the same parcels, we've reconfigured it to be two separate developments so they can be financed.
And our conversation, just for clarification, when you spoke to me, we only spoke about the Coolidge and Casino. The other, the 24th...
On Charleston, the Charleston project. We didn't discuss that. And I thought that was because...
We didn't discuss the Charleston. So I just want to be perfectly clear with the conversation that I had with you, because this is what raised my antenna as far as when you basically stated that you had a conversation with me regarding the development. We had a conversation regarding the Coolidge and Casino.
You're correct.
So I'm with Councilman Coffin in regards to really wanting to back up from this item now to really get a full scope of what you're proposing and seeing how, in fact, that's going to, number one, benefit the downtown community without impacting the surrounding neighbors to a point to where they're upset. So I really want to also, Councilman Coffin, if you will, if you are going to have a neighborhood meeting, I would like to be invited to that meeting, Councilman, if that's okay. Coffin, is he listening?
He would like to be invited to your meeting
If we
this
have a
happens.
meeting here, we probably
Right.
will, because I really doubt that both projects are going to pass today.
Might I ask a question and reiterate something that was asked by Councilman Barlow before? This Coolidge Casino project is 1 and 2 bedrooms.
Yes,
Correct?
half
No
of
3
each, right.
bedrooms. There was a mention of washers, dryers on a floor. In the Coolidge property, is that not fact? Each unit, each of these apartments could have their own washer, dryer,
No.
or those are also same.
Their
Same
washer
concept
dryers
of
to be shared by 13
floor
is it?
units. Floor
13,
units.
13 units
Okay.
would share a washer dryer.
A
number of
washer, a
No,
dryer.
I think it's 4 in each.
Several washers
yeah.
and dryers. Great. I live
Yeah.
in part-time in an apartment that has 10. We're sharing 1 washer, 1 dryer. It's
Oh, no,
great.
the ratio is, I think,
Okay.
4. Yeah.
Okay. So is there, you had mentioned, Councilman, that initially as you began your comments, that of splitting this. Is that still of your mind that you would be willing to look at doing items 87, 88, and then obeying 85 and 86? Could you peep on your thing? Yeah, could you come back
For the record,
out?
yes,
Can I make a comment?
but we need to hear more from the other members.
Okay.
Can I make a comment, Mayor?
Please.
Mayor?
Yes, please.
Mr. Lieberman, I think it was Councilman Wolfson that started this afternoon's discussion about how smart you are. You're a prudent businessman and certainly a buyer into the downtown vision of what we see it, what we want it to be one day. I'm taking a little closer look at this one project, the smaller project on Casino Center in Coolidge, and that has an automatic or an automated parking system, and that is pretty cool. And you know how much those cost.
Yeah.
That's a huge price tag with that, I'm sure.
Actually, the price has come down.
Has it?
Yeah.
Nobody's working today, so that's probably
No,
it.
it's competitive.
But I think in light of our conversation, because I've, certainly those of us who have been on the council for a long time know the caliber of man that you are and developer that you are. I'm perfectly comfortable moving forward with actually all of the agenda items, but I will defer to Councilman Coffin as it is his ward, but certainly very comfortable supporting the smaller project at Casino Center in Coolidge. So you can at least get moving on that. And I think that would give you time to, certainly, I know how I operate in Ward 6, give you time to have more discussions with the neighbors and let them know what's going on, and certainly with Councilman Coffin, that would give you that opportunity as well. And I know that you've been working in the background. A lot of these projects, that's how these projects work. A lot of work gets done behind the scenes. People aren't involved. The council's not involved. Fortunately, for me, as the development community continues to move out in the Northwest, they do get me involved on the early stages, so I can certainly give them guidance and input as to how the Northwest should be built. But likewise, I think that'd be a good idea for Councilman Coffin and all the council members, anybody that wants to develop in the city, to grab them first and start having those discussions. So I would suggest, Councilman Coffin, that I certainly could support moving forward with the other 2 items.
We have one more comment. Councilman Anthony would like to comment.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the smaller project is, I'm ready to approve that. And what's interesting about that one is you did go to the Planning Commission. You must have listened to their concerns as to why they denied it, and you listened to them and you worked with staff to cut back on it.
I'm a married man.
So you did the right thing there, and that's why I think I'm in agreement that could be approved today. The other one, 24 stories, that's a huge project. So maybe we need to spend a little bit more time, and you can meet with all of us, explain it to us, whether it's 2 weeks or a month, however long you want to be it, Councilman Coffin. But I agree that would be the way to go.
Thank you, Councilman Anthony. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, just for the record, not to hold up the project, but I would actually like to see the project in its entire totality, along with the residents and getting feedback. So for me, I would prefer to hold all the items until after we have an opportunity to vet it through the neighbors and also Mr. Lieberman. So that's just my position. I do believe in the project, but at the same time, I would like to have the full scope before taking a vote. So I'm not in support of moving forward with any of these items today.
Thank you, Councilman Barlow. I think anyone else wishing
just
to be
wanted-
heard? Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I wanted to ask you now, when this was denied by both the Planning Commission and the staff, at that time, obviously there were several people who were concerned. Was anybody here today discussing primarily 87, 88? Or were they all, can I just see how many were here for 85, 86? Are you still here? Yes. And you were listening carefully to the others. Did we have objections on 87, 88? Because my understanding is we've made a significant number of changes on those two. Is that right, Flynn?
Yes, again, there has been a reduction in the number
Okay.
of units.
And so, excuse me, ma'am, I didn't mean to turn away from you at that time. But anyway, was I correct? The problem was a 24-story.
Yeah, those other gentlemen objected to all of it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, because they
I'm
live,
sorry, Mayor?
they live north of
We need to have her on the
I
mic.
see.
down by, and they were objecting to it because of the.
Can you come back down to the microphone? I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
I believe the other gentlemen were objecting to
Name-
all.
your name, please,
Marilyn
again.
Oler. Sorry.
It's okay.
They were objecting to it because they were actually lived north of Charleston. So they were objecting to the smaller one also, the
Okay.
gentleman
Thank
that
you.
were before me. Can I ask one quick question?
Sure.
The last time you got the approval for the building on Charleston and 4th Street, we had an agreement where you were going to entail our property too, which is no big deal. We're happy we're keeping our property. But they're no longer there in that deal. Did you change the amount of units because that property is not going to be in there? Or do you still have the same number of units
Same
with
number of
less
units,
land?
the same number of units without that site.
So what was going to be in the site that was our property? That you're eliminating?
About 220 units.
And that was a separate.
It was a separate, that was a separate,
project.
it was, actually was a separate project.
Okay, so it wasn't in the
No,
plan?
you're right. It was
Thank you.
separate. It was a
Thank
separate
you.
project.
Please, Councilman.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to make a motion to approve item 87 and 88, I suppose, unless you have to do them individually. Subject, you tell me, Your Honor, when I've finished my statement here, essentially subject not only to the conditions prescribed by planning, but also to have Mr. Fagg at this time restate for the record the conditions that the developer has agreed to on that project. So we make sure that they are also part of the motion. Council, is that in order?
We should, Councilman, sorry, we should take them one at a time, 87, 88. That will give the planning director the opportunity to include those particular conditions on those particular items.
All right, then that motion will be for number 87. Also with the understanding, of course, that we're looking at a bigger picture here. We're looking at a picture which includes a serious continuous look at the next project, too. This councilman's not turning his back on the 24-story one, and I'm sure that won't make some residents happy here, but I believe, if not legal procedure, at least proper normal procedure, the kind of procedure you follow when you want to move a big project into a neighborhood needs to be followed. So I think that because the members of the council have been familiar with something happening at Coolidge for a long time, and the city has been, and anybody in business and anybody in residence in this general area must have been familiar in some way or another with it. I feel comfortable with this, so therefore I move for approval on 87, subject to the conditions that have been stated and restated now by Mr. Fagg.
And I have given the applicant a copy of the conditions of approval on the new staff report, the revised staff report, and I'm just waiting for them to confirm that they are in agreement with the conditions.
On the record, I confirm we will conform with those conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries on 87 and 88. Now, excuse me, 87, now number 88.
Your Honor, now I move for approval of 88, subject to the conditions as outlined originally by the staff, and then new amendments proposed by Mr. Fagg and his staff and to be agreed to at this moment by the developer.
And to just confirm for the record, I have provided the applicant with a copy of the revised staff report and the conditions of approval, and would wait for their confirmation that they agree to those.
I confirm we've read them, read it in draft form, and it conforms with what you've submitted now, and we agree to those.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Post, please. Item carries. Thank you very much. On items 85 and 86, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think we need at least a month to study this, and so I would say the second meeting in October, whatever that date is, to obey to that point.
October 5th?
Can
The
I?
second meeting in October.
The
Second meeting?
Well, all right, you have...
Can I get back to have to check my calendar and I obey it for now to state a date, and then at the next I'll have some. If I'm not here, if I can't do it, I'll send a representative to obey it further. Would that be all right?
14 days later, the 19th, isn't that correct?
That's
Would
the
be
date.
October 19th. Would that work? I don't think there's
so.
a holiday,
Yeah, it's
no.
Sukkot.
Your Honor, he'll have to change his schedule to meet that if he wants to.
Okay.
So that's the date that I...
I think they're
informed him.
religious holidays, Councilman, so you
Oh, is
would
it?
just, yeah.
Is that?
Yeah,
And Mayor, with the councilman's permission, Mayor, and yours, can I ask Mr. Lieberman a question?
certainly.
Mr. Lieberman, while you're checking your calendar, is this going to affect your financing or your lenders or prospective investors in any way, shape, or form? And I ask you that because in the back of my mind is a word called jobs, and the sooner you get to building something, the sooner people go back to work. Thank you, Mayor.
I think it'll be all right, because I have to get the first one done and in play before I can start the second one. So it's essential that we approve, as we did 87 and 88. That's the real threshold, and the other one could wait, a month or 6 weeks. Let me.
What's the second meeting in October?
Yeah.
That's not good.
October 19th.
Wait a minute.
I understand that. We'll get it done. We'll get it done.
What's the eve? What's it? The eve Friday? Is that
That's what he's asking you.
Friday's the 7th? Okay, thank you very much.
Well,
The eve of the holiday?
It does affect, but if we can't get it approved today, it doesn't matter, so.
Okay, there is one of the holidays to which you're looking begins on Friday evening, the 7th, and this October meeting is the 5th. The council reconvenes. There's one on the 21st. The next one would be on October 5th, Wednesday, or the 19th in October. But the high holiday is Friday the 6th.
We do 25 covers a night for Sukkot.
Okay.
Every night we have guests for lunch and dinner. So I got to be home. Viewmont, hold on, September. You say the 29th?
September 21.
The 21st of September?
Yes. 19th.
19th.
Excuse me. September 21st.
And then October.
5th or 19th.
Thank you.
Yeah, can't do the 19th. That's in the middle of Sukkot.
The 21st of September, did we say is not good? 2 weeks
That's
out,
2 weeks
can't
if
do
we're
it.
doing a formal neighborhood meeting. I don't know with the 10-day notice if there's enough time to do
What about the
it.
first meeting in November?
I think the first meeting in November.
Is that good?
That's fine.
November? I guess everybody plenty of time.
November 2nd?
That's fine.
Before
Your
we
Honor.
approve that, if I may, does,
At this point, I move to obey items 85 and 86 to the 2nd of November.
I just want to make sure with staff that with the current entitlements, obeying the larger project won't cause any problems with those.
No, I don't see that it would cause any problems.
Okay.
Okay, where we stand is can we do those jointly, obey them jointly? Or do we have to do,
Counsel.
yes, the attorneys are saying yes, so go with the attorneys. If they say there's a motion, please, to obey 85 and 86 to the 2nd of November, please vote. Post, please. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I
Thank you.
apologize again for the rush to get here. But we'll have time now to go through it thoroughly.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Thank you. We are now on to number 89, which has been
Your Honor.
obeyed. Excuse me?
I'm sorry. Your Honor, may I make a statement here?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you very much. We have 6 weeks, thank you, Your Honor, for the applicant and the residents to get together. I'm not seeking the blessing of the residents so much as I am seeking them making reasonable statements in order that we might make a reasoned judgment. Very important, because you can't expect everybody to be for something. But there might be some modifications here that can be made in this project to allow it to go forward with a majority of the board. I think you've got 6 weeks to do your homework on that, Mr. Lee.
Next. We're going to see 90. Okay, thank you, Councilman. The number 89 has been obeyed to September 21st, so we will move on now to item number 90. SUP 4225, Special Use Permit, Public Hearing, Applicant Owner, I Rent B&E LLC, for possible action on a request for special use permit for a proposed pawn shop use within an existing 6,039 square foot commercial building with waivers to allow a 657-foot distance separation from a financial institution specified where 1,000 feet is required at 3500 West Sahara. This is in Ward 1. Councilwoman Tarkanian. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. And this is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant present?
Yes. Bill Dropkin, 2040 Edgewood.
Thank you. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Yes. I would like to say that first that the denials that we see and many of the comments I received from residents were based upon the fact that it was thought that this was an application for a pawn shop. And due to a little difficulty, it got confused for a while, but thanks to Flynn's efforts and thanks to our applicant's efforts and thanks to Kimberly Reed's efforts in my office and all of us getting together, we were able to solve it, and I feel so good about that because I think we have a good situation. I move to approve, and I hope that the residents watching this will listen carefully so they'll know why it's not a pawn shop. I move to approve SUP 42225, but as limited so as to constitute approval only of the two uses proposed for initial implementation by the applicant, namely, the requested specifies financial institution, and that's not a pawn shop and that's not a payday loan use, and the requested second-handed dealer use. Although each of those two uses normally would require its own special use permit application and approval, the applicant believed, and staff represented at the Planning Commission hearing, that an application for a pawn shop special use permit was an application that would encompass a hierarchy of uses, including the two uses sought by the applicant. So that's why they went for the pawn shop special use permit. But I am making this motion for approval, which would authorize only the specified financial institution use and the second-hand dealer use, and not a pawn shop use. This motion includes staff's recommended conditions, with condition number 1 being modified to read as follows. This approval does not constitute approval of a pawn shop use. Instead, it constitutes approval of only a specified financial institution use and a second-hand dealer use, subject to and in conformance with all minimum requirements applicable to those uses under Chapter 19.12. Any business licenses that the applicant applies for in the future are limited to applications for a specified financial institution license and a second-hand dealer's license. Any future proposal to add a pawn shop shall require a new special use permit application. This motion includes a granting of the waiver to allow a 657-foot distance separation from an existing financial institution where 1,000 feet usually is required. And I would mention the second-hand dealership is primarily in jewelry. Am I correct?
That is correct.
So it's a second-hand dealership in jewelry, and it is not a pawn shop. That seemed to be what everybody thought, and we can understand why. It was very complicated. It may not sound so complicated, but it was. That's my motion, and I have had it checked legally to make sure we did it accordingly.
Thank you, Councilwoman. This being a public hearing, however, I declare it open, and is there anyone wishing to be heard on this? Hearing none, we do have a motion, and I would request everyone to vote on the motion, please. Post, please. Wonderful, congratulations. They are fine members of our community, and I am thrilled to death. This is
Thank
simply
you.
grand.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I ask Mr. Dropkin?
Fagg, thank
Can I
you
ask
very
Mr.
much.
Dropkin a question, Mayor, before he walks away?
Absolutely.
Mr. Dropkin, how many businesses do you have in the city of Las Vegas?
She says 8, we have 8.
And I ask you that because it's important that we as a council and the city of Las Vegas, people that live here in the city, recognize that we're trying to do all we can for our businesses. We want you to be successful. We want you to employ people. We want you to put more people to work. So congratulations, and keep up the good work as a great business, family business owners in the city of Las Vegas.
Thank you, Councilman, and Councilman Coffin would like to
Thank you.
mention something.
Your Honor, thank you. What they're doing here, it wasn't spelt out, but I researched it. They're conforming, part of this business plan will be to conform with legislation that I supported in 2007 in the legislature, sponsored by then Speaker Buckley, which really sets up a class of lending which has a restricted interest rate, not much lower than many interest rates that are charged by people. We probably ought to be encouraging more of this to do a favor for our citizens, because they have a cap considerably lower on their interest rate. And to run a business, know you have a cap on your revenue, increases the risk. And so I think that that's important to say thank you for doing this. For finally, somebody in the area is conforming with what the legislature hoped and encouraged.
And if I might add, I believe it's 3% interest, right?
That is correct.
Well, you're a wonderful family. You do wonderful things for our city. We're very proud of you. Congratulations, Mr. Fagg. Thank you for your support and involvement in this. It's wonderful. Go forth. Go forth and multiply. All right, we are now on to item 91. Correct? 91. SUP 42252, special use permit, public hearing, applicant. Dog Bites Back, LLC owner, Winter Properties, LLC, for possible action on a request for special use permit for a 98-square-foot retail establishment with accessory packaged liquor off-sale use with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a religious facility where 400 feet is required at 9500 West Sahara. This is in Ward 2. Councilman Wolfson. Staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Good afternoon.
Good
I'm Laura
afternoon.
Drea, 520 South 4th Street. I'm here with Gianna Carlosi, who manages the Siena Deli. Siena Deli is an ethnic market. It's located within the Siena Trattoria, which is licensed currently as a supper club. The market sells authentic Italian foods. It has a bakery. It sells dry foods. It even has lattes. You can get an omelet there at 8 o'clock in the morning. And there's gelato. It holds itself out to be a specialty food market versus a convenience store. I'll speak to the waiver that is requested, that to allow a 0-foot separation from a religious facility where 400 are required. The owner of Dog Bites Back in the Trattoria owns this parcel, and it is a separate parcel from the religious facility. It's located within a commercial subdivision, the nuances of which would say that we're technically on the same property, but from parcel line to parcel line, we measure more than 400 feet. So we do meet the separation, but we don't. The religious facility is located on a different parcel with a different owner. It was at one point in time 555. It's now the Clark County Treasurer. So that was the main objection in the staff report as to the recommendation for the denial. The Planning Commission recommended approval 7-0, so I would ask for yours as well.
Thank you. Councilman Wolfson.
Jay Brown who? You did such a good job. No, make sure you go back to Jay and say that I did a good job, that Councilman Wolfson said Jay Brown who?
I will.
Okay. How is business? Or would you identify yourself, please? And
I'm Giancarlo Bonparola, and I'm the executive chef manager of the Siena Trattoria.
Okay.
I helped my partner Antonia Cornero to put all things together.
How's business?
So far, pretty good.
You've been open for how long now?
The restaurant has been year and a half, and the deli we just it's going to be a year now in October.
Okay, so you've got the restaurant that obviously serves patrons that come in, sit down, have a fine Italian meal.
Mhm.
And then you've got a separate part, which is the deli, which serves food that people can buy out of refrigerated cases and take home with them to enjoy.
Yeah, in both ways. In the deli, we do more traditional food, like the old Italian style, which we want to keep the authenticity or the old-fashioned. And the restaurant does the new one, which combine the two together with the market deli. It makes a good combination.
Okay. You sell alcohol, do you not, in the restaurant right now
Mhm.
for on-premise consumption?
Exactly.
If somebody wants to have a glass of wine or some other alcoholic beverage during their sit-down dinner in the restaurant, they can purchase it.
Exactly.
But as of right now, you don't have the ability to sell what is called off-premise.
Exactly.
Packaged liquor that people would come in and purchase and take home with them.
Exactly.
And what you need is you need a portion of your restaurant.
Mhm.
I think that's where the 98 square feet comes in, to be able
Yes.
to offer packaged liquor to the people that primarily are going to buy things in your deli area.
Exactly.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Correct. The
Did you
code
want to add
limits us to 1/10 of our retail floor area
Okay.
for the liquor, and 98 is more or less 1/10 of the 1,428
Okay.
square feet that the deli is.
And in our briefing yesterday, Laura did a great job representing you. Like I said,
Thank
Jay
you.
Brown, who? Laura said that most of the things you're going to sell, most of the alcoholic beverages you're going to sell are ethnic style, meaning Italian wines and Italian liqueurs.
Yeah, actually, we did prepare a little list, which 90% of our items, let's put 75, is going to be Italian and more from Europe. And of course, we have another small percentage will be more California, a little bit around. And it's pretty fair to support that part.
Okay. The great majority of your alcoholic beverages that we're talking about being sold as packaged liquor are going to be Italian and not domestic, correct?
Exactly. It's more than some special wines, some beer, some whatever. It's more like Brunello, Barbaresco. A lot of people that don't know about it. So that's what we're trying to do.
Okay. No single cans of beer will be sold. Is that right?
We are not really for a liquor store. Just we want to keep like more in. So we try to do more packaging than.
Okay. So no single beers, right?
No single beer.
Okay. And none of the alcohol that we're talking about you're selling as part of this accessory package would be consumed on premise. If they buy it, they have to take it and leave.
Exactly.
They can't buy it and sit and have a sandwich at a little stool or anything like that.
Exactly.
Okay.
Well, we have a different license from the trattoria, which the restaurant, it's pretty much like it's tied together. We already went through with some inspection before how to handle that. Basically, we have one cash register. Whatever they buy from that cash register separate, it will be to go. And whatever the other one, they're going to be consuming for the premises.
And you feel that this is a necessary addition to your business?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
The area really needs everything. There is only two big business. It's us and Firefly, and there is nothing else all around. So we have to create more traffic, and that's the only way.
Okay,
Other
good.
customers, usually they come in, they dine in, and then they go to the deli, they buy some of the products, and sometimes they will spend a little extra money.
Okay, good. Mayor Goodman, that's all the questions I have, if any of my colleagues would like to.
Councilman Ross would like to comment.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilman Wilson, perfect description of what this application is. And I wanted to make a comment to this, in fact, because we have residents in the city of Las Vegas, when we notice a special use permit and they see alcohol or air, I'll even go back to massage establishment, their eyebrows raise automatically and they're suspicious of what the application is. We have residents in the city of Las Vegas that anytime they see any kind of alcohol-related or gaming-related applications for special use permits, they come out of the woodwork and out of the walls. So you did handle that perfectly. And I say that because there's a few items that are coming up that I want to I want to put on the record as well that that's not the case. You have a wonderful restaurant. You're in a great location.
Thank you.
I understand I haven't eaten every, I understand you have great food, but it's difficult often for us to explain that little card that people receive in the mail. Special use permit for alcohol, special use permit for gaming, special use permit for massage establishment. And I know a lot of this doesn't reflect your application here, but I just think it's significant that I mentioned that and put it on the record. And Councilman Wilson did a brilliant job bringing all that out. So I just want to make that comment, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, thanks so much for those accolades, Councilman Ross. I'm prepared to make a motion unless anybody else wishes to
comment. We have
Here's a
some public
hearing.
comment, please.
My name is Anthony Hunt. I just want to harass Mr.
Why not?
Mr. Wood. Well, hey, I won't ruin your day if I can. But this is a business, and hey, kabish? Thank you.
This is compliment time.
It's a good thing, okay? And that's all I got to say, and good luck to you, bitch.
Mr. Hodges, you're part Italian, aren't you? Just small, just Maggiorno. Okay, very good. Okay, my motion is for approval, and best of luck to you, sir.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please vote. Please post. Good luck. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Items number 92 and 93 have been obeyed to September 21st. We are now on to item 94. ROC 42636, review of condition special use permit public hearing. Applicant owner New Albertsons, Inc. for possible action on a request for review of condition of a previously approved special use permit U002600 to delete condition number 2 that states the sale of individual containers of any size of beer, wine coolers, or screw cap wine is prohibited at 8490 Farm Road, Ward 6, Councilman Ross. Staff recommends approval. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open, and I see the applicant must be present there. Please state your name and go for it.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Tom Amick, 8345 West Sunset. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, which is Albertsons in this case. We appreciate the staff recommendation for approval. This is an existing Albertsons. Both this item and the next, one is for the grocery store, the other is for the convenience store. Both of these locations have been here nearly 10 years. There have been no instances, save one minor infraction in 2009 that was very quickly corrected from Metro or business license at either of these locations. So we're respectfully requesting that condition be withdrawn on both the convenience store and the grocery store.
Any comments from anyone in public here, please? Councilman Ross, this is your ball game.
Thank you, Mayor. And the reason I made those comments on the previous item in Councilman Wilson's ward is because when someone sees that little card that shows up in the mail, they panic. This is a review of condition to allow those single sales. Now, I want to ask Director Fagg, who is our Director of Planning and Development, why does staff recommend approval of these two items?
Certainly. This is a difficult item for us to evaluate the sales of single containers of alcohol. And so what we do is we look not only at the protected uses that are within the radius of the business, we also actually pull reports from Metro looking, are there any alcohol-related incidents there at the site? As our staff report indicates, and the applicant has stated on the record, for the convenience store there was one incident in 2009. From the police report, the owner of the business immediately corrected that, fired the employee, and they have not had any incidents since. And so in addition, looking at the protected uses, we also look at the background investigation, Metro report, any violations they may have with their business license, and found both of these to be clean.
And that's automatic. You automatically do that before you come to this council and recommend approval of such a use. I'm also going to put this out there, and correct me if I'm wrong, Flynn, oftentimes when these things get approved, and we're noticing this certainly out in the Northwest, conditions of approval, so often this gets through the applicant, it's planning automatically puts it on as a condition of approval for a grocery store, for heaven's sakes. And it's not caught until actual code enforcement goes out and says, hey, you're not supposed to be selling singles. It's a violation of your conditions. And we're finding that a lot. I mean, last meeting we had several review of conditions, because a lot of the convenience stores were caught in that same mess. So I want to make that clear for the record as well. And I'm glad you brought up the background. How many crimes are going on? Because in certain parts of the city, we've got to be very cautious and cognizant of the fact that maybe single sales are a bad idea in certain parts of the city, and we've got to be able to control that. That's not the case for the shopping center. That is not the case for this corridor. And I do want to acknowledge the several of the protests I received. That's why I'm trying to explain this, and that's why I'm going to use Councilman Wolfson's last item to that benefit as well. I also want to acknowledge Mike Campbell, who sent me 2 emails in opposition to this. He feels that minors and homeless seem to be able to single purchase bottles and cans already because of what the city has done. This is important to make note of. We can't control behavior, and when we do, and we figure out how to control behavior, we'll be in a much better world. But we can support our businesses. We can support lawful, legal operations, and that's what we're going to be doing by this. So I'm going to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of agenda item 94.
Thank you. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Hearing none, there's a motion, and please vote. Post, please. And so it is.
And again, Mayor,
Congratulations.
we got one more 95, Mayor.
Okay.
And I want to make it clear again for the record, this is not a proliferation of single cans and single sales out in the Northwest or in this shopping center.
Okay, may I read this one?
Yeah.
Just to make sure it's on the
Yeah,
record
yeah.
as written. ROC 42637, review of condition, public hearing, applicant owner New Albertsons, Inc., for possible action on a request for a review of condition of a previously approved special use permit U002700 to delete condition number 2 that states the sale of individual containers of any size of beer, wine, coolers, or screw cap wine is prohibited, 8410 Farm Road, Ward 6, Councilman Ross. Staff recommends approval.
Again, Mayor, I want to be clear, this is not the proliferation of the sales of these single uses. In shopping centers and convenience stores throughout the city, depending on where they are legitimately allowed to do so, as is the case here in this location. So with that, I'm also going to recommend that we move to follow staff's recommendation for approval, agenda item 95.
Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Hearing none, I'll close public hearing, and we have a motion on the floor. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. And item number 96, DIR 42621, water feature exemption, public hearing. Applicant owner Great Wash Park LLC for possible action on a request to allow the operation of a 1,004 square foot water feature at 400 South Rampart Boulevard, Ward 2, Councilman Wolfson. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Terry Murphy, 516 South 6th Street, representing the applicant, Great Wash Park LLC. With me today is Frank Pankratz. Mr. Johan Lowy wanted to be here today, but it had an unavoidable conflict. I have a presentation, but before I do that, in light of the time of day and the length of your meeting, I will simply say that what we're asking for is to have our lovely fountain turned on at Tivoli Village. We meet all the requirements, and we accept all of staff's conditions. We believe we've got a lot of synthetic turf there. We have our lovely man-made Tivoli trees and have been very cognizant of the use of water, so we would like to use our water in our fountain.
Thank you. Is there anyone wishing to be heard from the public on this item? Councilman Wolfson, I see you have the beautiful picture, and your name's on one side of the fountain, around the fountain.
I'm getting there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You stole my thunder. You
for
stole
it.
my tagline at the end.
Go for it.
Okay. This is
Yes,
Tivoli Village's request for a water feature exemption. The size of the water feature is just over 1,000 square feet. Pursuant to statute, I believe Tivoli has already paid almost $10,000 for this fountain requiring the exemption. There'll also be a $250 annual fee. The water for this fountain will be recirculated using submersible pumps, and Tivoli are great neighbors because they are very water conscious. The rest of the Tivoli development has been designed with drought conditions in mind. There is no natural turf, only synthetic, and there are many man-made trees which require no water. Where water is used, it is done so by an efficient irrigation system. But to bring up what Mayor Goodman, I'm very concerned, Frank, about one aspect of this. The water feature is going to sit under the obelisk, is it not?
Correct.
And when water fountains fountain, they cause little splashing things, right? Little splashes, and it's going to splash up, and it's going to shield Mayor Oscar Goodman's name on this obelisk.
Our intention is to keep them clean and full of life with our
Here's
water.
the picture you were talking about.
Wait a minute.
Can we pan in on this?
I'm looking for your name, not us.
You can't see mine very well.
Your name.
That's about
Councilman
as
Wolfson's
large-
there.
Councilman Wolfson and Mayor Oscar
There we
Goodman.
go.
Oh,
So-
right.
And it reads, this obelisk commemorates the opening of Tivoli Village, a place of, I can't read it because my eyes are not working well, but a gathering place of beauty and substance for all of Las Vegas, built by a dedicated group of men and women. And that is what it is. The water feature will serve the public. We have so many public events there that are not necessarily associated with coming to shop or dine, but we have public art, we have story time for the children, we have face painting, we have lots of free community events, and we love this place.
No, like I said, you're a great neighbor, and I appreciate all the things that the folks from Tivoli, Frank, you and Johan are doing, and Terry, you do a great job always. I was just being a little funny or trying to be. But this is a great feature. It enhances the visual aspect of Tivoli, and everything I'm hearing about this village is fantastic. So I have no concerns at all, so my motion is for approval.
Any comments from the public on this? Hearing none, we have a motion on the floor. Please vote. Please post. And there shall be water at the fountain. Yay. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Mayor and
you.
Council.
Thank you. I'd instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous building or nuisance litter abatements. And citizens' participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject's on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, please. Give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, will be 3 minutes. Please step forward and state your name.
My name is Anthony Hodge. I live on 123 David. Miss Mayor, I'm here today because citizen participation, and right next to it is public comment. And the public comment, it means the open meeting law, and Mr. Kaufman is sitting up there. The point is, the city have had this for many years, and I'd like for it to come back on an agenda item for public discussion, because I really believe citizen participation is kind of like an intimidation. It really don't have to be that. Because so citizen participation and public comment, the two pretty much mean the same thing. So what I'm trying to say now, you're wasting ink, and you really need to put it on you have to put it on the agenda to bring it up for discussion to be removed. And then my other last thing is to what the great judge gave me years ago, and I just want to let you have that, and then I'm going home. Ward 5 and 6, and some days 7 and 8. This is the journey, and the great judge that put that together, he gave it one of his special copies. I mean, you did a lot of boundary change thereafter, whatever, today and whatever. But the objective is, this is the original, and that's the judge who created the Ward 5 and 6 and whatever. Judge, you know what I'm saying? That's original, okay? And I don't know if your boundary is pretty close So this today really doesn't matter, but the objective is this is the original, and that's what y'all always talking about. I don't have to come. I don't talk about city. This is city. Both items. I want for you to put citizen participation on an agenda item at a later date and for discussion, because I really do want you to remove it. It's kind of like doubling up on the same thing.
Ms. Mayor, I'd
Yes, please.
just like to point out, I believe the second one you had was the original.
The first, yeah.
The first one was not the original. The second
Yes.
one you showed.
No, this is the one that the judge. But this is how they created it. This is it. No, that's it. That's how it came into place.
I'm going to tell you, my ward originally did not have a long finger going up to the northwest. It never did have until.
Well, this is new. This you under the new thing.
I'm not going. That's okay.
Yeah,
I just
but
wanted
this is
to
the judge who created the two new items. This is the original how Ward 5 and 6 came into place. This is it. That's the man who did it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else wishing?
What are we going to do about the citizen participation? You're going to put it on the agenda item? Because that's what I want.
Well, come on, participate.
Well, no, we don't need it today. We need it as an agenda item to bring back.
We will
Because I
take
really
them
want you to
again.
remove it.
Thank you.
And it can't be done today because I don't want to rush or nothing like that.
No, we
I
finished
really
our
want it to be an
business
agenda
as a
item, please.
citizen participation at this point, but thank you.
Okay,
And we
but
will
you say,
discuss
it said that you can put it on a later date if we ask on citizen participation. So can we have it brought back for discussion?
Mayor, if I may, Jim Lewis, City Attorney's Office. It sounds to me like Mr. Hodges wants the council to agendize a discussion item about citizen participation because he believes that we're being repetitive because at the beginning of the meeting we've got public comment, at the end of the meeting we've got citizen participation. The fact of the matter is the open meeting law requires both. And so there's no need, unless the council wants to have a discussion, the law requires us to have both.
We abide by the law.
So the law says you can have
The law is the law. Law is
end?
not always wise.
Well, hold a law. You said at the end or the beginning?
There's one at the beginning and one at the end.
So citizen participation is legal? Lawyer? Why should it?
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm not
No,
pleased with it. What
Thank
else?
you very much. Yes, sir. Please.
Good afternoon again. Madam Mayor, City Council, my name is
Thank
Rick
you.
Besmanoff. I reside at 3749 Monument Street in the city of Las Vegas, and it's an honor to be here again with respect to the Veterans Memorial Recognition Monument. Thank you. Now, I have to refer to my notes because I have a heart condition. I take medication. I don't want to miss a word. This is very important, near and dear to my heart for many reasons as a Marine veteran and also a veteran of the intelligence community in Europe, way undercover for more than 4 years. So please bear with me for a few moments, please.
Okay, and keep in mind you have 3 minutes, so please try to stay
Thank you,
with
Mayor. It is a shameful disgrace and disservice to our fallen heroes in combat to place the Las Vegas Veterans Memorial Recognition in the shadows, and I repeat, in the shadows of a severely crime-infested area, Ward 5, in Heritage Children's Park, where the potential for even more assault and battery, plus narcotics and burglaries, even worse, sexual offenses, including rapists and pedophiles, continues to increase. Worse still, Heritage Park in Ward 5 is the eye of the storm, if I can borrow that expression, the eye of the storm for the criminal and sexual offenders whose crimes rise monthly. In addition, it is hidden in the shadows of 888 North Las Vegas Boulevard, not open, not pristine, nor beautiful enough so that such a long overdue Veterans Memorial Recognition Monument can be appreciated for generations to come. The originally approved site, Huntridge Circle Park in Ward 3, is far more suitable for motorists, passers-by, and residents. Even more suitable still is the Summerlin site at Veterans Leisure Park in Ward 2, where Councilman Steve Wolfson resides. And in conclusion, we veterans and other concerned patriots formally request a complete and honest review, as we discussed last month, of these criminal records so that the Veterans Memorial Recognition Monument is also in an honorable area. Thank you. And I would like to introduce an officer, dear friend, another Marine, Jim Castillo from the Filipino Americans Veterans. of Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. I just been in California in Burbank, and I passed by. There's a very beautiful Veterans Monument there. Now, why is it? My question is, why is it Las Vegas is one of the popular known city in the world, putting this Veterans Memorial in a high crime infested park? I think all the councilman in here has an obligation for that, moral obligation, as Councilman Coffin says. It should be put in that monument in a peaceful place where everybody and all the veterans could enjoy it and memorize it, memory. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, City, Madam, Council. My name is Peter Christoph. I want all the council and the mayor to realize, including Ward 6, that's way out there, doesn't have much crime. They have crime, but not that much of this type of crime. I've been in the city for 27 years when Mr. Keller, Randy Oakes. I've been in an owned property where bullets were flying around me like I was in Korea and in Vietnam. I lost a father in World War II and 2 brothers. There's no monument for them. There's no recognition for them. But there's many others that Keith Rogers and people I know are saying that we don't have a place for our men and women and their family to go and give them a little peace of mind that they're there and they fought for their country and community. Nobody's trying to jam down the city's throat with the legal department or the city manager, but I am the type of person that when it comes to our men and women who are fighting and making the ultimate sacrifice, not coming back, and I did crawl back, and I survived for one reason, to make it known, as the Councilman Steve Wilson said, as I mentioned it earlier, because I got a little worked up on crime. I've been infested. I knew where my enemy was, but in this area, in this corridor, nobody knows your enemy. Dope is the unbelievable, worse than a guy who may be a little psychic or crazy. They're unpredictable. As I spoke to Mr. Gillespie, they're having to put more police on the Strip because the tourism is hearing it all over the their country, South America, as well as Europe and the United States, that it's out of control. Killing, stabbings, all kinds of dope transaction on the Strip. I've been here 27 years in transportation business and then tour representing these countries. I wouldn't want to represent those people and say this place is clean, that it's like Amsterdam or like other great country in Switzerland. But these things grow. It grows and grows like a cancer. And if we don't stop it, like we do stop cancer today, it's going to be worse. And we cannot build downtown if it's on the edge of downtown of this multitude. This is just a token of 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Captain over here in Metro knew this for years, that it's growing. When Chris Giuliani told me and fought for her area, 100 Circle Association and Park area, she had the deputy chief down there, everybody, because she was blaming on my side with my property, they're all coming across the street into the east side.
Thank you. We appreciate your comments. We are all so dedicated and devoted to our veterans, and we're working on crime.
I understand, but we cannot be dedicated if we don't. After 69 years, we're the only city that doesn't have a Veterans Memorial, and we don't have it.
We are in the process of that now.
We have to put it in an honorable place.
Okay, thank you, sir, very much. We appreciate it.
Then it's going to be national news because we're turning our backs on them.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Anyone else, please? Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Did you all receive your thing? About well, it was last week, in fact. Ben Bernanke, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, mentioned that the U.S., the Federal Reserve Bank, will probably step in and bail out Europe. The reason for that is that approximately 46% of our pension funds are invested in Europe. I had no idea of anything like that. But my whole thing is this. If we have pension funds from the city invested that are going to go invest in Europe, I say we can use that money better to invest it in this city itself. And in the Sahara article magazine that I gave you, it sounds like that might be a pretty good way of going. I was at the Public Utilities Commission, and they're trying to get this solar thing going too. So that's why I did.
Thank you very much for your comments.
I want you all to have this petition. This petition is going to start moving, and we're going to have 100,000 names on it to move it out of that area into an honorable area.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate your
I'm
comments.
fighting for these men and women are not being protected.
We all believe.
And that is a legal petition.
Believe. Thank you.
And it could be with the county and the city. Anybody can sign it.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you very much. And we will now move on to 99, council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject's on the agenda and scheduled for action. And any member who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, the first council meeting I held, I started with Councilman Barlow, then I went down to Councilman Coffin. We will now start in the middle, which will be Councilman Wilson.
Thank you, my brother.
Thank you.
I want to thank Nevada Child Seekers once again for providing me more information concerning a missing child. Thankfully, more than half of the children we've been able to highlight have been located. I will continue to do this every meeting because I believe that the more people looking for these kids, the better chance we have of returning them safely to their family. Today's child is a runaway. He's only 14 years old. He's been missing since February 3rd of this year. If you look at the screen, you'll see some identifiers. Anthony is 5 feet 3 inches tall. His name is Anthony Alamillo, or Alamillo. Weighs 120 pounds, brown eyes, black hairs. He is Hispanic. He was last seen at Brinley Middle School and is known to frequent that area. If you know where Anthony is, please contact Nevada Child Seekers at 458-7009 or Las Vegas Metro Missing Persons Unit at 828-3111. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Councilman? No. Councilwoman Tarkanian, you're on board.
I first would like to reemphasize to everyone the activities for 9/11 that were mentioned this morning by Sheriff Gillespie and also by Fire Chief Myers. I think it's important. I think those activities, particularly the memorial at Policeman's Memorial Park and particularly the parade and any activity at Fire Stations 5 has always been something very symbolic. Secondly, I wanted to say that in Ward 1 we've worked very hard to develop partnerships within the community, and we have developed a new partnership which will see a ribbon cutting coming up on September 16th at 10:30 a.m. at Clark High School. The city has partnered with the Clark County School District and with a nonprofit group called Future Smiles, where the city is providing the portables that no longer are used because the community school was closed at Clark. They're using letting the Future Smiles nonprofit group use those portables along with the expenses of utilities being paid by the school district. And what will happen is youngsters who have no access to dental care will get free access there. And it's a wonderful thing because, of course, we know how much poor dental care does to hurt learning. And if any of you can come there, September 16th, 10:30 a.m. at Clark High School, 4291 West Penwood, and it shows a collaboration, which, of course, we're always working for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Barlow?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm asking that the community please join me at the next Ward 5 neighborhood meeting. It is the historic West Las Vegas Walkable Community Plan taking place September 14th at the Andre Agassi Boys and Girls Club. The address is located at 800 North Martin Luther King Boulevard, right at the corner of Washington. If you are unable to attend the meeting, do visit my website at lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward 5 for updates in regards to the walkable community. And also feel free to complete the survey on my website. Help me justify the need to make the historic West Las Vegas a more marketable and walkable community with the assistance of our Planning and Development Department, who is led by Mr. Flynn Fagg as the director. Thank you.
What time?
The time is 6 p.m. Thank you so very much.
Councilman Anthony? Nothing. And Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor. I am hosting a pre-retirement meeting on Thursday, September 15th from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock at the Centennial Hills Community Center. The seminar is geared toward those who are becoming Medicare eligible or thinking about retiring. I will have experts on hand from Social Security, Medicare Gap supplement programs there to answer any questions that anybody might have. Some of those questions may range from what are your retirement options, when are you eligible for Medicare, what benefits are available under Medicare, and how do you plan for gaps with Medicare. This event is educational only, and there will be no plan-specific benefits or details shared. So I encourage everyone to come out. Again, that's Thursday, September 15th, 6 to 8 p.m., Centennial Hills Community Center. And of course, I'll mention this again at the following council meeting, but we're having another movie in the park Friday, September 23rd. As soon as the sun goes down, we're going to be watching Cats and Dogs, The Revenge of Kitty Galore. This will also be in the Centennial Hills Amphitheater, and I believe this is being sponsored by Sam's Club, our partner in the community. And that's it for me, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Coffin?
Your Honor, Huntridge Park seems to be in the news all the time. And a good thing happened this weekend. We had a successful concert, the first public event in Huntridge Park in probably half a dozen years. 2 evenings. It was part of the Maryland Parkway music celebration. It was well attended, and it was an eye-opener that we could do these things without complaint from the neighbors, that the groups came, the noise was subdued, it was acoustic guitar, the kind of thing that fits nicely in a neighborhood like that. We've learned a lot about what we can do in the future there. And as a matter of fact, I believe there's agreement here that we can extend the hours at Huntridge Park now from simply weekends only to include Friday and holidays as well, so that we can try to continue to merge the park back into the neighborhoods, keeping in mind that it's difficult to police it. But I think that's an important thing. And the next event that I know of is this Sunday night, the 11th of September. There will be a candlelight service, and at which the names of the deceased from that horrible day will be read, and other things will happen. Very quiet candlelight service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I can add, and Councilman Coffin just reminded me of this. There's a family suffering right now in the Northwest with the loss of their daughter, who was tragically murdered over the weekend. And I just want them to know that our hearts and minds are with that family, and there will be a vigil, I understand, also at Arborview High School Friday night. So it's important that we recognize when that happens in this community that other people's lives are affected by this tragedy too, as a random act of violence. And our hearts and prayers go out to her family.
And our prayers and condolences to that family, as well as to those up in Carson City who had that tragic shooting up there. Tomorrow morning at 7:30 at Rainbow and Oakey, I will be having coffee with the mayor at Starbucks. It's 7:30 tomorrow morning, Rainbow and Oakey. So I welcome you all to come. I don't think there's room for all of you who are out there, but I welcome you to come anyway. Anyway, that we are now, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Don't need one. It's done. We are adjourned. Thank you very much. Have
Mayor-
a lovely night.
Mayor, question for you.
Yes.
What is the status of the closed door session?
Our city manager, we're adjourned, but we're going into closed door session. I'm so glad you said that. That nobody, closed door, nobody leave through another exit. Thank you. You have to go through the back. Thank you.